8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. We are here again, ready to go for another edition, and we thank you so much for joining us. It's the Good Time Gang this hour as we kick things off. That's why it's called the Kickoff Hour. If it's your first time, give us a little bit. Hang on. The guys join us in 1 hour from now from the main show. Rick, Bubba, Adler, all join in, and it will be the six of us. Well, over to the left, I got Mr. Greg Burgess, and over to my right, I got Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Hey, hey.
What's happening?
Boys.
How are y'all?
Good.
Everybody good?
Yeah, good.
Mm-hmm.
Excited to tackle the day with you, man.
Well, good. I got a call from my dad last night.
Uh-oh, Mr. Wilbur.
And first of all, he wants to tell y'all, hey.
Hello, Mr. Wilbur.
And he said, why does Greg hate the blind? And I said, well, Greg doesn't,
Here
Dad.
he goes.
But he got on that a little bit.
Here he goes.
But he said, hey, I got some trivia for the boys. And he started laughing a little bit. So the Astros, I didn't watch any of it, but he was excited that it was coming on. And the Astros and the Rangers played last night. The Astros won. And now, but the Rangers still lead the series 2-1.
I saw Altuve barrel one up.
Yeah. But he said, I got a
He gets to pitches I don't know how he gets to.
Yeah. He said, hey, son, I got a question. I just want to know if the guys know it right off the bat. He said, before it was the Houston Astros, what was their name?
Ooh, I don't know that. The Stars.
And I said, well, Dad, he said, hey, now you can't cheat with Google.
Rockets.
No, but
I was thinking Houston.
Right.
Houston,
I'll give you that.
I think it's got something to do with cattle.
It was the
Hold on, we're not done guessing.
okay, all right.
Okay, I'm done.
Houston Brahmas.
I will tell you
What
this.
did you just
The
say?
Brahmas.
Oh, I thought you said the brothels.
No.
The Houston Colt 45s
Oh.
became Houston's first Major League Baseball team and played from
never guessed.
1962 to 1964.
Really?
By 1965, the club changed its name to the Houston Astros, but this was their logo.
The Colt 45.
The Colt
How about that?
40
What is
The Colt.
what is an Astro?
It's just
thought it was off the
when it came
space.
with the space program and everything. And
That's
I
why
want to
I went
say,
with Rockets.
they had the Astrodome,
Stars.
which I think a local reporter or somebody called it the Astrodome for the first time. I don't know. That's how it got its name. But when it came to the Colt 45s, they had the classic, hey, we're going to let the city name the team. And someone talked about, Colt 45s and about the American West and all this kind of stuff and Texas
not great.
and so it was the Colt 45s for a couple of years.
I like that better than Astros because I read Astro.
Yeah. How about that logo though?
If you don't say it right, you could
Yeah.
be accused of look at a bunch of
Yeah.
Astros.
And for those of you
a lot of people thought that when
Why
they were
you gotta
banging
be-
on
Yeah.
the garbage can.
Why you
cheating.
got to be such an Astro?
You know?
Right. And for those of you that love Gunsmoke like my wife does apparently, Matt Dillon carried a Colt 45.
How about that?
And he peppered
I never
me.
knew that.
Y'all, he peppered me with some more. He said, just for fun, here's this. When professional baseball was started in the early
Baseball
20th
trivia.
century, there were 16 teams, 8 National League teams and 8 American League teams. Can you name the original 16?
No.
Well, no.
I can't either.
White Sox.
I'm interested. Does he think Abner Doubleday invented baseball?
There's controversy.
There is controversy.
I'm going White Sox, Yankees, Indians,
Mm-hmm.
Tigers, Detroit.
He said 2 of the original – and now he talks into his
Brooklyn
text,
Dodgers.
so sometimes there's typos. Let me work through this.
Brooklyn Dodgers.
Oh, he's still going. Okay.
Yeah, there's still a
I
list
like
of
it.
names.
2 of the original teams were in Philadelphia.
Really? That ain't fair.
One of those has since moved to another location, of course, where they are today. There were also teams in in St. Louis, and one of those teams moved away and changed their name. What was that? Boy, he's just full of questions.
Well, that's tough. These are hard.
Yeah, I know. But I don't know,
Did
Dad.
I-
I will have to look. He said I couldn't cheat with Google when he was talking to me.
Y'all may not have thought this, and I'm just going
It's
to
almost like he could see me because he knew what I was doing.
Since we're on trivia, Mr. Wilbur started baseball
Yeah.
trivia, which I like. I always thought the Phillies were named like after a horse. The filly, was a female.
Yeah.
But then we find out that's just what people were called who lived in Philadelphia, Phillies. They're not named after a female.
You see, look, take a sip. Do you have anything to drink?
I mean, I
on
may
that.
be wrong.
Hey,
Am I wrong about
I don't
that?
know.
Hey, go ahead and take a drink.
I have
But
no
did y'all
idea.
think it was something to do with a horse or not?
I kind of, but I think you're right.
I don't
Because I
have a
did. I
clue.
thought it was
Yeah.
I'm Googling it.
for some reason
Right.
their
Dad said you
mascot
can't
was a
do that.
female horse.
Phillies. Well,
Yeah.
this is something he doesn't know, though.
I don't know.
Phillies.
I may have made
I love how you ended the text. Like, hey, all right, man, going to bed. Good night.
I'm
Whatever.
out.
I'm like, Dad.
Most people-
Wait, hold on. Here's Dad. Hold on, everybody. Just hang on. Hang on. Hey, Dad.
Brooklyn Dodgers.
Hey, I've actually got the phone just pushed into the microphone.
Don't cuss.
What you got? Greg said, "Don't cuss, Daddy." You know how you do that.
Oh, wow. Let me roll back this.
And I don't know why him in the blind. I don't know what, Dad. We'll work through it.
Okay. All right.
I thought you guys knew all about baseball. I mean,
Well, that's a tough question, Mr.
Let me see
Wilbur.
if I can get this through
That's
here.
hard.
Yeah, it is.
I mean,
it
if
really
I had to
is.
name like 4 teams,
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah.
But
So what you got, Dad?
well, I was just going to tell you, in Philadelphia, when they first started the pros, back in the early 1900s, whatever, you had the Phillies and the Athletics. You had the Philadelphia Athletics. And since then, they moved. They moved to the Kansas City Athletics, and from there they moved to the Oakland Athletics.
they jumped around a little
okay.
bit.
So,
Didn't know that.
so that's the 2 teams in Philadelphia. And here's one that's kind of hard. St. Louis had 2 teams: the St. Louis Cardinals and the St. Louis Browns.
Oh.
Browns.
Oh, Browns.
And the St. Louis Browns are now the Baltimore Orioles.
Right.
Oh. Well, I didn't know that. Did you know all that, Greg?
I did not.
Dad, why the Philadelphia Phillies named the Phillies?
Oh, because Philadelphia is just short for because they lived in Philadelphia.
So you're right, Greg.
Yeah,
right
'cause
again, Greg.
When I was growing up, I thought it was the female horse.
Right. Yeah.
I really
It
did.
sounds like one.
Yeah, we think we
Anyway,
knew that one, but Greg thinks he's sharp. He's taking a sip of water.
Yeah,
right
I'm
now.
pretty good at trivia.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I grew up reading the box scores from the Times-Picayune newspaper when I was 5 and 6 years old. So that's kind of how I know all that stuff.
That's great.
funny.
That is awesome.
You guys are sounding great. I just thought I'd have a little fun this morning.
Well,
we
no,
love
it
trivia.
was.
Yeah, this is good stuff, Dad. I appreciate it. They didn't know the Colt 45s.
I had no idea.
Oh, wow. Okay.
We stumped
Well,
them.
everybody- I bet they don't even know who Rusty Staub is.
I do
right?
know who Rusty Staub is. I had his trading card when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Yep.
Look at that. Take another sip.
Red-headed, big head guy.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Dad, well, I
Let you go.
love you, bud. Hey, we'll talk to you soon, okay?
Okay, love y'all.
All right.
Keep
Sorry,
the trivia
sorry about
coming.
Greg, Dad. We're getting through it.
I don't know.
And there's that
Your dad
tension
knows
there.
better.
Mr. Wilburn did something that
He knows way
that I
better.
hadn't seen in quite some time, and that was make Greg smile by 5:15.
I know.
I
Isn't it
know,
something?
that's
How
hard to
Yeah,
do.
yeah.
I
And
love good trivia.
Yeah. And I got to tell you something right now because I'm your friend. Right above that lip, don't lick it.
We got
It's
a
just
booger?
something that, yeah, it fell out.
No, it was a
Fell out.
piece of paper towel.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Speedy.
Don't
No,
lick
no
it.
problem.
Do you normally lick
Well,
your
you know, when I
upper
say,
lip?
well, when you say your upper lip, somebody goes, like, what? Was there something on it? I'm like, please don't do that.
Yeah.
I might throw up. But it was just a paper towel.
It
Piece-
was.
But I just want to let you know because
Thank
Greg's
you.
going to let you move on with your day.
the rest of the day.
Yeah.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. It's Raycon's 6th anniversary, and they're celebrating with a sale you don't want to miss. 20% off everything on their site with select products, up to 40% off. Raycon made a name for themselves in the premium audio space, and this year they expanded their business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon PowerTech. So there's a lot to celebrate. Use the code BIRTHDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20 to 40% off site-wide. That's the code BIRTHDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba or find the link under sponsors at rickandbubba.com. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, my coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got my coffee direct from the mystore.com mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. A crazy schedule can make it easy to fall back into your old recipe rut, or you could keep mealtime exciting with HelloFresh. Over 40 recipes to choose from each week. There's always something delicious to discover and love. Save on flavorful fall dishes, crowd-pleasing eats, and more when you sign up for America's #1 meal kit. Take 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Okay, I'm not here to nag you about all your diets because I don't always eat healthier either. But I will share this. The Mayo Clinic says if you want to prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. Folks, I don't do that, and you probably don't either. So I use Field of Greens, and I really like it. If you don't always eat right and exercise, join me and take Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com, the promo code Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
This fall, as you settle back into a busier routine, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. Simply Safe's revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 live guard protection, helps stop crime in real time. If an intruder breaks in, monitoring agents can see, speak, and deter them. Get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. And we thank you for being with us this morning. We're off and running. If you don't know, we just talked to Larry the Leaf. He gave us some trivia question, Major League Baseball trivia question, stumped most of us. And I didn't know the Colt 45s. Last night, he told me eventually. He was laughing because I didn't know what the Houston Astros were before the Astros.
Colt 45?
I could have named 100 names and never got to Colt 45.
Right.
I have a question for y'all.
Isn't that a malt liquor? Isn't there a Colt 45 malt liquor?
I think so. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right, bud.
That
wasn't the meaning behind it.
I know. It's
Multi-purpose
multi-purpose use.
Right.
I bet they had specials at the game for it.
Yeah.
At what point do y'all replace a windshield in a car?
Buddy, let me tell you something.
When the crack gets where I have to look through it.
Yeah. If it's like in your line sight, I mean, it's,
So here-
it's like, lines off.
Here's what I got.
Whatever. Anyway,
in the truck.
Terry's got one that we went from one end to the other.
Do it.
Well, and that I'm getting
Can't
there.
have
It's not. Here's where I'm glad I didn't do what I'm about to tell you. But went the last the first man church conference when it was in Oxford.
Mm-hmm.
I got a nice little rock ding
right there
at the top,
mm-hmm.
and it has run down about 9 inches, maybe 8-9 inches in a little squiggly line.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm tired of looking at it.
Right.
Okay. And
Plus
I want to get it.
Plus, you got money,
and I want to get it replaced.
Yeah.
And nearly did it last week, and then 2 days ago, on the way to Jacksonville, I get another ding. And I'm like,
that interstate.
Why do I replace this? I shouldn't.
That's a great point. That's a great point, and one that it's tough to decide, isn't it? Terry, the same thing. There's interstate construction, and it's always something going on to and from work for her. And she got hit, and then I was like, man, we need to get that fixed. And then she got hit again. And it's like there's 2 or 3 different spots, and I'm thinking, well, if we get it fixed, she's going to get hit again. You know,
that's me. I'm afraid if I do it, the minute I do it, my luck, I'm going to get another one, and here we are 6 months later with it running across.
You're just going to ride around with a bunch of them.
Well, there's only one right now that's 8 or 9. This one is just it cracked.
Yeah,
and it's going to happen as it gets colder.
Right.
It's going to run on me a little bit.
Yeah,
and so. I don't know. My anal retentiveness, I do not want to look at this anymore.
Right.
If the minute in line of sight, I can't take it. I can't take a bug smashed. And I have to look at it.
Mm-hmm.
It drives me nuts.
It's right, like, if I'm looking straight ahead, it's like right here. Just right there.
Yeah, but to what you're saying, because I've had a number of them replaced over the years, it's almost like you get to the point where you go, and that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. I can't take it anymore. But you know what? You held out a little bit longer.
I have.
And
It's been a while.
At least got hit one more time.
I think there's actually 2 dings. One from a couple months ago, and then one from this week.
I'd wait till at least 5.
Yeah. So he's kind of making fun of you a little bit.
You're waiting until it's spider webs.
Yeah. I mean, then go, okay.
I've got one. I got hit, but it is only.
Quit trying to get in on the story.
Backside. No, you can go out there and see, but it's like not even the size of a nickel. Okay, but I got hit, so it hadn't started cracking yet.
Yeah.
And I know there's a place right across the street where you can pull up and they'll fill it up to where it doesn't continue.
And
but it's on the other side of the rear view mirror, so I can't see it. So I always forget it's there until somebody gets in the car and goes, "Hey, man, you got something here."
Yeah. Well,
but I need to go get it filled so it doesn't crack. Because these windshields are expensive.
I don't like these trucks that have that sign say "Stay so far back." No, how about this? Why don't you keep the rocks in the truck and don't worry about how far back I got to stay?
Oh,
I bet that ain't legal. I don't think that they can't do that. You can't just tell me to stay back.
Yeah, well, they're supposed to cover it and put that netting.
Yeah, but it still has that sign stay. So if it hits you, they go, "Well, I tried to tell you." Well, get one that don't throw rocks out, so we don't have to stay 500 feet behind you, or whatever it is. How am I supposed to measure that anyway?
I didn't know that windshields got on him like this.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, how am I supposed to know how far I am from you with your little sign on your stupid gravel truck?
No.
Wow, stupid gravel truck.
Wow.
I've been hit by many.
I apologize to all the drivers that are driving stupid gravel trucks right now.
Well, your sign's stupid, let me say that.
Okay.
Because A, I can't tell how far I'm from you, and B, how about this? Just make the gravel not come out.
Yeah, I'm just behind you.
Yeah.
I'm going to make a move to get my tire fixed in the next couple of days.
No, don't
I'm
do that.
so sick and tired of you. I looked at your tires.
Look, they're not,
you don't need new tires. Well, I looked at them yesterday morning.
You don't think so?
You got tons of tread in those things.
I don't know, Speedy.
I stuck my finger in one.
Yeah, get your quarter. Well, you got to put a quarter in there. I forget what it is. But.
Yeah, I think it's a penny. Is it a quarter?
I think it's a quarter, and if it's on his
I stuck my finger in there.
What?
It went all the way top.
If it's on his
eye. I can't remember.
Well, you're
how
a lot
deep
of help.
it is on the quarter, on whether or not it needs to be
his eye. Okay, his actual eye.
That's just gravel trucks.
Stupid gravel trucks.
Stupid gravel trucks.
So you really looked at my tires?
I did yesterday morning.
Hey,
and you think they got enough
I thought
tread?
you had gotten new ones.
No, Speedy.
I did.
Now you're just goodness. Now you're getting out of hand.
I'm like, man, this thing's got a lot of tread in these.
Are you sure you were looking at my truck?
Maybe I wasn't. I didn't check.
You know, like I say, the windshield's one thing, but once you get that tire fixed, quit having to fill it because it sounds like you have to fill it up. Now, if you fill it up
every
once
3
a
days,
week,
every 3 days.
See, I've told
you
probably
should do it every 2 days.
I've told you where to take it to the point where I'm not going to tell you anymore.
But that's like, do you know how out of that is out of my way?
Well, but like on a day where you go, okay, I'm not going over, and I'm here.
There's
just go get it done.
There's tire places between here and Jackson.
A lot of them won't fill them.
Hey,
though.
some of them are so picky
They're not
now
going to plug it.
with lawsuits
that's-
and stuff like that.
No.
I'm not going to patch it. It's too close to the.
Yeah,
you know, they just want you to get
they
a
ain't
new
going to
tire.
plug it. No,
These
they-
lawsuits have just really messed all that up.
There's one in Jacksonville that will.
Oh yes,
Oh, really?
Yes. Oh, let me tell you about that.
Well, so
It's
y'all
hard to
just
get-
waiting
hey,
to today?
It's hard to get in this parking lot.
It
I mean,
is.
It's
It
a little
is.
tight.
Hey, in a second, he'll do it.
What? Where?
That
Okay.
saved Tyler a couple of times.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, you need to tell me after.
Okay.
Here in a minute and a half.
Okay.
I can take it today.
If you're standing outside of Brothers Bar, it's right there on the left.
Yeah, you're staring right at it.
Okay. Well, I know where that's at.
Yep.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Pull them up.
There's another one.
Pull up there and tell them Greg Burgess sent
There's
you.
another one towards Linlock that you probably.
Well, we don't have to go there, Greg. I got the fix if it's right there by Brothers.
Yeah, go in there and let them plug that
Yeah,
thing.
you can go
Okay.
across the street and get you a beer while you're waiting.
Greg probably won't do that.
But it
But
always goes to that.
what
Well,
is
you
that?
said it's
Hey,
where it's
it's just that
located. That's
dumb.
why I was just talking about the location.
what is that place across the street that's that looks like a drive-through?
Oh, it's Coupe de Ville.
What's that about? Is that
Some
good?
wings.
Is
Good
it-
wings.
Is it
Wow,
really?
he's really look at
But
that.
yeah, I know. He's got his hands in his pocket too.
So it is wings. Okay.
It's wings.
Sitting down with his hands
All
in his
different
pocket. It's
styles.
weird.
All right, well, y'all
All right,
help
so,
me because I can do that.
That does help a little bit because
I need you to go look at my tires one more time to see what you think about the
Sure,
shirt.
we'll go out there and do that.
Were you a tire guy?
No, well, I mean, I've just got a head.
I just got a head.
You don't know the trick about the quarter.
I do. I thought it was a penny though, or a nickel.
Maybe it is. I don't know. Speedy be out there trying to stick $1. I ain't got no change. What if I did? This'll work though.
What if I stuck your dumb? No, all right, so we'll take a break. We'll be right back. I almost said it. Do you know that for the listeners, they love when you
45s.
get us to cussing?
I don't get you to cut.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's official. Fall is here. With the kids at school and spare time filled with seasonal activities, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security and their revolutionary home monitoring innovation. 24/7 live guard protection. It's designed to help stop a crime in real time. Now, if an intruder breaks into your home, Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them through Simply Safe's new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. 24/7 live guard protection is made possible by the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, available with a Fast Protect monitoring plan. You can install it yourself in about 30 minutes or have a Simply Safe expert set it up for you. And for a limited time, get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands.
That's true, and auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year.
If an unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready?
If you had carshield.com/Bubba, you would be.
If your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. We all know our daily drives are more than just getting from point A to to point B, traveling by car is a way of life.
When you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up.
That means for as long as you own the vehicle and the mileage increases or how many claims you file.
They offer plans starting at just $100 a month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget.
Now, we appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, choosing the mechanic that we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Get coverage today and save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG, our number. All right, so we got a lot happening today. Greg, tonight you got your prime game that you don't like with Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit.
Oh, and Al halfway doing it.
Yeah. Al halfway doing it.
I bet he eats a steak before it.
Yeah. You got the Jaguars and Saints. Sorry, buddy.
Jags and Saints. I have no desire for that one.
That'll be prime. And it's at New Orleans.
Don't like watching it on Prime either.
4-2.
Shouldn't have to stream a ball game.
Jags at the 3-3 Saints. If you care anything about the NFL or anything like that,
the I've always wanted the Jags to be better.
Yeah,
because I like that
city.
Give you that. I like that city. I like that uniform. I like that name. Yeah. Everything about I like their colors. Everything about them, I want them to do better.
Now, they made a run in the 90s, didn't they, Speedy? Seems like, didn't you say you went to a game there because you were talking about how rowdy their fans were?
Yeah, it was when the Titans went to Jacksonville. It was the playoffs.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they were in the playoffs. That's about the last time they were any good.
Terry, it's kind of faded a little bit on her, but for a long time she hated the Jacksonville Jaguars because how mean they were to us.
Yeah, you said their
we
fans
could hardly get in the
horrible.
stadium, man. It was awful. College football, I know y'all don't really care much about these. Rice and Tulsa, and undefeated 6-0 James Madison at Marshall.
You know, and they're also like Jack State. It's their first year in D1. They're
undefeated,
really
6-0.
Yeah,
they're in that conference with Georgia Southern, aren't they?
I think so.
Yeah.
All right, Dad said, "Hey guys, I got one more."
Colt
for
45s.
He said, "I got one more for y'all. It has to do with the NFL." And he
Okay.
goes, and then I'll stop messing with y'all.
I give it.
And tell Greg he's a sorry. No, he didn't. Let's see here. I'll quit messing with you after this period. In the early days of the NFL, Chicago had 2 teams, the Bears and one more. Who was the other one, and where did they move to?
This 2-team thing.
Colts. Colts.
Well, he didn't give me the answer.
He did?
No, hold on. Chicago.
I don't know. I just said Colts because Chicago
NFL,
Colts sounded good. Flowed.
Yeah. I'm going to say it was the Browns.
Teams.
The Browns went to Cleveland.
Let's see. Did Chicago ever have 2 football teams? Oh, here we go. In the 1920s, the Cardinals became part of the professional circuit in Chicago. The Cardinals, along with the Chicago Bears, were founding members of the NFL League in 1920.
I didn't know that.
Huh.
Cardinals,
Well, there you go.
who used to be in St. Louis, ended up in Phoenix.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right.
Hams, do you have any recollection when they were
None
St.
of that.
Louis?
No.
'Cause
No.
The football and the baseball team were both the
Did
Cardinals.
not know that.
And then the Rams came from L.A. to St. Louis.
Did know that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Huh.
And that's what Google said. So if I read that wrong, I'm wrong. But that's what it said. That those were the 2 original.
I didn't know that.
So there you
Didn't
go.
either.
There you go. Thanks, Dad. Appreciate it. So we
Cardinals.
Yeah. How about
Never
that?
really liked the Cardinals in football.
Yeah, I've
Just never really.
Yeah.
It's like that's one of them teams I can't watch.
Yeah. When we went to St. Louis when we when I
It's another city I like.
Yeah, when I
Been
coached
there.
with the
Mississippi, right
Sidewinders,
there in the
and we had a couple of teams, both with Tyler's age group, JC, 3 teams, and Reese with Reese's age group. The boys before they hit puberty started stinking and not liking dads. I say not. How we
don't
we
wanna
can
hang
embarrass
out
you when you become a teenager.
Who
Dads,
would hang
quit
out with their
embarrassing.
dad?
But we would rent the vans and go up, and we went to a couple of the Major League Baseball cities. Went to the Houston Astros game, and then also drove up to St. Louis and watched the Cardinals. And I got to tell you, that's a nice ballpark.
It is.
That was fun. That was a lot of fun. That city was cool.
I saw the ball. It may have been. I'm sure they've got a newer one since. It was like back in late '80s.
Yeah.
I remember Busch Stadium.
Yeah.
They're the baseball team outside the Braves that I like.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a really cool place to go. It really was. We had a lot of fun, man. It was a ton of dads and a lot of kids, but it was a lot of fun. It's tough to get around in Houston. Not easy to drive around.
No,
Yeah, Houston traffic.
No, you got to get a plan.
Lived that last year.
For sure.
It's like somebody threw up a bunch of roads and just said, "Y'all, good luck."
Yeah,
Have at it.
good luck with that.
Yeah. We know we got more traffic here, more people here every year, so we're just going to put a road here, and now we're going to put one over there too. Now we don't know where it goes or how you're supposed to get in and off, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah, but if you're on it, fine.
Yeah. It's confusing.
It is. It's
It
very
is the most
confusing.
confusing area that I have ever driven in.
It is not easy.
Now,
I will tell you
once
that.
I had a week there, it was a little different by the time I left, but
Yeah.
a lot of people.
A lot of people.
Yeah, didn't you go visit a long lost family member?
Well, Greg, we were there with the tennis team and
I remember that
playing
story.
rice, and but I tried to
love how
I
you
tried to
remember
connect.
things.
Well, I tried to connect with a family member that's on Amanda's side.
Come find out
They had moved like 4 hours away.
And he got out of it. He got out of it. You remember he got out of it?
And I felt bad because really I was
He was on his way to their house. And
Listen,
they called him and said, "We moved."
Listen, I was
And he's like,
supposed to know. I was actually probably supposed to know that they had moved.
Yeah.
right.
And so,
I thought they'd got divorced.
so I
or
looked
something.
like a goofball when I reached out and said, "Hey, I'm in Houston
They said, "Well,
for
too
the
bad."
week. Would y'all like to connect? Maybe go to dinner, whatever?" And oh, we'd love to, but we're not in Houston anymore. We moved, and
Why
we're,
would we drive
we're,
back to Houston?
We're in so and so. I didn't know where that was, so I looked it up, and it was 3.5, 4 hours
Well,
from
you should
Houston.
have went.
And I'm like, well, all righty.
why didn't you just
I
go?
did. That's one thing I ain't got to do now. I really
Right.
didn't want to do anyway.
He was so excited.
I tell you what,
but
they-
acted disappointed. Oh,
Oh,
man.
dang it. I was looking forward to seeing that. What's y'all's name?
I was kind of wanting to
Hey,
catch up with you. I
what's-
hate y'all got
Greg,
divorced.
what's y'all's name?
Yeah. I was
I would have struggled. I would have
what's
struggled
his
with the
name?
kids' names for sure. Okay, I admit it.
How do we know each other?
Yeah. No, we met.
I would have enjoyed hanging out with him.
Oh,
for
man.
sure.
They were probably on the other end going, who is he?
Yeah, who is this guy?
No,
He
Greg,
says
it's not like that. They're closer than you think. I see them at least once a
He
year.
says he coaches tennis and he's coming or
What's
something.
that? There's no way it's Michael.
going on?
Michael don't coach tennis.
He doesn't yeah. Is it his brother?
Yeah.
Oh, me.
Yeah, I know he doesn't coach tennis.
No.
What
the hell is he doing in Houston?
He said something about Colt 45s. Oh, man. We talk a lot about getting packages from Amazon.
They are big Astros fans.
Yeah.
They go to a game every year.
I thought you were going to say something bad about
I
it.
know. I was like,
yeah, that big
good night,
ass Astros.
I was like, wow, you are happy you didn't get to, you have to
Wow,
go
it's
see
rough
him.
on him.
He's a
Good
huge
night.
baseball fan.
Okay, buddy.
He is.
All right.
Loves Astros.
I bet he knew that question. About
Loved the Braves
45.
growing up.
You probably did. I thought this was kind of interesting because we're always talking about delivery trucks and packages dropping off, and you just never know. I mean, my Simply Safe doorbell camera will go off multiple times a day, and it's like, here's another package, you know. And
I get
Terry,
alerts. Between them and the dogs, it's crazy.
What I love is that I'll go, Terry, did you order something? I don't think
Yeah,
so.
Lisa's so
Then
much.
I
She's
open the
ordered
door, and
so
of course
much.
you did. There it is.
Lisa's ordered so much you don't remember ordering it. No? Oh, yeah.
Will this be weird to y'all? Amazon is testing drones that will like literally drop prescriptions on your doorstep. The drones.
Yeah, I'm all about that.
You are?
Yes.
That just sounds
100%.
Well, I
weird
want
to
to
me.
know, like, okay, let's say I order something. Where's that drone coming from?
The
where's
drone
it based out of to get to?
well,
It's probably
it'll
coming from the Walgreens.
it'll come from a delivery center. So like
Okay.
the drone.
Well, there's not one. I mean, how far you got to be from it?
I don't know. There's one close to us
Craig,
where
don't
we
get
are
so
now.
mad.
The drone programmed to fly from a delivery center with a secure pharmacy will travel to the customer's address and then descend down to a height of about 4 meters, which is 13 feet, and then drop the padded package at your doorstep.
And then my dog gets it and runs off with it.
It says that
would
they'll customers will be able to choose from more than 500 medications that is from common treatments for conditions like the flu, pneumonia, or whatever.
We ain't got to do nothing. It sounds like.
It will not be controlled substances, though, I guess, in fear of somebody
no,
grabbing
we
that.
can't do that.
But I just thought that was weird. So, you hear a drone buzzing outside, and then now you got packages being dropped at the front door.
You can go right out there and pick your Cialis up.
I was waiting. And for some reason, Helmsy, he's sitting with his hands in his pocket.
I know.
Which means you really need to watch out.
It's cold over here.
Oh, good.
Anything that can fly whatever I've ordered and drop it right at my door, I'm all about.
But I'm not trusting that. There's no way. It's going to end up at my neighbor's house or something.
Well, that's not your fault, though.
Yeah, I still don't like it. Look, I'm just saying it's dangerous. We can't do nothing. All we can do is walk out on our porch and get anything we want. You gotta go to town and think and do something every now and then.
Think and do something.
Yeah, you can't just sit on your big rump and come out and let me see what the drone drop.
Attention, this is a special alert for all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an overpriced auto warranty or no warranty coverage at all. Due to the increase of new and used car prices, repair costs, and the price of gas, people are keeping their cars longer than ever, which is why CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on covered auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can save thousands for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. You could save thousands on future auto repairs. Our specialists are standing by for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-840-1546. Vehicle Protection Plan pricing is at an all-time low. Plus, drivers who purchase this coverage today will receive rental car options, free roadside assistance, and free towing. Call 800-840-1546 now for your free quick quote. That's 800-840-1546. What do you have to lose? Call 800-840-1546. Again, 800-840-1546.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
Yep, I'm looking at the pages right now.
Thomas's translation company just lost its only 2 Spanish speakers. Without the right replacements, he'll be in problemas.
Yeah, we'll have those ready. Tonight's gonna be a late one.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. With Indeed Instant Match, we immediately show you quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, he just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
From pumpkin spice to apple pie, fall is hands down the most delicious time of the year. But it's also the busiest. So this time around, get HelloFresh and treat yourself to the best of the season's flavors without the stress. It's simple. HelloFresh does the shopping and the planning for you so you can relax. Not only do their chefs create fall-perfect recipes to enjoy, all the ingredients arrive fresh and pre-portioned, so whipping up a home-cooked meal is easy. And make sure and check out all the fall flavors. A new limited-time lineup of easy autumn-inspired eats from HelloFresh Market, fresh on desserts like apple cider cake with caramel sauce, or please a crowd with appetizers like the barbecue pulled pork nachos. And just as always, everything you need to get cooking quick is delivered right to the door. How easy is that? Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Well, it's the best time of year. The leaves are changing colors. There's cozy vibes. And, of course, my personal favorite holiday, Raycon's anniversary, which, once again, they're celebrating with a sale. You don't want to miss this. Raycon is turning 6 years old. In that time, they've really made a name for themselves in the premium audio space. Their everyday earbuds are known for delivering high-quality audio and thoughtful features like a 32-hour battery life and a perfect in-ear fit for all-day wear and lasting comfort. All this at half the price of the other premium brands. And this past year, they expanded their entire business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon PowerTech. So there's a lot to celebrate. To thank everyone who's shown them support in the past 6 years, Raycon is offering 20% off everything site-wide with select products up to 40% off. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Use the special code BIRTHDAY to get 20 to 40% off site-wide. That's the code BIRTHDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick.
It is 10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba show. It's the kickoff hour. Rick, Bubba are here. Adler joins us shortly for the main show. And then we'll be off and running here on this Thursday if you're listening live. You know, as we roll on through this first hour, we want to make sure that you know that business owners, those of you that are in charge of marketing, our national syndication and sponsorship team at SSI has asked us to remind you that we're ready to use the power of this program and another popular program that they syndicate to help you accomplish your goals, reaching loyal listeners and viewers here on YouTube. We are ready to create a successful campaign for you to strengthen your business and reach new customers, building momentum. And the network partnership not only has the greatest stations in the country brave enough to call Rick and Bubba home, terrestrial radio, we love them. Radio affiliates, thank you for all you do. But we also have YouTube, Blaze TV, We've got the 24/7 TuneIn digital radio channel, all the social media platforms, podcast and online showcasing opportunities at rickandbubba.com. There's so much to tap into. But give us a call, 203-431-0790, or you can email them, Rick and Bubba, spell out and, at syndicatedsolutions.com. And we look forward to sharing your message. But if you are listening in a market, in one of our great affiliates markets, and you like, that's a great idea, but I need to reach this local market I'm listening in. Still contact us, because we can put you in touch with the local sales teams that do just a great job of selling the show, and we can get that done that way too. All right, as we come on back, this is Greg's story of the day, if you want to know.
We just had
It's just one
similar
you've
stories.
been talking about. I know.
I mean, within a month, we've had a story of someone laying one or having a stomach attack on a plane and shutting the flight down.
There we go.
This thing, as I read it, it's EasyJet, which, according to this, would be the not living up to its name. Because
no.
These people have been delayed hours for different reasons.
Mm-hmm.
And then finally, they had to, I mean, they were already, mad.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, they come out and said, look, and they're on some island. They had to land it.
Uh-oh.
They come out and tell them that due to someone taking a dump in the floor of the bathroom, they're going to cancel the flight.
Wow.
And that if you got to try to find a hotel room, the people are just going crazy.
I thought you were going to, so you just went ahead and said it. Wow, okay.
That's what they did.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is they were already delayed, and then they got canceled because of that.
So
now, we had a story a few weeks ago where somebody went right down the aisle.
Yeah, they couldn't make it to the bathroom,
and they had to turn the flight around and go back and land.
They had an accident. And
I didn't realize that
there was a trail
all the way.
Plane
down by that. But I guess you can't.
Well, think about it. What are you going to do? Huh? You're in a closed-up cabin flying. You want that, will you?
People, though? These people, because I was reading some of their tweets or whatever you call it now, and so they had been harassed all day with bad service. And then they go, oh, by the way, the flight, not only is it delayed, we're having to cancel it. Well, why is that? Well, I had a little problem here.
You know what? It just wasn't meant to. It wasn't meant to be.
We're going to come back tomorrow and we'll leave then.
It just was not meant to be.
Well, I tell you, it must have been a good one if you make them cancel the flight.
I know.
That's pretty powerful.
You would think that there could be certain, I mean, to what point do you go, hey, clean up on aisle 2, if you know what I'm talking about?
Throw a little cat litter on it and let's go.
We got to clean up in the bathroom. Where does it go from that to, hey, this is out of our control. We got to cancel.
We're canceling the flight.
I mean, right.
How about that?
Yeah. Do somebody just say, hey, that's not on my job? To do something like that.
Take some extra cleaning that they didn't have, some more equipment that they weren't. I don't know. It sounds like a real. Talk about a nightmare of flight.
Look, bathroom accidents are part of everyday life. We all, if you are being honest, and unfortunately some of us have best of moments that are dedicated to that. If you are all honest, you've had terrible bathroom situations where you've had emergencies or something.
Story.
We all know that. But on a flight, having a situation where you can't get there in time that's a bad deal.
You know, a possibility on this one though, because everybody was already mad. Somebody did it just to make a point. Hey, here's what I think of your flight.
Oh no! Oh, so you're thinking it could be that?
Could be. Because they had been harassed all day long. Somebody said,
but that inconvenienced them too.
Yeah, but sometimes when you get in that rage, you say, "Here's your little something."
Like you behind a gravel truck.
You've been dealing with a lot of delays. Deal with this.
Deal with this.
Deal with this.
That's the story of the day, y'all.
Get your scooper and let's go.
I also saw an American Airlines story where they say, window seat. Are y'all a window seat or aisle person?
I like window seats.
I don't care.
Ever since my,
I can survive.
Ever since you and I rode that bull, and my left knee's been a little jacked up. When it's bent for a long period of time, it kind of locks up. So the last few times I've gotten aisle seat so I can extend that knee a little bit. But I like the window seat some.
I like knowing what's going on out there.
Yeah,
I got stuck one
time. But if I'm not in one, it's not a big deal.
Yeah,
we were coming from San Francisco back in the XFL days.
Yeah,
and I got stuck. The big planes. You got the seats in the middle of the aisle. You got them by the windows.
Yes,
the big giant. I was stuck in the middle in the center aisle with people all over me for like 5 hours. It was miserable. I almost went.
Do you remember when we were? I think we were doing the 20th anniversary tour, whenever we went on the road, And we flew over my house, and I pointed it out, and Greg got so.
Remember, he got like giddy. Hey, where's my house? Where's my house?
Yeah, I do. I do.
He peed his pants a little bit.
Okay, Greg, you had it.
Hey, where's my house? Where's my house? Where's my house? Remember?
He's a horse?
He was giddy.
Okay.
That's giddy.
I was excited.
But
I told you, calm down. You got a long flight.
But anyway, American Airlines announced to cut down on boarding time. The people that have the window seats get to board first. So a window seat just got better.
Can I ask you a question?
Hey,
why were we not already doing that? To me, that makes sense.
Right.
I mean, we've waited to 2023 to make this call.
But think about that, butt in the face if I'm on the aisle and I've got to get by you.
Exactly.
Excuse me. I'm a get up out of the seat person. Yeah, go ahead. You got it. I'm not going to sit there and let you go right there in front of me.
It took them this long to go, hey, I got a good idea.
Hey,
why don't we get people on the outside in first?
Let's board them first.
What the?
What? Are you serious?
Kidding me?
Well, that's a great idea.
Yeah, that way, like you say, nobody's. Oh, Lord.
Hamsey, but back to hey, I'm flying in. I'm trying to find stuff. I'll do that.
Yeah, but he almost started crying.
I found my. Listen,
There's my house. Amanda, Daddy's coming.
I can see my house. Yeah. And you know what's so bad? I don't even think it was his house.
I know. We just went with it. That's great, son.
That's
good job.
It was easy. Like you can tell.
You could tell where it was at.
You said he peed on himself.
Just a little bit. It wasn't big.
Little dribble.
Yeah. You and kids get
now
excited.
I'm involved.
Now you got yourself.
I got myself dribbling.
I've forgotten about that. I'm glad you brought that back.
Well, I'm not.
I do remember he
wanted everybody's attention. Hey,
yeah.
Look out here. See my house.
And I got that look like, who brought the kid along?
Oh, God.
You know what I mean?
Calm down, Cuddles.
I didn't know Braden was coming.
Yeah. Hey, it's a long flight. Have a seat.
It is.
Here's some peanuts. Chill out.
Yeah. By the way, been printing all morning. Hadn't checked the printer. It's probably not even working. It's probably red light, and it hadn't even started. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. Rick, Bubba, join us. Adler is here, and we will be off and running here on this Thursday edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. We thank you so much for spending time with us and hanging out with us. And always fun here on the kickoff hour. Always.
Most of the time.
Yeah, it is. Just hanging out, man. We just shoot the ball, have a good time.
On yourself.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, what do you do? I mean, you can either down the ball or join in. And I didn't want to down the ball.
No.
He did have that. He did have that excited kid voice, like Dad, look.
I did.
It's my house.
I can't remember.
Rick and Bubba.
But so
and look on the. How do you say her name again?
Kamala
Harris. Go look it up for yourself. Look up her and Willie Brown. That's how she launched her career.
Okay, so I just didn't.
And they both admit it. Even Willie
caught
Brown.
Off guard with it though.
Yeah.
Well, it's just straight.
You said it so straightforward.
Is what you're saying to me. She goes, yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I did what I had to do.
She doesn't
get
deny
to where I needed to be.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I got you.
And Willie Brown says, "Well, I was willing to help. Look at her, you know."
Downtown Willie Brown. This is one of those. This is one of those moments again. I'm Rick, and the Kamala expert is Bubba. Kamala, or whatever her name is.
Well, we all thought it was Kamala, and then she came out and
Guys,
said no.
The names we get wrong.
At Rick and Bubba.
The names we get wrong, and we seem not to care, and we don't try. But we're going. Why are we being so up in arms about that?
Well,
I just remember
for the same reason you can't say anything negative.
When we saw that video.
Can we get a nickname or something? It'll be easier.
K. Harris.
How about Cammy?
I think you just gave her one.
How about Cammy?
I think you did.
What about K Dog? I like that better. We'll hip it up.
What about Cammy? All right, so I'll tell you, you better be very careful with it. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
So
you can get the punching and
Rick, she admits it. I
gotta find that audio.
I'm having trouble that she admits it.
Yeah.
Well, I get what you're saying is. Let me be clear. What Bubba's saying, and the evidence is, it is what it is, and there's certain things that no one can deny. That doesn't mean she has to jump up and down and say, "Let me tell you how I got here." It's just so. He says this is a blatant, obvious story that everybody knows it happened.
Everybody knows
it. Doesn't mean she's added it to her. I don't think it'll be one of her battle cries.
I think the food on the table will be.
Yeah, she'll probably stay with that. But you know what I mean. And the Democrats are masters of it. They basically just stand up there and we got some Asian guy up there that was highly successful,
and has used our country to become incredibly successful with his talents, maximizing his liberty, and he's going to stand up there and thank the very country that afforded him, this incredible opportunity to maximize his talents. He earned it. However, he's going to turn around and thinks a country can survive by giving everybody $1,000 a month. I mean, just here it is.
I don't know where he gets that math. They're all trying to bribe the math.
And even when the media sources who were, the what do you call the people who sit on the panel and ask the questions? The moderators. Yeah. To their credit, they would say things like, "Now you realize that's so it's such and such $1 trillion." Now he said, which I think very naively, because this has always been our problem in the country on these programs, he felt like the people then would have spending power and they'd put the money back into the economy and it would pay for itself. But where he has grossly miscalculated, as our country has ever since we started it, that's the assumption that people in this country, and I'm sorry that there's people this way, there are people that would say $1,000 sounds good to me. I'm not doing anything. And I'm not going to, you're not going to get a return on me. I'm going to consider that my income, and I'm going to go, I'm going to do nothing. I'm not going to use this to rise up and have an impact on the economy.
Kamala Harris's first significant political role was an appointment by her then powerful boyfriend, Willie Brown, 3 decades her senior to a California medical board. She was 30, he was 60 at the time, Speaker of the California House.
Wow.
I had a dream that we've done this before.
No. This is definitely
didn't happen.
The first time.
Definitely first time.
We're going to continue the questioning now with Lester in the audience. We are.
Democratic candidates debate. We'll get into some of the other things that they said last night. Your phone calls, if some of you saw it, 866-WE-BE-BIG. While we're doing that, though, I do want to point you to lifelock.com. If you want to have something right now that you need to deal with, you ever have that thing you're putting it off? And I know we all procrastinate, and probably, you listen to the show and you go, oh, every time they do LifeLock, I absolutely need to act on that before something happens, and then I'll see, I still hadn't acted on it. Let's go ahead and make the move on this now before it's too late. This is a serious issue. The chances of your identity being stolen are high, sadly. People messing with your wireless devices, we deal with it all the time. And you simply have to treat that the way you would treat any security situation, and that is what? Get a security system. So in this world, LifeLock and Norton Security offer the most comprehensive protection with proprietary technology that is available on the market. So just simply make the move to do this. And you can go to lifelock.com, put in the promo code Bubba. That'll save you 10%. Or you can call them at 1-800-LifeLock and mention Bubba. This is not expensive, but it is important. And then you can live your life enjoying all this technology without, that fear of, oh, no, I'm not protected. And if something does happen, because it can, you now have somebody who's going to help you, with the expertise to help you resolve it. Go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors, as I mentioned, as well. All right, so last night we got into healthcare. You knew that was coming, the medical part of it all. And I do want to caution some of you that watch this show and listen that may vote Democrat. I do want to, especially if universal health care or health care for everybody is something that is, at the forefront, and we certainly want people to have access to health care, but we also have to do it in a way that will actually work. Minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as a brand new hour begins. And we look forward to chatting with you today, covering the stories that are out in front of us. We start with the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG's the number. As we unpack another hour on another day on a brand new Rick and Bubba Show. Bubba's back for the whole show today, we hope. And so we also have Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, all here. Eddie Van Adler joins us with the YouTube option. And he'll break down the show for you live and also be archiving it for you. A best of hour for all Blaze TV subscribers as well. Yesterday's archive of the Wednesday Bible study also there, if you so desire. So let's get him in here, the silver-tongued one, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Those that just wandered by are being forced to listen beyond control of your will. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
We'll take you anywhere we can get you.
Right.
Everybody. At the big church. Here at the Holy Ghost, the Big Bang Theory, Big Bang Theory. Mission Temple fireworks stand.
You know, fireworks are dangerous.
Yep, they'll blow up in your face. Bubba, I got here. I heard that everything with the crown went well yesterday, and you weren't experiencing any discomfort. And I thought, well, we'll sell bus again on tomorrow's program. I get here, there's no bus, and I go to my office. I thought, well, he's running a few minutes past his time, not late for the show. And then all of a sudden, I get the text, "Hey, I'm running late," and you are experiencing what early risers who have to get somewhere really. There's nothing that hangs over our head quite like I don't know what happened with my clock. I mean that is a
I've been using,
you're
I've
here,
been using
but
my phone. Yeah, I was late. I got up basically an hour later than I usually do.
Wow,
and
you'll feel better.
My
today.
alarm went off at 5 instead of 4, and I don't know why. That's the mystery. When I got up, I looked at it and I thought something. But I got up, went to the bathroom middle of the night. I may have done something to the phone then that messed it up. I don't know. We'll have to reset and check it today and double check. But, hey, we made it.
If it's just 1 hour ahead, it almost feels like that you somehow went to the alarm setting and bumped it one number up. I mean, but how could that happen?
When I remember looking at my phone, it looked like it was trying to go off and it was frozen.
Oh,
see, I've never had that issue before. So, anyway, the phones have been very, very good to me over the years.
Mm-hmm.
I used to have a backup that my truck was outside the window and it would crank at a certain time.
Mm-hmm.
But we, it's been pretty reliable. So I don't know. We'll see.
Well,
but it's good because I live so close now.
Yeah.
Even an hour delay, I can still make it.
Well, I mean, you have to almost consider, should you just sleep later?
Well,
yeah.
I mean, because the sleep is more beneficial than anything else.
The sleep is important. There's no doubt about it. But I'm kind of behind now. I feel like I hadn't had my normal cycle to wake
Sure.
up. So I'll actually join the show about 7.
Okay, thank you very much. So it's the opposite of normal days where you leave the show around 7.
Right.
Or
9. I'll give you that. 8:30.
Well, yesterday 7.
Well, yeah,
right.
Yeah.
So
good. We got that glued back on. We're ready to go.
Yeah. How is all that?
Everything good. Everything's
how's
good.
how's old Dr. Abrante doing?
Well, I saw him yesterday, and he was doing good. And we had a nice little visit while I was there, and they had me pinned down. They went ahead and give me a clean, so that was overdue for that.
What about Dudney? Where's Dudney?
I think he was
London?
off. No, I think he was off taking care of some family business.
Okay, because he speaks all over the world.
He really does.
Yeah, I didn't know if he was on one of those trips or whatever.
Yeah.
So
all was well.
All's well. So you're back and got.
Sorry for that. But
that look,
wow.
It's.
And it was not a tooth that had a root canal on it. They were kind of amazed that I wasn't in dire pain, and I said, "Well, let's count our blessings."
Right? Yeah. Or are we just tough as nails?
Yeah, that's probably it.
there have
I
been,
may have left that camp.
There have been times, and like I said, it's nothing that any of us have accomplished. We all have different tolerances on pain, but I have had people look at me before, going, "How are you even functioning?" And I'm just like, I don't know. I mean, it seems fine.
Well, I think we lucked out on this one.
Yeah, well, that's good. So we'll break down the story since the last time that we were all together. We'll get some of your phone calls in. It appears that this had kind of become a running joke here at the office. We received a children's book. And anytime something like that happens where a book comes in, we're not quite sure what it's connected to, it just starts moving around everybody's office and it's sitting there, our weird picture of somebody.
People leave it like it came in the mail for them.
And then finally we realized that if you watch Laura Ingraham and Fox News, and I have certainly seen him many times, you're very familiar with Raymond Arroyo. He comes on and does the commentaries in the little box up there beside her, and they did the funny joke that time that nobody got, and everybody thought it was serious. And
I know who you're talking about. I don't see that show a lot, so I'm not familiar.
Well, you
with
remember
his work.
we played the clip, and they were doing a joke,
right?
And of course, just like we've noticed trying to do this show, people can't seem to get humor anymore. But anyway, so he has written a series of. He's funny, by the way. He's a funny guy. Yeah. He's written a series of children's books, and we'll interview him on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, this weekend about that series and the latest one.
And he was actually
and of course other stuff too.
When we did our White House road show, and Laura Ingraham was doing her show there, he was actually there, Bub. I don't know if you met him.
We did meet him.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Yeah. I just don't remember it. I slept late.
Yeah. I just don't remember it. I slept late. So we'll unpack all that and a lot going on. And we're always interested, as I said, on what you have to bring to the table today as well. And some updates on some stuff.
I have a question about something. We were listening to the show in the office yesterday while I was getting my tooth work on, and I heard something I wanted to ask you if I heard that right.
Okay. All right, we'll talk about that when we come back. Also, it looks like that Rocky's brother Paulie is dead. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
But I want to warn you, after what we saw last night, remember there's nothing that Democrats love more than voting blocks. And they're willing to cling to them and the best they can. And if they can get a block that they can depend on, they'll cater to that block. Apparently last night, we're trying to figure out some kind of system for those of you that are universal health care people that will not go broke, that could actually provide health care for a country of over 300 million people. Bernie, not 30 million, not an island that's not as big as one of our states. But last night, I think they said to you, we really would like to get this Latino voting block, and we're willing to give illegals health care before you. If you're somebody in our country that needs health care, they're gonna not only have trouble funding you, they're ready now to fund anybody who comes through the border. Can I tell y'all, everybody listen to me, just common sense. If I'm having a hard time providing something for 10, it's going to be even harder if I've got to provide something for 110.
Rick, only some of these great thinkers would say it's easier to do for a larger number than a small number.
Right. Now, every attempt we have, including Obamacare and its bridges, all have gone broke. You know why? Because the numbers are staggering, and the cost is staggering. And now we haven't even figured out how to do it for our citizens, but we can do it for illegals.
Yeah.
This is not even a political statement. This is just logic.
Yeah.
This is just truth. So
we were talking about MRI machines, Rick, and the number you gave me just sounded really weird, and I can't verify it or deny it. But I was looking at these numbers, like in Canada, and here's the problem and this is back when we had the Obamacare debate. When you start overrunning the system, you have to ration sources because there's not enough to go around. You remember, hey, maybe you just need to take a pill instead of getting a treatment. We heard that from President Obama. In Canada, they have 4.6 MRI machines for every million people.
Yeah, well, that goes in with the number that I was told. I was told by somebody in the healthcare industry.
No, but let me say, compared to the U.S. that has 19.5, so we have basically 5 times as many machines per million of people. Now that takes away the difference in disparity in size, but we, under our evil private healthcare system, we have 5 times as much equipment to do this very basic, but yet very commonly used means of finding out what's wrong with you.
Well, and see, if you look at that, though, you look at the numbers, see, we have 300 plus million people. So now take that 19, and you go, and so with them, they have 30. But the bottom line is this, that's the percentage we'll stick with. The bottom line is this, when you go universal health care, everything has to be taken into account, not a private industry, because last night these Democratic candidates told us, especially Bernie, who screamed about it, that and others, that a medical system that makes a profit is evil. That was said loud and clear last night. Okay? Now here's the problem with that thinking, and Bubba just presented it. If there are no entrepreneurial spirits that say the medical field, I will provide technology, I will provide research and development of drugs that will help people and will save lives, but I'm also knowing that my efforts and my investments I will get back, and I may even get a good profit back, and that motivates me to give the best of the best, right? Because if I come up today, if I sit down today and I've been out researching and developing, and I've been investing millions and millions, because it's not free.
No.
And then millions of dollars, and I come back today and I say, we got it. We got Parkinson's. Okay, we've got, and there have been great. There's been some movement there. How about this? I've got Alzheimer's. I got it. I've got the problem. And if you'll start somebody on look at what we did with something rightfully so that is dear to the left. Look what research and development did for AIDS. Look what it did for AIDS. I will tell you that John Thomas says, with the money and the research they were getting from America and South Africa, it's not even here in South Africa. He said, we built this hospital as a hospice. And the research and development of the drugs in the United States of America and others, it's now a hospital where people get better.
20 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. All right, so we'll run the stories. Bubba, you said you headed out at the top of what's going to be next hour yesterday.
Hour 2
on the live show, and hour 3 if you listen to the kickoff hour. And so you said that you were, and I know why you meandered around, not because you wanted to stay here and contribute, because you saw that Buffalo Wild Wings had arrived, and I saw you chewing over on the good side and getting a little something.
I let a couple melt in my mouth.
Right, right. Yeah. So, but that led you to be here when the next segment started back, and you said you heard something, or
no,
it was
actually later because, by the way, the traffic out there in the morning. It took me an hour to get down the highway. I couldn't believe it.
You forget what goes on out there, like Speedy said many times.
There's a lot of folks out there.
Because we never have to deal with that very much, and I sure am glad.
Well, I feel a more important need than ever. I know that, but when you actually are in it, you go, wow, these people need some entertainment.
Yes, they do.
So while I was in the office, they had the show on, And, I get the gas when I go. It's something I have to do. And I even get gas when I go to pay my copay. But
right,
it's, we just don't get enough nitrous in our system nowadays.
Everybody knows that.
There's a shortage of that.
Everybody knows that.
Real good for your blood pressure, too, by the way. So I thought I heard you guys saying, or tell me if I heard this right, that Pfizer has on their website now the information about heart condition.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is
so I didn't dream that.
You did not dream that. Now they're not. You have to look for it.
Right.
But it is now there. I mean, all you'd have to do is.
So that part was real.
That part was real.
Okay. Did Speedy get a new dog?
No.
Okay, I imagine that one.
Okay, you're right.
I'm just trying to get through these stories.
That was the drugs.
Right.
The thing about Pfizer was correct. With very little fanfare, you just look and it's on their website now.
Okay.
And which means that everybody who was saying there was a tie to that was ostracized and called crazy and a loon, they actually were right.
Okay. Right. Okay, I just want to be sure I had that part right.
They actually should have been listened to.
Yeah.
So,
the things that were banned and you're taking off social media and lost your jobs and all that, they're admitting it was true now.
Well, and it's just like anything else. There are people, just so the other end of the spectrum don't go, well, there they go, the crazy alt-righters and anti-vaxxers. And there's risk with every drug we take. It's rare that a drug can say, I tell you what, we got no risk. There are some that the risk is very, very small.
Right.
And in this case, this percentage may be very, very small. But they wouldn't even allow you to say that this was happening to people at all.
Discuss it.
Yeah, and just like, because I don't know if y'all have ever been there, and I think you have because we've discussed it on the air. Either you're the one who's being hospitalized and you have surgery coming up, or someone that you love is. When they walk in and say, "Now before we go, we need to run all the possibilities," it's a little daunting, and they're rare.
Yeah.
But they say this could happen, and the one thing they always kind of let you know is your loved one or you may not survive this surgery.
Some of these procedures, like on your heart, they tell you right before you go in, said, "Look, there's a 10% chance you could have a heart attack or a stroke while we're doing this." You're like, wow, 10, that means 9. For 10 that goes in, one comes out.
So where are these pharmaceutical companies?
How's the last 9 this morning been? Anybody know?
Right. What we can say with zero hesitation, based on their own website, is that this is a risk, and you should have been told that.
Yeah.
And you should not have been. You should not have been told. No, that can't happen. So that we know.
So, but Speedy didn't get a dog.
He did not get a dog. I'm not sure where that
Helms didn't throw bat in practice for the softball team.
He did not.
Okay.
Not yet.
Greg,
but I'm working on that.
Did
with
Greg
Coach
buy
McGinnis.
a bunch of Girl Scout cookies?
No.
Okay, well, those 3 I dreamed. Okay. But the other one was real. Okay.
That's it.
Speaking of that, almost and terrifyingly, yesterday at the Wednesday Bible study, Don Day did return, bringing peanuts, and he like stood there, looked at me. I said, Don, please. Well, I just want Greg to be all right. I mean, take that in there. He even had little individual bags. I put one in your thing.
Yeah, I saw that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, really? I didn't know if Greg had given me. It was a charity move there or something.
No, you're gonna pry those. Yeah. Greg, I also want you to know that I successfully mailed 2 items this morning.
Rick,
from here.
Well,
I need you to show me how to do that, Rick.
Okay, I will. Speedy showed me.
Okay,
yeah.
Well, anyhow.
The good news is you can go take a leak and do it on your way back.
Okay, see, I think that's okay. Yeah. So is this just like a mail Dropbox thing?
Yeah, outgoing mail.
So I got a stamp already ready to go.
But you need to be shown it, because when I first walked in, though I had found the mail room, it was daunting trying to figure out where to put the outgoing mail. So I will have to show you that.
Okay.
Because it's a little confusing.
I had mailed something from there earlier. I was concerned, it would get there, because I thought, has this mail room been left behind?
Yeah, I know.
Does anybody actually tend to?
I thought the same thing.
Because they took the drink machines out, and I thought, well, is anybody even coming in?
Here's the other thing that I sometimes I just look at things, and but you and I mean, everybody knows this. We're problem solvers.
Well, I try to be, Rick. That's my goal every day. There's enough problems out there.
The mailboxes for all the different offices here are all in white, and they have the outgoing mail in amongst them. Mm-hmm. But the phrase "outgoing mail" is also in white.
Yeah.
Why would that not be in black?
It hides from you.
Why would that not be in black?
I don't know.
Or some darker color that I can see.
It's another one of these great mysteries.
Yeah. I just can't stand inefficiency. Things that are illogical just drive me nuts. That's why I'm having a hard time going through just a normal day in this world right now.
Mm-hmm. Right.
because it is
depressing.
It's just reeking with just a lack of just walking around chewing gum.
You almost because it's the outgoing male is just it's lifted just a little bit, but it's still in the same color. You almost want to get a Sharpie and draw it in.
It is lifted. Yeah, but what I'm saying, like a Sharpie would really help. I think I'll do that today.
Just color it in.
Yeah, why not? I think the whole building would go. Thank you, Burge.
Yeah,
appreciate that.
We've been needing that.
Right. Did you?
And all the people out there that don't like the logical, common sense thinking, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to continue to get on your nerves.
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm going to continue to be efficient until the day I die.
Yeah, and I talked about this coming back from a little weekend getaway with Sweetie Pie. She would like for me to not comment on how illogical everything is all the time.
Yeah.
And I said, well, I got you on that.
It's overwhelming.
Yeah. And, sometimes she'll just, when I try to say, okay, she'll say, I can tell that you're almost like gritting your teeth. You won't, it's bothering you so bad and you're trying not to say anything.
Well, I get that way too, dealing with businesses sometimes.
Exactly.
I see things that they do, and I go, I almost just want to pull them aside and go, you see this gray hair? Let me give you a little input here on this.
Come on, man.
If you're in a service business, you need to have all the stuff you service on your truck.
Yeah,
if you come and look at it and then have to go get it, and it's 45 minutes away, you're not making any time there.
Yeah.
And then you talk about how you can't make any money. I go, well, I think I know what it is.
Well, yeah, because you just wasted a lot of time today and a lot of.
You got to be prepared.
Yeah, so we do our best. I did bring up. I said, though this may get annoying, you'd like for me to kind of let more things go and not comment on them. Dippin' Dots does have a new slogan. So sometimes,
results are there.
Sometimes, and it's rare. Now look, hey, your wins are so small.
Sure.
But every now and then you get a win. And it kind of keeps you going.
Yeah,
it's like nobody thought we could get this win, and we got it. It took a time. It took years to win, but we finally won.
So put it in the bank.
All right. So we'll come back. We got an update on a story that it's a bad story. I just hate this story. I can't stand it. And it's been around, and we're making some decisions on what we will and won't do. But we'll at least give you the update on that when we come back. It has been the mystery of Natalee Holloway, who disappeared 18 years ago in Aruba on a senior trip. A high school student out of Alabama, became a national story. The family has announced that they believe that the case is finally solved. The details are all in, and they consider it to be over. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Had been running your health care when the AIDS epidemic hit. And somebody said, we need to find something to do about this. And somebody said, well, how am I supposed to invest millions of dollars and not have any return on it?
No, they won't do it.
Where's the government going to find money for research and development that's already broke? Somebody explain that to me.
You don't. And then you hung up in all the bureaucracy and all that goes along with it, too. And that's just like when we hear about these great social health care plans or places like Cuba. We've heard about Cuba. Look, it's about giving people vitamins and aspirin. Okay, that's not MRI machines, not brain surgery, not heart stents, not valves they're putting in your artery like Mick Jagger got. I mean, that is advanced stuff that's only available in a high-tech environment where there are research and development funds.
So let's go to the MRI. Let's use that. You just heard the numbers. So in private health care, there are as many MRIs as a private entity is willing to purchase.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
In our city, if you need an MRI, you can get one this afternoon in Birmingham.
Rick, I'm looking at the map of MRIs available in our city. I have 3 that I pass on the way home.
Okay.
Between
Canada,
here and the house,
guys, there are 3 between here and where we order breakfast.
Right. But see,
serious business.
But now the government has got to set. Let's get apples and apples, Bern, not apples and oranges, not an island, not a large body of land that only has 30 million people.
Norway.
Yeah. Let's go to Norway. Our states are bigger than Norway. Okay, our states are bigger than England. Our states are bigger than Ireland. Let's just
Canada's big. I mean, California's big as Canada.
Right. So let's talk about this for a minute. Now the government that is broke. Please don't miss that, because you're wanting to add health care
$20 trillion in debt
to all the programs you already have. You can't pay for. Now they got to sit down and somebody says, how much is an MRI? And somebody walks in and says, well, this is the cost of it. Ooh, for 300-something million people. Well, we certainly can't have 3 on the way home in Birmingham. That's a lot of MRIs in one little place. We got to take these things and spread them out from California over to the East Coast. Okay, and then we got to take them all the way up to the top of the United States, all the way down to the bottom for over 300 and something million people. Do you believe the government can afford to have 3 MRIs on your way home? No. Hey, man, I got to get an MRI. Where are you going, man? I got to drive to Atlanta. When do you get to go? 8 months from now? Well, my gosh, you may be dead.
Everybody in
by
Georgia's using it too.
Right, yeah. Where's your nearest MRI? You know, well, there's one. I got one in my city. When can you get to use it? 8, 9 months. This is the stuff that really goes on. The things that Americans take for granted will become unattainable.
Well, we'll move back to health care in about 1920.
Right, yeah.
Again, we got penicillin shots, we got aspirin. Yeah, that's about all we can do for them.
And the Democrats not only want you to provide health care for every single citizen of the over 300 million we have, they also want you to provide health care for an unlimited number that we don't even know the number of illegals if they get in. And that's a childlike view of a very important issue.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's show, as we make our way back. Thanks for being with us. We're back. It is 35 minutes past the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba show. Thanks for being with us today. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Right now, you heard us talking about yesterday, the old cancel culture. Well, they want Mike Lindell. I mean, they want him. But the products are so good. The company does such a good job. They're actually making it on their merit. And you can continue to support, not because, he needs your support without merit. The products are just great. And so you go there. It is the best pillow that I have ever slept on. And so millions of you agree. Right now, the King and Queen My Pillow 2.0s are 50% off. The My Slippers, $100 savings right now. And also, if you're looking for some sleepwear, men's and women's sleepwear, same quality as all the My Pillow products, 80% off. And if you're looking to go ahead and get ready for decorating for Christmas here, and before you know it, I mean, my goodness, we're on the 20th of October. If you're listening to this show live today, the 19th. Tomorrow's the 20th. So anyway, so we're getting toward the end, but you can save right now on tree skirts, stockings, throw blankets, rib knitted hats, scarves. All buy early specials right now at 25 and 35% off. All at mypillow.com/Bubba. So, Bubba, a story that has been hanging around for 18 years, and that is what exactly happened to Alabama high school student Natalee Holloway when she went on her senior trip to Aruba. And we started being introduced to this person. and how do you say his name? Vandersloot, but the first name is it
Joran?
Is it
Joran Vandersloot?
I think it's Joran.
Joran? Is that how you say it?
Joran.
Joran? Yeah, Joran. Yeah, and so I know Adler, you could say it the best. I couldn't remember it.
No, you guys are right. Yeah, Joran.
Joran Vandersloot. Yesterday was it yesterday when it happened?
Yeah.
In Birmingham, Alabama, we had the Holloways, Natalee's family, hear from the killer, and we have decided not to play the gory details of what he gave. I made the mistake of reading that to my wife yesterday, and she just stood there and said, "I wish you had not said that to me. I wish I just heard that he admitted and told him how he did it, and that'd be the end of it." So we're not going to give you the gory details. They're out there if you want them, but they're so unsettling, probably not the best thing to do. So we're not going to do that. You can certainly find those things, but he did describe in great detail exactly what happened, and we do have the clip from Beth Holloway, Natalee's mother, that they do consider this to be the truth, and they finally consider all this to be done. So here we go.
It is shocking, and it is horrific to hear a killer that's describing the brutal things that he did to my daughter, Matt's sister. Today, I can tell you with certainty that after 18 years, Natalee's case is solved. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. It's over. Joran Vandersloot is no longer the suspect in my daughter's murder. He is the killer. In the course of his felony prosecution, here for extortion and wire fraud indictment, he gave a proffer in which he finally confessed that he killed Natalee. He described when and how he killed her. He said that after killing her on the beach in Aruba, he put her into the water, and that was the last that he ever saw her. That was all verified by a comprehensive and conductive conclusive polygraph test. You will also have details of the plea agreement which was reached, his sentence of extortion, and the wire fraud will run concurrently with a sentence in Peru for killing Stephanie Flores.
So yeah, he was found guilty of killing the other woman in Peru, and so, but for the longest time, he would either play games with the family and claim they could find the remains somewhere and it wouldn't be there, and then he would admit to somebody did it. Then he'd come back and say, "I was just trying to, whatever." But this time, it sounds like he sat down and he came completely clean, and the Holloways and everybody involved certainly think so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just a tragic story. And like I say, all of this very, very close to where our studio is. And most of us know this family or have seen them around at some point. But just a tragic story. Really, really tragic. And I think you have the correct details. I think what has happened. And basically, they went off together on the beach, and he tried advances. She resisted it, and he kicked her and knocked her out and beat her with a cinder block and put her out in the water.
Yeah.
It's the bottom line.
Yeah.
And so... And I think everyone kind of figured that is kind of the scenario, what happened. Because you remember how crazy it was after this happened. We had these two cats that he was riding around with suspects for a while. And then, his dad, who was some kind of official there, got involved, and it was weird. And then he had a heart attack and died mysteriously, And so I can't believe it's been 18 years. She was 18 years old, and I know Beth made reference to it. She would have been 36 years old now. Yep. So it's one of those mysteries that finally we can put close the book on. And it's kind of what we all had speculated at this point based on bits and pieces, but to hear it out from his own voice is really, really strange.
Yeah, and if you want to do that, those audio,
it's out there.
Those audio clips are out there. But it's just he gets in pretty detailed that we just didn't want to do. So anyway, and then it's not in some of the national stories, but in the AL.com story, which is a news source out of Alabama, it was something that you said, Bubba, that your son heard or saw or read. That Vandersloot claims that he has been redeemed and repented and has faith in Christ, which is one of the reasons why he is telling every detail and completely confessing all. Now, that doesn't mean he still shouldn't suffer earthly consequences, and has and will, and it probably doesn't bring any comfort to the family. But as far as he is concerned, you hope that he has found redemption, and more importantly, well, not more importantly, but as importantly, that he will take that and maybe reach others and have a life that finishes better than it has gone up to this point.
Yeah, it's tough to even imagine. But we know that it is possible, and you have to take it on face value. I guess actions are much stronger than words. We'll see how that plays out. Yeah. But again, earthly consequences. But hopefully that is the case, and I'm glad for the family now that they finally can have closure on this very horrible event that really, I think, shook everybody who's ever had a child, because this thing of we got to go somewhere and senior trips and all. I mean, it just sends chills up your spine, when you know the type of evil that is out there.
It does, and we'll see how this, as we said, this goes. It'll all come out in the wash on whether this new redemption is right or not. But I heard something, and it's something for us all to consider today. And look, this guy was wicked and evil. If he's been redeemed, I certainly hope so, and he deserves to be punished completely here on earth, and that even to the fullest extent of the law. But I know this was a plea bargain, but I'm talking about even if that wasn't the case. And so don't hear me saying anything other than that, or that what he did was okay. I'm not saying that at all. We know it was wicked and it was horrible. But I heard something, and I still have never forgotten it. And it only happened in this past year. And I won't say who the names were, but there was a conversation about how can God forgive fill in the blank. And it was people who do horrible things like this, very similar to this. And the husband of the couple said something that rocked all of us. And he said, when you say things like that, it just shows you don't understand the depravity of your own sin.
Right.
And I just went, I mean, a holy God, when he sees the things we've done, and there certainly are different degrees of even hell, and and I hate to bring it up, there's also going to be a different, not everybody in heaven is going to have access to the same life either, based on what we did while we were in the flesh, but every single one of us deserves to go to hell based on the holiness of God.
Well, think about it this way, Rick.
Mm-hmm.
We look at what he did,
right,
and we see how evil and wicked. It's almost like you were talking about with your wife. It is so despicable we don't even want to look at it or hear it.
Right, yeah.
That's how God looks at us.
Right.
That's what we look like before God.
Amen.
So, and the smallest thing, or a brutal murder, all equals the same thing with him, and that's why we have to have something to correct that.
Yeah, that's the whole reason we had to have grace, mercy, and full redemption in Christ. Scripture tells us the best of the best are filthy rags, unredeemed before a holy God. As Adrian Rogers said, who was one of the most powerful men of God that really was used to help me early on and has gone on to glory, he said, I wouldn't present my best 15 minutes in front of a holy God.
Right.
And then you didn't look at an apples and apples comparison, even though it was for a different reason. It wasn't just random killing to kill. But can you imagine, and Ananias actually says this after Paul's conversion in Scripture, can you imagine the first time the Apostle Paul walked up and he drug off your family to be killed because they were followers of Christ, and he goes, oh, by the way, I'm with y'all now.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I mean, and that was something that Paul was dealing with in his life all the way until his death, and you can see it in his own words. I persecuted the church. I was there when they stoned Stephen. I stood there and let it happen. I mean, these are him talking about it himself. That's why I work
famous coat-holding moment.
That's why I work harder than the rest of them, because the grace that he's shown me is not going to be in vain. So I hope Vandersloot will have an attitude of the grace he's been shown, that it won't be in vain. And I think we all should ask the question, is the grace we've been shown, does God see it as in vain? Has he got any return on it? Is there any thank you by the way we're living? Or do we think that we weren't really in need of that much grace? We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
as the show continues to roll on, 25 years now, and of course it's some interesting changes, and that's been kind of the beauty of this show being kind of a stream of consciousness, meaning you've just kind of rode along throughout the ever-changing lives of the members of the show, and through this long deal, and so every period of life brings new stuff, new material, and so we're all getting the ones who are older here are getting into the empty nest mode, and Greg has he's done with that. Bubba just finished that up, and I know when they're in college they're not completely gone, but they're not around as often, and you're kind of moving into a new relationship with them even when you see them, because the little kid time is kind of over, and even for Speedy, his youngest is old enough now that time's going away. Helmsy's still a little bit in it, and it's ahead for Adler. But I find myself in this unique position now, and you guys probably do too, of talking to younger dads who you sit down and they want to hear about, well, tell me about this, and what about this, and should I feel as exhausted as I feel, and all this, and so I something came to reality, because men and women are equal, but they're not the same, and mom and dads are equal, but they're not the same. Different roles, different things, and they're just made differently. And so I told him, I said, let me tell you something that I must tell you how impactful this period of your life is going to be, and he says, what do you mean? I said, look, every stage of life as a dad, it has its highs and its lows. And I said, but this one will impact you and your wife in ways that will boggle the mind. And he said, well, what do you mean? I said, okay, I'll tell you. For instance, I am 54. My wife is about to be 49 on her birthday. And we will be in the car with just the two of us. An exit will be coming up, and she'll say, hey, do you need to potty? Let's take this exit. I need to potty. I said, we still say we need to potty. Okay? There's no need for me to say that anymore. It's so ingrained in our vernacular. We're still saying that we go to potty. And he's like, oh my gosh, are you serious? I said, oh yeah. I said, you wouldn't believe this period of life. I said, look, it's going to be weird to you. Let's say, God forbid, you have to go to the urologist. You know what your wife's going to say? Is your TT okay? I mean, it's like, oh, honey, is something wrong with your TT? I mean, these things. I mean, it's amazing how impactful that era is to everything. Yeah. And I'll tell you the one that I couldn't believe. And I even came. He and of course one of the guys I was talking to yesterday is pretty funny. He goes, do you think that that some of these things might have come from children that we don't even know? And I said, what do you mean? He said, do you think at one time, like a mommy, for some reason, didn't want to say underwear to her kids, and she said, oh, no, these are panties? She goes, that sounds like something that might have come out of like a mommy trying to say something, go get your panties to her little daughter or something. And I said, I don't know. I said, he said, now I'm starting to wonder, are there other words out there that just came, from parents that were dealing with their kids, and they came up with these different things? So then I told him this. I said, all right. I said, so I am the father of 5. And he said, oh my gosh. And he's got 3 right now, all little. And I said, your wife will remember every detail of their lives at this age. You, unfortunately, will not. And I said, now, there's nothing, they're going to remember some. I said, but there's going to be things that you were trying to survive. Okay, you were trying to do your best. You were trying to do your part. But our minds are based on, I must get to the other end of this. I must accomplish this goal. Mm-hmm. And sometimes with that, and plus, and my wife and I talked about this last night, men in general are not really detail people. And this is why, and I'm as guilty as anybody, and I watch my sons with the same problem. My wife can tell me in the pantry exactly where something is, and I can't see it.
I know it.
I can't see it. And I know we've talked about that before.
Something about a pantry.
I can't find it. I don't know where it is. It's because we're big picture people.
Right.
And I said, look, I'm just going to tell you the truth. I said, and I'm trying to work on it in case I'm ever called on it. I said, in our house, we have pictures of our children at various ages, okay? When it gets to baby pictures, I don't know which one's which. And I said, I've got one picture in my house I'm trying to figure out, and I've ruled out 2 kids, but there's 3. Could be any of 3. Okay, and sure. And he's like, I said, I'm telling you. I said, I know right now when they're babies, you look at them, but when they move into now I'm a toddler, now I'm.
We're the Rick and Bubba Show. Phone calls right now. The real Greg Burgess, baby brother's got them. And you can join us. Comments, questions about what you've already heard on the program today. And you also can bring up a topic yourself if you want in this phone segment. So fire us up. 866-WE-BE-BIG. I know some of you are calling there, and when we didn't have anyone on the phones, and if you just heard a ring, 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 go ahead now, because we do have somebody on the phones, and that's old Gregor boy.
A ring, ring, ring.
A ring, ring, ring. Morgan.
I like that.
Morgan in Sweet Home, Alabama. Morgan, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Hello.
Morgan?
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah.
So, I actually have a question for you. So I called into a different radio show that I won't name the other day, and I asked this man for his sources on his information because I want to be an upstanding citizen. I want to be able to gather my own information, my own facts, inform my own opinions, like the good little Boy Scout that I am, okay? But the only source this man could name for me, I kid you not, was Twitter. But I know you guys are different. You guys, I've been listening to your show since I was 2 years old. Courtesy, my dad.
Morgan,
So,
slow down.
I would like to
Morgan, no coffee
Yes.
today. No coffee. No Red Bull.
No Celsius.
None of that. Just
No Spark.
Look, just
Hit the Jake break.
take a deep breath right there. Just go.
I need to.
Breathe out. Breathe out. All right. So
I need a
Morgan.
nap.
So get to the point of it. You want to know the sources that people use because you want to be able to reason and think for yourself, which is we talk about that all the time. And then what? Then what were you going to say?
Then, yes, that's exactly what I was going to say. So,
Morgan, how old are you?
16.
All right.
Oh,
No, this is an important question, and I know
It's very important.
having a 19-year-old is my youngest, but 19, 21, and 26. I beg them, please do not get your news from TikTok or Instagram or whatever. And I know here Adler and I work together closely on trying to get multiple sources on a story before we go on air with it.
And we try to let you know
it's
where those
hard.
are coming
It's hard
from.
to do that.
But I can't tell you. And
Was
Morgan,
there a question there? I forgot.
She was just stating the fact.
Right.
That you must ask people for their source when when they make outrageous statements.
Yeah.
She literally gave me hope today. She's a 16-year-old, or maybe it was
that is encouraging, isn't it?
15 or 16.
15.
16.
They said 16. So that is already saying I must learn to critically think because I thought critical thinking was over.
Yeah.
But how many times has somebody come up to you just ranting and raving? You have to stop and say, hey, that's not true. By the way.
Stop.
By the way,
critical thinking is not likes
Yeah.
or replays or refeeds or whatever you're doing.
Anytime one of my boys comes in and goes, hey, they were saying, well, stop. Who's they?
Yeah.
You know, well, this Twitter or TikTok account.
Con in Kentucky, go ahead.
Hey, bud. Yeah, I was just wanting to talk about the Burial movie.
Yep.
I don't. Greg said he hadn't watched it yet, but he's always talking all this crap about, it ain't a true story. It ain't a true story.
Can I tell you this? You're the opposite of Morgan. You do need coffee. You do need Red Bull. You do need something. Because let's pick up the energy just a little bit. So you're saying that Greg always talks about stories based on And so what's your specific point?
My specific point is the fact that Greg says all the stuff about it not being true, but if you'd watch the movie and figure out the facts at the end, that it would come through.
Well, Greg is saying something that sadly is true, and Greg has made this point over and over again, but you also sometimes can deduce something by the body of work prior to it. And Greg has seen over and over again that most of these based on a true story or based on true events, most of these movies have not been very factual. And so
they're loosely based
he
on
says,
the story.
and since I already know that, I will assume this one is the same way even without seeing it.
But I will tell Greg to see it because Con's not going to let him get away with it.
Let me say this about Greg. Okay,
That's correct.
I can't believe I'm defending him right now. But what Greg is more talking about than anything is not necessarily the facts of what's going on in the story, but how it's Hollywooded up and played out.
Right.
And so, like, let's just take Moneyball for an example. There's a scene where Brad Pitt asked the young guy, I don't remember his name, but he asked him where he would have drafted him before he tells him that he's hired him away from the Indians. And that happens in the middle of the night.
Mm-hmm.
That probably happened, but it didn't happen in the middle of the night.
Right.
And that's the kind of things Greg throws shade at.
He does.
Yeah.
And it ruins it for me because it's a great story that Brad Pitt would pick up the phone and call this guy in the middle of the night and say those things and then say, by the way, I've just signed you, pulled you away from the Indians.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, Greg ruins that for me.
And then remember the Titans, there was not one final play, some beautifully run double reverse that won the state championship. They actually blew the team out by about 40.
Exactly.
So, I mean,
there was a win, and that actually happened, but it
Right.
didn't happen the way that they play it out.
Yeah.
Well, we talked.
And sometimes I don't want to know those things because I
don't
like
either.
the movies version better than the real life.
Yes.
All right, two things. You said you
Hollywood.
were giving us 48 hours, and that's up now because
Right.
that was Monday. So I think, or it was Monday or Tuesday. We're pretty much up. Will you give us this afternoon because I haven't done it, and I will try to have this watched by tomorrow.
If you'll be careful about where you're going right now, because if you start me thinking about it, and I want to make a few comments on it. See, right now I was sitting here not even thinking about it.
I think you kicked over in that bed.
Yeah, well,
You
the guy's the one
absolutely
that
did.
asked about the
You
movie, not
absolutely-
me.
I know,
but I
he
was
was gonna
just
move on.
asking for grace just one more day. The other thing is, we talk to people that put these movies on, like Woodlawn, for instance. We talked to the Irwin brothers, and they talked about, hey, this story is based on true events, but how they dwarf multiple characters into one person.
Correct.
To get so the story's still right, but how it happened might not match up exactly. But the
Goldbergs is a comedy show,
Yeah.
and it was supposed to be based on family events, but they didn't have a sister. But they put one in to make the storylines
Right.
perfect. So
Perfect
it's kind, and you see the clip at the end of how they tried to recreate the old footage.
Yeah.
So,
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, it's a comedy, but the same principles in play.
Yeah.
If I haven't seen it by tomorrow, you're free to talk about it.
Okay.
That's on me.
I look forward to that. That makes me look forward to Friday's show when I unpack the entire movie, The Burial.
Which I love, by the way. It's a good watch.
Top of the hour. If you're done with us already, my goodness, that's it. Well, don't forget the archives. You can go back and catch whatever you missed on the YouTube archive or the podcast archives. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, I hope all of you have been listening and you understand that no matter how much this world may claim that men and women are interchangeable, they certainly are equal, but they are beautifully distinct. And when men are given a bunch of products for their hygiene that are designed basically for women, or they're not specifically designed for men, they don't get the job done. So you can't turn around and complain, hey, the man in my life, I mean, they just don't groom themselves. They don't worry about their hygiene. Well, a lot of it may be the products that we're trying to use are inferior. But, boy, we can be clean now. And our hygiene can be just like we like it with help from our friends at manscaped.com. That's manscaped.com. Go there. Use the code RICK20. Get 20% off and free shipping at Manscaped, manscaped.com. And, boy, men all across the nation are saying that these Manscaped products, I'm loving them. Now, you can order them. I'm seeing them at some retailers lately, too. But again, it's the shelf space. You can't find everything you're looking for. So if you want to find all the products, go to manscaped.com. Use our code RICK20, and they got a 5th generation trimmer that features 2 next generation interchangeable skin safe blade heads, a standard trimmer blade for taking a little off the top, and a new foil blade, for a smooth finish wherever you need to maybe do a little yard work. So if you are not using this incredible product, you need to go get the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra. It is a game changer, and I'm telling you, that is an understatement. So if you're trying to go on the go, don't forget, it's got a travel case that comes with it. It's got a travel lock feature to avoid accidental powering. And it also are getting weird looks at the airport if you need to travel with it. So go to manscaped.com. Look for right now the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra with the dual skin-safe blade heads for different shaves, all at manscaped.com. Use the code RICK20. Whatever, and they take on who they really look like.
Yeah.
I said, babies, sometimes if you're in the house when there's multiple babies and pictures start going up on the wall, I said, if you took me in front of, say, each one of your children, Rick, are before you, and here they are at 6 weeks, I don't know that I could tell you which one's which. I mean, maybe I could if they were side by side.
Yeah.
But just one picture over here of like I said, I've got a picture of my house where I'm holding one of my babies. I don't know which one it is, and I said, and he's laying in my hands, and I said, I've ruled out that it's not two of them, but there's three he could possibly be. And I mean, he's rolling. I said, I said, you just have to understand this time of life is. There's a lot to life, and it is a wonderful time, and it has a lot going on. I said, but there's going to be moments of this run that you will baby talk, and say things that you say to your kids for the rest of your life, and you better start figuring out what they look like when they were babies.
Oh, yeah.
And he said, you know what, this is very helpful today. He couldn't believe it. He said, so y'all still say you got – I said, we 100% say I need to potty. Hey, exit coming up, you need to potty. I mean, we've been in a deep conversation. I tell you what we need to do about that one thing we didn't, that one deal, and we need to do those quarterly taxes. And, we got that thing. And what do you think? I mean, we need to decide we're going to build something at the farm. I mean, we need to think about our retirement. What we're going to do. Hey, stop right here. We need to potty. I mean, you know what I mean? I mean, and it just you can be in a deep adult conversation, and those baby phrases will still find their way in there.
Yeah. And you find yourself watching programming too. Like I remember when my kids were, I guess the last one was wrapping up was when SpongeBob, which was huge.
Oh yeah.
There was nobody in the room, and I was still in there watching it. Terry came in and said, "You realize there's no kids in here. You don't have to watch that."
But you hadn't seen it in a while,
right?
Yeah, sure. It is, and you look over at some of those people in restaurants when they bring their little kids in, and you say, that right there was the wrong move. I mean, you still got it in your mind. Hey, I know y'all don't know me. Your kid just got put in the high chair. You got 20 minutes to eat.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bus.
Glad to be here, Rick, and thank all of you for giving us this outstanding opportunity.
When you told me that Cookie Monster, back to things that influenced us as raising small children, and that are forever ingrained in your being, that's because I thought the point I was making is we talk about, everything you're doing when you're kids, when they're little bitty, is important because it will impact them. They do start developing, at this age, and some of that is important, how we do everything because of the development. And I realized, well, hey, not only are we trying to impact them, they are impacting us. They're developing things that we'll be stuck with the rest of our lives.
True.
So anyway.
All the pets they left behind.
Oh, gosh. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. But the pet world. Hey, what about the dog? So we're going to, do this. What about those? Hey, we're going to do, let's do that. But what about the dog? Hey, we got this and this, and hey, I got this today. Hey, is anybody? What about the dog? Somebody's got to go buy the dog. What are we gonna do with the dog? What's this dog? That dog. But anyway, so Cookie Monster sang "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" for the Cubs. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct.
Okay, so you said to hear it was one thing, but to see it is different.
Yes, Thursday was a big day for the Chicago Cubs because they had Cookie.
So here we go. A brand new hour has begun. It is 6 minutes past the hour if you're catching the show live today. The gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, and we welcome back Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, you asked the question in the break, do we need to bring in more people and charge them with another insurrection?
Well, it looks like we had wild protest in the Capitol yesterday, and I think both sides were probably represented in this. But I mean, is that? I mean, it looked like an insurrection to me. I don't know about y'all. Are we going to bring up charges on all these folks?
Yeah, this all goes. We're kind of working through. There's always, and I find myself, and I know yesterday we could have talked about some of it yesterday, and I was just like, but because the whole thing that the terrorist groups, it's just so tired and it's so old. You know, whenever they're, dealing with anybody, Israel or any of the allies, it's always they do some horrendous terrorist attack and they slaughter people. And then when, Israel or any superpower responds, in a way that is going to break their ability or their will to continue these kinds of attacks, they immediately turn and play victim.
Yeah.
And then they start showing pictures of people. And then you have to, like what we said really to the caller last hour, they had the one that went out and people started retweeting it and come to find out it was actually a Syrian attack and these people were killed by Syrians years ago and people were acting like Israelis had done this. And then we have the thing about, y'all bombed our hospital. And, and then we find out it was actually, a rocket that was trying to be shot at Israel that went bad.
Yeah, misfired.
And then we claim that this was a hospital that was bombed. It was a parking lot. And so... We're such, and no pun intended here, we're so shoot, ready, aim now, and we have such bad information, and there's so much propaganda and out there that we even have protests where people are screaming with passion things that aren't true.
Yeah.
It's just doesn't take much. It really doesn't. It doesn't take much at all. So I know that your daughter is there in D.C. What was she telling you?
Oh, she said it was pretty scary yesterday.
Yeah.
Pretty scary because they got into the rotunda. They had one group in there leading a chant, and then you had another one in one of the smaller rotundas that are where you see a lot of the news stories done, a lot of the interviews. That's actually in their office building at the end of it. So.
The Cannon House.
Here's some video yesterday.
Yeah, you had about 300 arrested.
Is this an insurrection? If January 6th was, is this one? I mean,
that's what was being asked.
Right. Well, let me tell you that bunch ain't there to take pictures. You know it.
And what do they want? I know that
this is outside.
They want a ceasefire, Rick.
Okay. Well, yeah.
They demand a ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war.
That's awful convenient.
How about a ceasefire on Saturday morning a couple of weeks ago? How about that one?
Well, you could have. You wouldn't really be in need of a ceasefire if you'd never fired to begin with.
Yeah, that's right.
So we also have 3A here. Adler's is tied to all this, where we have this is part of the squad, of course, and this is Rashida. Is it Tlaib? Tlaib. Is that how you say her name? I can never.
Kareem Skyhook.
Yeah. So keep in mind, we're going to have her crying. I mean, incredibly emotional about something that is factually incorrect.
Correct.
And this is the alleged bombing of a hospital in Gaza by the Israelis, which we know did not happen.
Right.
Okay. And so we're going to
It looked to be a Hamas rocket that misfired.
Right. Yeah. Yep. And so here we go.
Continue to watch people think it's okay to bomb a hospital where children.
Oh, we were suddenly worried about children.
You know what's so hard sometimes is watching those videos and the people telling the kids don't cry. And like, let them cry. And they're shaking, and somebody, they keep telling them not to cry in Arabic. They can cry. I can cry. We all can cry. If we're not crying, something is wrong. And so I'm telling you right now, President Biden, not all America's with you on this one. And you need to wake up and understand that. We are literally watching people commit genocide and killing the vast majority just like this. And we still stand by and say nothing. We will remember this, but all of you, you need to know, I swear to God, Allah, you are on the ministry. You're doing everything possible to save lives. What is wrong with that? Stop it with trying to politicize this.
See, this is the way the left always works.
Yep. Suddenly lives of
You heard
children
her.
matter.
She quoted Little Allah right there.
She did.
So.
Well,
Looks like she's stirring up the crowd too.
Right? Yeah.
I mean,
exactly.
goodness
And
gracious.
then they went, and then they left there and went in the Capitol.
Oh yeah, we got indictments right now.
Absolutely, we should be.
Yeah.
I want to go down this road. Just
Let me tell you, that was much more scary yesterday than it was on January the 6th.
I wasn't scared.
When they
of
were
the
taking
QAnon.
pictures in people's office.
Bubba, what do you think it's called if you are a group of people that wants to eradicate Jewish people off the face of the planet?
That would be genocide.
And she says that we need to stop genocide. Did I hear that?
Yeah.
Okay. So what about?
Well, she needs to go talk to the Hamas bombers that fired the rocket that was fired.
Were there Israeli people crying for their children?
Yes.
Okay. So do you think they were saying in Hebrew, "Don't cry, it's going to be okay"?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it just seems like what she really is saying is, I don't care if the enemies of my people, the Hebrews, are slaughtered. I just don't want my people to be slaughtered.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't really sound like that's all loving and all caring. That's kind of sounds like picking and choosing what.
Well, you
lives
saw
are
how
important.
emotional she was when asked about the Israelis killed after the initial raid. You know, she had nothing to say about that.
Here comes an IDF spokesperson who's going to confirm what she just said about the hospital is absolutely untrue. So here we go.
I want to give you an announcement of the event that occurred in the hospital in Gaza. I can confirm that an analysis of the IDF operational systems indicates that a barrage of rockets was fired by terrorists in Gaza, passing in close proximity to the Al-Hali Al-Ma'adi hospital in Gaza at the time it was hit. Intelligence from few sources that we have in our hands indicates that the Islamic Jihad is responsible for the failed rocket launch which hit the hospital in Gaza. I repeat, this is the responsibility of Islamic Jihad that killed innocents in the hospital in Gaza.
So now this time it does look like it was accidental, but don't think for a minute that these evil terrorist groups, that they wouldn't fire on the hospital themselves.
Oh, no.
Just so they could claim Israelis fired on them.
Yeah, and it also, they said it hit the hospital, actually hit the parking lot, and they said 500 were killed, and you hate anybody's killed, but I think it was a couple of dozen, and it's just all propaganda, and the world media and some pretty big sources just ran with it. I mean, just blindly just repeated what Hamas was putting out.
Yeah, the BBC, AP, and Speedy talks about the 500. Within 15 minutes, Gaza put that number out. Like within 15 minutes of their own rocket hitting a parking lot, they said 500 people died in a hospital. You can't count that. You can't get that information within 15 minutes. Yet, like Speedy was talking about, the BBC, AP, so many other news outlets put out. Israel hits hospital, kills 500, and a lot of times they'll add like Gaza says Gaza, according to reports from Gaza. But why are they willing to run with that information so quickly? It shows what quote unquote side they're on.
Yeah, and some of their defense was, well, we were going off the source out of Gaza, whatever. Well, Hamas is in control of that source, and so that's really not a defense. It's just awful reporting.
It's propaganda, and they repeat it.
When are they going to start charging people from yesterday?
I don't know. They won't, Bubba. Don't wait on that, buddy. We'll listen to the leader of the free world as he sets us all in a calm mode.
Do the seventh inning stretch, and the shot of Cookie Monster is, of course, from the chest up. He's sitting behind the anchor.
He has no
desk
legs,
there.
Speedy.
No, he doesn't.
He's puppet speed.
He's holding the microphone, which is awesome, and he talks a little bit before he sings. So enjoy this. This is good stuff.
They go nuts on some cookies.
Yeah.
Today, C is for cubbies. Yeah, all right. Let me hear you, Gary. On one, on two, on three. J me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jack. Me not care if me.
Look at Powell, don't know what to do.
Uh-oh.
Had a few.
Oh.
It wasn't a special day, was it?
I thought Cookie Monster, I've heard much worse.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But it just,
No,
it just
y'all missed it there. He said, "Now let's get you some cookies." Or whatever.
It's funny to see just a blue puppet up there where everybody sings from, holding a microphone. You know?
Well, the beauty of the Muppet design is that the ones that they do, that the hands operate, it's two people working the same puppet.
Yeah.
So their hands can do all this. And now, is that still Frank Oz, I guess, doing that?
Surely he's out of the business.
You think he is?
My goodness, Rick.
He's been around for a while.
Since we were little kids.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's still him or not, but it sounded like how Cookie Monster's always sounded. So they got a good sound alike if it's not.
They did.
Yeah.
Oh, he was dead on. Wasn't he?
Right after that, Craig Kimbrell made his debut with the Cubs and got his first in his first appearance got his save. They won 9-7, so it was a good day for him.
So who was this guy?
Craig Kimbrell.
Just pitched for the Braves.
Yeah, used to pitch for the Braves.
He's an Alabama boy.
Oh, okay.
He's from the state.
And there was a big discussion on where he would go. He went to the Cubs and
got a beard
in his first appearance, helped the team out.
I think Cookie Monster did a phenomenal job, and I enjoyed watching that.
As far as
but
puppets,
this morning I walked in to Speedy just playing it and just hearing it,
Yeah.
not knowing it's
Not knowing,
Cookie
yeah,
Monster,
understood.
and it was awful.
Yeah.
But that I enjoyed that. That
Yeah.
brought joy to me.
I wanted him to see him go nuts at the end of it, eating cookies. Yeah.
When he just destroys the whole box.
Yeah, throwing cookies everywhere.
Yeah. He's a violent cookie.
And his color blue is kind of Cubs blue.
It is.
Yeah.
It fits in. That's a good shot. There.
Cubbies.
The crowd.
The Cubbies. But I
Mike Leach. The Cubbies.
Yeah.
Cubbies. But it's but we've heard some, Ozzy. We've heard some.
Oh, there's been some real
that were
bad.
absolutely
Jeff Gordon.
terrible. Jeff Gordon was bad.
Oh,
I
boy.
will say that Cookie Monster, really, if you look at the group of people that are celebrities that have sang it, not people who can really sing.
Yeah.
I think he held his own.
yeah,
Right.
he brought it for sure.
He did.
I mean,
He may be one of the better ones.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Can you imagine? So here's how. Now let's get in the real world, because for a minute I do. That's why they're good at what they do. For a minute I thought Cookie Monster was his own thing.
Yeah, he was actually real.
So what we have are people. So we got somebody that's got to concentrate on doing the hands, so I can I
right.
can hold the mic, and whomever is doing the voice of Cookie Monsters now. I know in the Frank Oz was the guy, the same one who did Miss Piggy and all that. Was the one who did it, and also did Star Wars. What's the little Yoda? But anyway, so whomever's doing it, they've got a microphone themselves.
Yeah.
So I got the puppet's microphone
Not
is just a
going
prop.
Yeah.
So-
but it's
yeah,
funny.
probably
isn't
wasn't
it?
no.
Yeah. So he's down here, but he's now doing the mouth.
You got to do a lot of this.
and having to sing into the microphone. They probably had him mic'd. I bet they had him mic'd. That'd probably be easier if you're a puppet guy, because that's what they do. Probably.
Headset.
Yeah.
But how, you wonder, how is he sitting under there? How do you stay comfortable? I mean, if you're in a bind, that would be hard to do and sing.
Right.
I'm gonna tell
That's
you.
why he's a professional puppeteer.
You know how there's certain things that your
Secrets,
mind,
Greg,
that you, when
of
your
the
mind,
trade.
when your mind sees them, it's like it's so taken back by what it's seen.
Yeah.
It can't quite grab it. Have you ever just seen one of those deals where they'll just let you see the people and they're running around with those Muppets all up in here and they're running, and you
I know.
if you ever can see the people and the puppet at the same time, you don't know where to look. I mean, it really kind of blows your mind.
What about when they show the guy inside a Big Bird and how he's
Oh no! Have you ever seen that documentary?
Uh-uh.
There's a Big Bird
Really?
documentary.
Oh, there is? That's weird. But
I've never seen
Big Bird,
that.
because this guy who did.
The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is the number. Now, I want all of you to know, America, sleep tight, America. Joe Biden is your president. So even
He's on
though
the job, he's on the job.
Even though there's things going on in the Middle East that have worldwide ramifications. And know that we sent the president over there, and he's all over it. Watching him mumble around incoherently and ramble, and at one point I saw footage last night. If you were another country and you had no idea who the president was, you know who you would think you're dealing with? His staff. You wouldn't think you were dealing with him.
No,
because the staff looks like they're the ones that are there to meet with you. Yeah,
Yep.
and it not him. So we're now going to have him sitting down with Netanyahu. Unfortunately, they've given him 5x7 note cards.
Oh boy!
And now this is. I want you all to think about everything that's going on now. Okay, and this is who represents the United States of America, and I bet this just brings stability and peace to the whole world.
Oh, yeah.
So here we go.
Taking too much time, but the point is this: that I was deeply saddened and outraged by the explosion at the hospital in Gaza yesterday. And based on what I've seen, it appears as though it was done by the other team, not you. But there's a lot of people out there not sure. So we've got to overcome a lot of things. And it also means encouraging life-saving capacity to help the Palestinians who are innocent.
I want y'all to just think for a minute. Go to another world. I want you to put Donald Trump in that chair. And I want you to picture Donald Trump referring to the Hamas as the other team, like it's a football game. Okay, I want you just to imagine how insensitive, how outrageous, how unbelievable. But he's going to get away with it because he has protection by most of the media here and around the world.
Right.
Now there have been people being very critical of that, but they're the smaller voice. There are definitely people not letting him get away with it, but there's so many people that do, and I guess I want to say to all of you out there, we do know that we can vote this guy out, right? I mean, the next shot we get, we don't have to live like this, and I mean we still have the power to say this is so outrageous, you got to be kidding me. Okay, so
this was the moment right before that moment. I probably should have sent y'all this clip first, but this is right before that. It's just
listen to this mumbling mess.
Can we give him some coffee?
You know, years ago, I asked the Secretary of State when he and I were working in the Senate to write something for him, and he said he wrote a line that I think is appropriate. He said, "It's not we lead." Not just, well, I won't go into it. I'll wait later. Taking too much time.
Do you remember yesterday I said he started a story and he was so disinterested that he stopped and just moved on?
Yes.
This was it. That was it.
All right,
you know,
so
Adler, he didn't have this video, Rick, but he did tell Netanyahu that he can relate to the destruction because he had a kitchen fire one time.
Almost lost his bet.
Yeah, it was really bad.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking at one point he's going to start talking about being a lifeguard again.
Yeah,
and he's going to somehow tie this to his understanding of the Palestinian people.
So forget politics. Okay.
Oh yeah.
You mean to tell me you would go into a ballot box and vote for 4 more years of that when we still got a year to go, which is in question? We'll make that.
I know some.
Can you
of y'all,
imagine what that's going to look like in 5 years from now?
Oh, Bubba.
I know some of y'all.
Bubba.
Huh?
I know y'all think conservatives that we're all out to get you and all. I got all that, but we're not worse than this. Surely y'all see that.
I mean, out to get you.
All right, so I don't know about this one. I haven't seen.
We just want you to get us.
I haven't seen the mumbling on Air Force One.
He's got him a pullover like y'all had on yesterday. Yeah. Now he's even
never wear them again.
He's mumbling again. And please focus on his staff behind him. Look, John Kirby to the right.
They can't believe it.
Oh no, and they are
Secretary of State to the left.
Yeah, and here he goes.
Eyes.
Virtually every mass shooting, every circumstance where a large number of people have been victimized and lost, I've spoken with them.
I've spoken with him.
I learned a long time ago what you've all learned in your life.
Face, eyes.
When someone's going through something that is beyond their comprehension, that they ever thought they'd have to go through. If they see someone who they think understands or maybe been through something not the same but similar, it gives them some sense of hope. And then I always get criticized sometimes by my staff because when I go to these events, I stay for 3 or 4 hours.
Oh my goodness!
But it matters. It matters a lot. And look, I'm talking. Some of you have gone through a hell of a lot more than I've gone through, and a lot more than other people have gone through. And you understand. So it's just. People are looking for just something to grab.
Look at it grab.
Gives them some sense of hope. And that's, if I can do a little bit of that, then
Good job, buddy.
You know, it's worth doing. Done for me.
This is truly amazing.
Yeah. Well, you know, he has to bring himself into every story, every tragedy. You know.
Well, when he met with the Gold Star family, he could relate to him.
Yeah.
Even though he claims his son was killed in war, and he wasn't. But
I want you guys to realize, and Speedy, God love you.
I know.
Your heart must break for those handlers because they just look.
Did you see their eyes?
They look so desperate because what they're thinking.
They want to
is,
jump in. They just can't.
Right. What they're thinking is, when is this going to end?
Do you know what I think I would have done, Rick?
You want to jump in and finish the sentences?
Yeah.
Have y'all ever seen the get back coaches on the sideline where they grab the coach by the belt or the belt buckle and they pull him back?
Yeah.
I would be back behind him, and y'all couldn't see me, and I'd be grabbing his pants, trying to pull him back.
Yes, all right.
And like all of a sudden, he would just disappear and he'd be gone.
Yeah, someone else would slide in and finish the sentence.
Yeah.
Wait, what he was saying?
Yeah, Bubba made that point, Greg. You just did. I think the thing I would not be able to do, I couldn't stand there and not finish the sentence.
No, I know.
Yeah,
I would be
What he's trying to say is,
good night. That tempo is unacceptable.
Well, Jean-Pierre here tries to jump in and say, all right, we're done, man.
Right,
we don't have time. Okay.
Unless it's real. It's go ahead, 11 seconds.
Okay, let me cue that one up.
Okay, it's
wow.
It's just really.
It's embarrassing.
Yeah, it is. It's very embarrassing.
There's a big deal going on.
The answer is we're going to get people out, but I'm not going to go into any detail with you now.
All right, we got to wrap up, guys. We got to wrap it up.
Okay, we got to wrap up.
He's out of words. We got him on a word.
We got to go. By the way, if you have loved ones still in Afghanistan, are you texting those that have loved ones that are trapped right now, going, he may say he's going to get them out, but
maybe they'll send someone else.
Phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. You can talk about any topic you'd like. We'll chat with you when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
For the longest, I mean, like for a long time, when you look and he's just walking around at whatever they're shooting, whether it be Sesame Street or a movie, you know, these movies they did.
Follow that bird.
Yes, Greg, when he's on the set, Greg, I want you to picture, he's on the set and he has.
Oh, really? I didn't realize that's how it's done.
Yeah, look, he has the legs always on because they just set the body over it.
Yeah.
But he's sitting there like getting a drink, like talking to people, and he's got those bird legs.
That's pretty funny. It is. I didn't know he had his. I didn't know that. Wow.
Speedy,
Does his arm not fall asleep?
Yeah, what
get
if
up and show us how if you were in.
I mean,
his
arm seems like it'd go numb up there.
Yeah, you'd be talking doing this, right?
Yeah. You think they could have that electronic? He could be doing it down here somewhere.
Yeah. That's selling out.
Which
That's not true
character
puppeteering.
from our show would we send to go
Puppeteering
sing?
by wire.
Could any of our characters
Adler.
sing this?
Oh, you talking about like things that we make up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Dip and Dan could.
I'd like to see Confused American take a run at it.
Rick, you got the shirt on. I would love to see that. There he is, Rick. Look.
All you have to do is sing the first line.
See him standing
Rick.
there with the legs on?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Who's Santa Claus beside him?
I do not know. I do not know.
That's
but look,
the handler.
Look at the mics and everything strapped to him and all the stuff they got to do. Look, being Big Bird's not easy.
No, it's not. Really. Hey, you think that's bad? Try being Snuffleupagus.
Oh,
boy. You on all fours.
I never really understood that
I
character.
did boom. You sound like he was talking through a tube off a vacuum cleaner.
What
I hear
about
you, weak voice.
What about when the Muppets and what about when the Muppets they'd have those and I guess in the Big Bird genre, you know, do you remember those big old things that come out and had the big giant mouth and they're big furry monster?
Oh yeah,
things?
yeah.
Those things were huge.
Yeah.
Do you remember that? And they'd come out and they'd have the big mouth going.
Oh yeah.
And then what I didn't get is why they weren't always committed to the same presentation. You know, some of their hands could handle things, some of them they couldn't.
Yeah.
You know, some of they did the sticks like Kermit and all that. You know,
I know.
it's interesting, but I'm kind of person that's very sensitive when a voice changes. Like I don't think Kermit sounds like Jim Henson anymore. I can tell.
A little bit.
Mel Blanc's son, I'm sorry, not as good as Mel Blanc. I can pick up when the Looney Tunes now.
You could tell even when we were kids when they would change the voice out at a time.
They're Snuffleupagus. Now we're
That'd be tough.
Oh, wow, we got two.
Are you serious?
Oh, Lord.
Oh, my gracious. Wow, the view, if you're behind, it's tough.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Speedy, are you listening?
Yes.
We have a story, and Bubba told me a little bit about it when I arrived at the office today involving baldness.
Rick, a potential cure for baldness has been presented to the International Society for Stem Cell Research. They had their big conference in L.A. on Thursday. Scientists say they have created hair follicles that grow through the skin using human-induced stem cells. In the test, they grafted human stem cells and mice cells together and placed it under the skin of hairless mice and were able to grow hair follicles up through the skin. They're now refining the process to be applied to human trials.
Speedy. This is big, Greg.
Yeah.
I mean, this sounds like it's got potential.
I don't know where they found a bald rat, but yeah.
Well, they have. There's a breed of hairless rats. Yeah, and they were using. They thought, man, if we can grow hair on this thing, we can grow it on anything.
As if rats were not already repulsive enough.
If I saw hairless running around, I'd run.
Right. So,
but it you know, when anytime that comes up, Speedy, you know, in the top. But I never really think of Speedy being bald. I just think of that Speedy's look.
Yeah.
And that's what he got. And you wear it very well.
He does.
I've complimented you on that. I don't have the head for it. I would look like Bull off Night Court.
Yeah, we got people go a little quick to the shaved head.
No doubt.
They don't need
No
that.
doubt.
And Speedy, you said, and maybe it's because I haven't had to deal with it yet. I don't really pay that much attention to it because I see a lot of men who are bald, and I think it's a good look for them. You know, I thought Walinda, what is his name, the high wire guy.
Yeah.
Am I saying that name right? Walinda?
Yeah, he had lost a little weight, shaved his head.
Yeah, and he looked like he'd buffed up a little bit. He looked a little more superhero-like, you know.
Well, this area, this is a big industry because most bald men want hair if they're losing their hair, if they haven't just gone ahead and committed and said, I'm going to shave.
Yeah, I told you earlier, I said the good news for you is the fight is over, and you now solidify yourself as a bald guy that looks good bald.
Yeah.
So you really have gotten to the place. So here's the question, though, but the real question really isn't that. The real question is not that some people look fine bald and they have the head for it and it's a good look and all that. Is it still preferred over hair? You know, it's one thing to say, well, I went bald because I didn't have any choice, and it just so happens it's a good look for me. Is it still preferred over hair?
Well, according to Speedy, there's people that tell him all the time they wish they were bald.
Especially when it's windy, Rick.
Right. Yeah. Well, I haven't met a lot of those people, but I.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Come on in and join us. The real Greg Burgess on the phones and lines are available, and we'll be chatting with you. Yesterday, we had a brand new box from HelloFresh.com arrive. I know the Adlers were waiting on this one. I got to see Adler's little boy yesterday, Ezra, and saw him. You know, I when the box got here, I said, Adler, here's y'all's HelloFresh box. And I was going to try to, you know, I was trying to help him out, and I don't think he realized, but I was more than willing to go load it up in your sweet van. So anyway, but it was funny. So, look, this is a great product. I'm telling you, please don't think, you know, that you're getting TV dinners. I mean, we're not talking about that. We're talking about delicious meals, all the ingredients, the recipes, ready to go. I mean, Bubba, every time I read about football season and HelloFresh.com/Bubba's barbecue pulled pork nachos.
Oh,
I mean, it's good.
I just got hungry.
It's good to be a Gentile, isn't it?
Yep, it is.
So anyway, that recipe's there, but then they send you everything to prepare it. Maybe dessert, apple cider cake with caramel sauce. I love fall. I just love fall. There's some great fall dishes available now at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Pick them out.
They'll send them to you. Go ahead and design the week. They'll send them to you. If you need a quick breakfast, they can do that. Snacks, got that. And they send it right to the door. It's a lot less expensive than your DoorDashes, your Uber Eats, and your drive-thrus, I'll tell you that. It's also grocery shopping made more efficient. You don't have to go stand in the lines, do all that. You're not wasting food because you're ordering what you want, you're preparing it, you're eating it. So go right now. We get you 50% off. 50% off. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba. And by the way, if you're trying to do a little bit better, boy, they can help you there, too, because they've got menus for that, too. All right, let's go to the phones. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's start with Sue. Sue, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Hey, Rick. Hey, good morning, everybody. I love listening to your show.
Thank you
I'm
so
a little
much.
bit late going in my office, but I had to phone because I was yelling into the radio when you said, do you want 4 more years of this? You know we can vote him out. And I was going, but Rick, we cannot. With the rigged election that we saw in 2016, we cannot vote that out anymore. And I'll go a little further. I think it was a rigged election in 2008, 2012. And in 2016, Trump surprised everybody. And that's why I think Hillary Clinton had a meltdown because she thought it was rigged for her. And somehow they weren't able to tap down the votes that we had for Donald Trump.
Well, they claimed that Donald Trump actually cheated in 2016 because they didn't get their way. So I guess that's the new thing now. Whoever wins claims the other party cheated.
Yeah.
Well, my appeal, Sue, and I hear
that works well for the American side.
Right. I will say this to you, Sue. When I was appealing a minute ago, and I think Bubba was too, I was trying to talk to Democrats. I realized that that we're all doing all we can, and we have a different worldview. I'm appealing to them to say, even y'all surely don't think this is good for the country. So we'll see. We continue. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's go to Nathan out of Birmingham, Alabama, listening to ZZK. Hey, Nathan, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Thank you. Good morning, and I just had a question and wanted y'all's opinion on. How is it that people can stand with Hamas, Americans can stand with Hamas, when Hamas holds American hostages?
Yeah, that's a good question. You know, Biden announced $100 million in aid for Gaza while they're holding American hostages. I mean, that sounds like we're paying ransom money.
Yeah, and I think what people will try to do, they'll try to do some acrobatics for you, and they'll claim, oh, I'm not for Hamas, I'm just for the innocent Palestinians. And I understand that, but the problem is until the war has ended and Hamas has been removed, you can't have it both ways.
Right.
Because Hamas is just going to take whatever you send.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And it's an illegitimate government, and it's a terrorist group. So unfortunately for the innocent Palestinian people who are just trying to live out their lives, they're trapped by these people, and until these people have been removed, you can't really do what you're trying to do. We continue. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's go to Lou. Lou, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Look at us on the world stage. Come on now.
It's embarrassing, isn't it?
We look good.
Do you think, Lou, there's one country, even one, that fears the United States of America right now?
Let me tell you. Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Have you noticed that China's gone dark?
Yeah.
Well,
what are they plotting?
They're contemplating, is this a good time to make a run on Taiwan?
Mm-hmm. But you know what?
I don't want to, because I don't want that to happen. But I'm telling you, if my mindset was the mindset of Xi, I mean, I almost couldn't look at myself in the mirror if I didn't go get it.
Oh, I mean, you know. But you know what really struck me as odd during this whole hospital bombing thing? You know, when it comes to the Ukraine war with Russia, if Putin had come out with some outrageous statement that, you know, hey, we got bombed, Jimmy Jam, and he's making an accusation towards Ukraine, what would the media do? They'd cross-check him. They'd say it's not
What's
true.
The proof?
It's
Let's
propaganda.
See that. Yeah.
But Hamas comes out with something and accuses Israel of hitting the hospital and killing 500, and nobody even checks up. They just print it and say it.
Yep.
It's absolutely amazing that it's so one-sided in the propaganda war. It really is.
Asa in
it's really always been like that.
Yeah,
it has. It's just boy, it's glaring right now.
Asa, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, I just had a question about Coach. I know you said he's going into this memory hospital or whatever it is. Does he still have that fight in him where he's just like, I'm not going, and this, that, and the other? Is it gotten too far along for that?
We'll find out today.
Oh boy! You talking about game day?
That's why I need everybody praying real hard.
Yeah.
It's. Well, I mean, we wouldn't be doing it if he wasn't so far along. Everybody who has assessed him have agreed that it is time, and so y'all just pray that goes smoothly today. But no, you make a point. That's the whole prayer of the whole family today, is that there is not some pushback to the point that they go, well, this is so disruptive, I'm sorry, we can't do this. So we'll find out. But for the most part, what happens now, which is real interesting, because I almost feel good for this community that he's about to go into, because they're about to get a character. He will complain that he's not going to do something, and then he'll meet the doctor, he'll meet the nurse, he'll meet the whoever.
Be fired up.
And then he'll be talking about how great they are and what a good job they do, and he's glad he got them. And he starts coaching and encouraging them after telling us he wasn't going to do anything with them.
Right.
So I'm hoping will be the case today. I think there will be some complaining, but I think ultimately he'll end up being an encouragement to everybody in the community, and it certainly will be. He'll have the care that he needs, and it will also be it'll be the very best thing for the quality of life for him and for our mother.
Yeah.
So pray that goes smoothly today. Let's go to, and thanks for asking. Let's go to Rob. Rob, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I got a little different take on the Jim Jordan thing. If y'all will let me walk through that with you real quick.
Sure.
I'm actually pretty excited that he's gotten voted down twice, and here's why. Because sequentially, so Jordan voted to keep McCarthy in office, right?
Yep.
And that's the main reason why I'm glad he's getting voted out, because a vote to keep McCarthy in office is a vote against accountability. McCarthy made promises that he would not bend on this budget thing and would not. He would be willing to force the government shutdown to make sure we didn't spend any more money, and McCarthy caved on it. So Jordan voting to keep McCarthy in shows me that he's not really that concerned about sticking to what these congressmen told their constituents they would do. So I'm glad that Jordan's getting voted out, because he voted to keep McCarthy in.
Okay, so he didn't get voted out. He didn't get confirmed, and it looks like he will not be. Now let me ask you this. How long are you willing to let the House go without a leader?
Plenty. What does it really do? The only leader right now is Obama and Chuck Schumer pulling Biden strings. What's the House really going to do?
Let me ask you this. A large number of American citizens are tired of it, and they are not going to vote to put Republicans back in. So the whole House will go to the Democrats. Akeem Jeffries will be the leader. Is it worth that?
Well, Bubba, I followed you, but I don't think this Speaker of the House vote is going to change that at all. I think you got to find opportunities to stand up for accountability, and politicians never ever do this. This is the first time in my lifetime I can remember somebody like Gates having the guts to say, McCarthy did not do what he said he would do. We voted 15, 16 times to get him in. He still caved. So we're going to get him out. So I've never seen politicians do that aside from Trump and demand accountability, especially from their own party. So if Jordan is going to vote to keep a guy in office who flat out lied to his constituents, then I'm glad he's not getting voted in.
Okay, look, I understand that, and I agree with that. Do you think the timing for this stand in place is correct?
I think you can't pick when the opportunities come along. So yes, the opportunity is there. You've got a situation where McCarthy has been very open about what his promise was, and he broke it. I mean, you can't pick your opportunities.
Okay, well let me follow this out. So you think it's a good idea right now with the Middle East on fire, Russia and Ukraine still blazing, China salivating over Taiwan, that we just go with the House completely shut down and our government unable to function?
And I'm not
Well, I
saying
don't
I
think-
disagree with you.
Yeah, I hear you. I understand the question. I don't think the House, first of all, the House is not going to be completely shut down without a speaker. It's not going to stop. I mean, there's not going to be a speaker there. They're going to do whatever it is they do and spend our tax money and fly around the country and chitter chat. So that's not going to stop.
No, they
without
can't.
there
They
being a
can't take
speaker.
votes right now because they can't bring anything to the floor. They have to have a speaker to do it.
Yeah, but vote on what? What do we have to vote on right now? We're not going to dip into this Israeli-Hamas conflict because Biden's not going to put us in the middle of it. Guarantee you, he's not. So I don't
Israel-
think it affects
Israel's
anything.
already-
I'm just glad to see some accountability. Glad
Israel
to see
already
some
needs
accountability.
money to replace Iron Dome.
I think we're already in the middle of it.
Yeah, I started to say. I
really.
Look again, and I think this
Our
is the
president's
problem.
there,
This
guys.
is the problem.
We're in the middle of it.
I agree with you. I think the timing you got to look at, and there's going to be a point where, even though I think you're right, you're going to have to stand down to move forward.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Sure, they're
I
out
hadn't
there.
met any.
No,
right.
not
Because you're not bald, you're not me.
Right, right.
You know, now
Yeah.
they're having fun with me,
Right,
but
right,
they'll
yeah.
say, "I wish I was bald."
Right. Yeah. Well, you know, now
telling you.
I understand. I could
Y'all
understand.
Look at each other and grin if you want.
I can understand people saying that I wish that I looked as good as you do bald, and I'm losing my hair, and I don't have the head for it. I would prefer your look. Now, I will tell you this. I understand this because I thought about it today when I saw the story. I understand going, all right, if I lay down for a nap, and I know you're going to say cry me a river. I got all that. If I lay down and fall asleep and I'm got to go somewhere that night,
Yeah.
when I get up, I have to go take a shower and redo everything again because I can never get my hair back to the way it was, and it's got some kind of mark stamp in it, and it's all over my head. And it is, I think, kind of, if you got the head for it.
Yeah.
I know there's still maintenance with that. You made that clear. What sunburn, worrying about all that.
The summer stuff.
Shaving it if you still have any hair that still comes up. But but if you fall asleep on the couch and you're going to dinner that night,
I'm out the door.
you're fine.
I'm fine.
Speedy, let me ask you this.
So
about,
if it's worth it. You've made it. I look at you like you've made it.
Yeah.
Hey, how
yeah.
about this? The hair fight's over, and I actually look good bald. I'm okay.
I'll get this too sometimes, just through casual conversation with a guy that maybe is what I call a tweener. You know, he doesn't have a full head of hair,
Oh, yeah.
but he's not fully bald either. And he's like, man, I just need to shave my head. I need, because he's frustrated. You know,
so that makes sense to me.
Greg, will you ever shave yours?
No, I'll cut it real low, but I
Yeah.
won't shave it.
Yeah,
to the
keep it
skin.
tight.
My head's
But
tight.
I don't
think
really
when
think
people-
of you as somebody that needs to be. I mean, you got enough
I
hair.
got
I don't
that-
ever look at it.
I got
way.
that friar tuck from the back.
Yes.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. You've still got it to where if you keep it high and tight, it works.
Yeah.
You know, and to me, what bothers me is when somebody gets to the stage you're in and they won't cut it high and tight. I mean,
Right.
you got to let it. You can't.
let me ask you, Speedy.
You can't
this,
let what you
because
have be real long.
I've been curious about this. When you're out doing something, say you're playing a sport or whatever, and you start to sweat.
Oh yeah.
Does the hair catch the sweat?
Oh, yeah.
Do you have more problem with it rolling into your
Oh,
eyes?
Absolutely.
Yes. This topic came up in the kickoff hour this
He's
week.
bandana man.
And I'm like, man, I need to become a bandana man or something, because if I don't have a hat on or something, it just pours into my eyes because I'm a sweater. And Greg, I know you're not, and I don't think you are, Rick, as much.
I'm a weird. I can go from being a person that everybody's sweating and I'm not, and then if I go and exert myself, I can actually become somebody who's like sweating like crazy.
Right. And Helmsy's a sweater. I'm a sweater. Bubba, are you a big sweater?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and I know Adler is. We all know that. That's documented.
gosh, Adler's sweating.
But if I don't
He's
have
sweating right now.
And here's the worst part. You ready for this? All right, so I don't have to use any kind of aftershave or anything like that. I'll kind of just throw some lotion on and do lotion. But if you ever do lotion and then go out and sweat, then the lotion's coming down in your eye. And that's a handle,
I'm
man.
glad you said that because I experienced. Look, we're at the age now, and it's painfully obvious. Now, first of all, some of you are going to say, I've watched the show for 25 years. I cannot document a time that you and Bubba cared. about what we look like. Okay, but I'm talking about when you get older.
Well, we're just doing all we do with what we got.
When you get older, you do get more license to like do things that when you were younger, saying, "Well, I wonder what everybody's going to think about that. I don't want to come off looking smart."
Or you don't care.
Right. You really honestly don't care anymore.
Yeah.
I know some of you are screaming. I have never documented you and Bubba ever caring, but you know what I mean. But so
you don't care as much.
For instance, so when I'm trying to do a little better in this time of year, I do sweat a lot. You're going to.
Yes.
Well, my hair is longer, but I use some product to kind of keep it from just being straight down like a box cut or something. Okay?
Yeah.
So, when I get to sweating, now all that hair has sweat in it, and now that's burning down into my eyes. So, I will admit, and I'm upset when I forget, I will go bandana or something just because I don't want that running down in my eyes. Now, there have been a time I'd have been like, well, I mean, I don't want to come out there and be a bandana guy. Now you're just like, I just don't want my eyes to stink.
Right.
I
That's what I use a visor
I mean,
for.
I came home and I forgot about that.
Yeah.
So I pop up and come home after going trying to do a little better, rocking a bandana. My kids were mortified. Dad, what are you doing?
Take that off.
Dad, what are you doing? Mom! They're like, she's going to do something. Mom! Dad's walking around with a bandana on.
Right.
I'm like, I said, I can be bandana guy. But no, Dad, you can't. No. Dad, please don't do that. I said, if you keep this up, I'm going to do it as a headband. No! Like that. Yes, I'm going to be the front man for Loverboy if y'all keep this up. And like, no, Dad, no! So it's weird to leave the world of nobody cares and walk into an age group that still cares.
Yeah.
You know, we're back 8 minutes to the top of the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba show. We sure are thankful that you are here today. We got a new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming out this weekend. Today, Bubba and I, Lord willing, will interview Raymond Arroyo. You've seen him on Fox News, New York Times bestselling author. Probably see him on the Laura Ingraham show the most. He's got a brand new book in his children's book series. But we'll talk to him about that and more. So catch that this weekend wherever you get podcasts. Also coming up this weekend, the real Greg Burgess tomorrow, 11 to 1, Birmingham, Alabama, 104.7 WZZK. The old flagship station's got Gregory out at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall. Right. By the way, did you get a text from Joel at Hendrick Hoover yesterday about something high-tech?
About what now?
Did I get
I did. Ask me about that in the break. Ask me about that in the break. So also coming up this Saturday, Calvin Speedy Wilburn will be with UAB football. They'll be hosting Memphis. So if you're coming from Memphis or you're going to be in Birmingham, you're going to go to that game at Protective Life Stadium coming up this Saturday, our very own Calvin Speedy Wilburn will be there. So those are some things that are going on this week in Rick and Bubba land. And as a side note, and we talked about it on the air, the request of me trying to give all of you, as we have other things in the past that keeps coming up in email, the game plan for doing a little better, that is now, I wrote something for you. It's not, remember, I'm not some expert. I'm just telling you what I've been doing. And you can get that in goodies today where all of our documents are at rickandbubba.com. So I told you I was going to do it. I did it. Helms got it yesterday, and he put it in there. So if you want to go read that, you certainly can. Bubba, we say goodbye to Paulie. That's what I know him as. Actor Burt Young has gone on in at 83. Rocky's brother-in-law, Paulie.
Oh, Paulie.
Paulie.
Now, he was quite a character.
It cost Rocky all of his money.
He did.
Oh, did he?
Rocky
not,
5.
Did he? He was almost like the Gilligan of that series.
He was like the guy. He was like the guy that carried the deposit to the bank.
Is that not one of the most? Y'all, It's a Wonderful Life. When that stupid uncle.
Oh, Rick. We forgot.
He lets old Potts.
Oh, Potts gets out and he looks down there.
Sentimental hogwash.
And you know the thing I told Sherry, Sherry for some reason wanted to watch that movie already.
Oh, it's all right.
And I was like, what are we talking about? Have we lost our minds? But the thing that drives me crazy is all the things that Paulie messed up, but also when this happens and It's a Wonderful Life, it never gets resolved.
No, that's true.
I'm like, Potts doesn't give it back. They never find it. I know everybody comes through for him, but where'd that money go?
He just
Did Potts just keep it?
Yeah, ill-gotten gains.
How about that?
Potter.
So anyway,
he was a crook.
Yeah. Is this it right here?
It's 3 seconds.
Okay. Yeah.
Sentimental hogwash.
What was the uncle's name that messed it all up?
Paulie? No.
That's in Rocky.
Charlie? No.
What's his name? Is it Charlie?
Frankie? No.
What's it? Oh, it's going to drive me crazy. Somebody text me that, please.
We'll look at Speedy.
But anyway, so yeah, that drives me crazy. But yeah, anytime. What about that time that he in the first one when he messes Thanksgiving up, Paulie?
Oh, Rick.
Good.
Uncle Billy loses the money.
When he invited Rocky over and didn't tell his sister he was coming.
Yes.
Hey, he's nice to his sister about
it. Greg.
He threw the turkey out in the alley.
He did.
And then chewing on the leg.
All I can think about is that all that turkey got wasted.
I know it.
Yeah. But yeah, Paulie was a handful, and I know he went on to do other things. Does anybody know of anything else he was in?
What about when he was at the the press conference when they were going to have the rematch, and he said something? He goes, "Who's that? Al Capone?"
That's a good one. When he chimes in,
he tried to chime in.
Right. Paulie was always wanting a little help.
Yeah,
He cut me in. Right.
Wow, yeah, he was in a lot of stuff.
Was he? Okay. I don't recall ever seeing him.
I'm sitting here trying to see if anything jumps out at us.
I honestly pulled a Rick on this one. I thought he was already dead.
Yeah.
Oh, but I knew it was a possibility.
I see that.
Is Sylvester Stallone alive? I'm just kidding around.
Yes, Rick.
I'm just kidding.
No, it's part of you weren't. I don't think so.
That's when they had his wife all uglied up.
Yeah.
Greg.
They did, and then she takes her glasses off. It's kind of like Superman. She was a completely different person.
Pretty.
Well, they wanted to show a progression, and they accomplished that.
What about? No, I can't go.
Greg, don't do that. Well, you go back and watch these older movies, and you realize that our political correctness has changed. I mean, in a big way. In a big way.
Except for one person.
Except for Greg.
Sitting here at this table.
Greg's still holding on to 1975.
Tourette's still alive.
You go from Rocky 1 to like 4. They've polished it up. You go back to the original, you forget that's a rough movie.
That's a rough movie.
It's a great
Have you seen the latest?
It's awesome.
Very dark.
It's the best one of all of them.
Have you seen the latest commercial where Zaxby's is doing a Philly sandwich? You know, but they put their fried chicken in it. And all the Philadelphia people are furious. And guess who's eating when walking down the street? Drago from Rocky IV.
Oh, that's funny.
And they're all booing him. And he goes up to where Rocky stood and everything, stands up there and eats it. That's a good one. I must eat you. That's what he says at the end. Oh, he does. He does and eats the sandwich.
He said, "How much break? He must eat you."
He does and eats it. See if we can find that commercial.
I must eat you. It's very in the Philadelphia people are furious.
There's another story. He's making a comeback. He was going to be in some other movie or something. There's a big push with him right now for several things.
He's been around.
That's a
He's
funny commercial.
Funny
commercial.
What is it? All of them come back together.
He's in
Creed.
Creed.
Always
Expendables.
There you go. He's in that too.
Isn't he in Creed?
No. Yeah, I don't know.
Drago.
But you're right, Speedy. It says that
he was doing illegal drugs.
Burt Young
I saw it.
was in 160 different things.
Oh, I'm sitting here looking at his films. My goodness.
Anything that mattered.
Not really. Not that you'd like.
Yeah.
Not with that face you give me.
He'll always be Paulie to us. Top of the hour.
He was excellent as Paulie.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Actually.
But don't we get to the point where we're at the age now? I just don't want to. Whatever I have to do to be comfortable and not struggle, I don't even care if that's not a good statement, a fashion statement.
Right. I won't Speedy with one of them big, thick sweatbands like that like basketball players used to wear.
Yeah.
Please.
There's been days that I'm so frustrated I would almost go to that.
That's it. Wow, is that Mike Love?
You keep doing it, Mike Love.
Oh, no. Mike.
Is it Mike Love?
Something.
Mike something.
Mike something.
Yeah, but so anyway,
I think I got to do a Beach Boy in there.
You're right, Rick.
And
you did. Mike Reno.
I threw a Beach Boy.
I did too. I was with you.
Sunscreen's the worst coming down in your eyes, and I know there's different kind.
Yeah.
And there's more expensive kind which I won't buy that kind of probably won't do that.
That's funny.
No, but
on the sword.
But no, the stuff with the zinc and they say the dermatologist I'm supposed to have 20 and 30 on all the time. I'm like just wake up and put it on.
Let me tell you about the sunscreen thing. And I'll never forget it. Back to little kid world, and it was it was awful. Those things. We're taking Big Love, by the way, to a dolphin experience when he was just like
a lud, like 2.5. And he's all fired up. He loves animals. Where they bring the dolphin up there and he gets to pet it.
Right.
And we're going out in the little, what's the little boats that bring you out there? There's a name for them.
Skiff.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. And so we're going out there in that boat, and Sherry says he needs sunscreen on. I mean, we're almost to the dolphin. Okay. So I go to get my little thumb and try to get on his little face, and I'm trying to move it around, and the boat jerks
you go right in
his eye.
Oh,
it burns. And he just starts screaming. And now we get there, and he wants nothing to do with the dolphin.
Yeah.
All he's doing is screaming, and Sherry's looking at me, and you ought to see the pictures we try to get. We've got a screaming kid sitting by a dolphin because his eyes are burning because Daddy got sunscreen in his eyes. I didn't have the kind, the no burn kind.
Oh, yeah.
But and I'm always at the ballpark. Well, you can put them on your head.
Yeah.
Get sunburn.
Let's.
Is that how they sound? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Get them on that head.
But here's the question.
It's like they're telling you for the first time.
I'm 50.
But here's the question. If this turns out to work, would you go back to hair if you could?
Boy,
that is the question.
I would. Would this be an endorsement?
No, we're just talking about just for your look.
You're getting a full head of hair. Technology's there. You don't have to pay for it or whatever.
because it's probably expensive.
No, yeah, it's free.
I'm in.
So you go back to hair?
I think so.
Oh, wow.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so as we make our way back, we're talking about the show Songland, and like I say, a lot of you have been telling us about it and having an interest in music, really as long as I can remember. This show really intrigued me because I love to see the behind the scenes of how things happen and how hit songs are generated. And boy, this really gives you a great look at it.
Oh, it does. It does.
So Bubba had mentioned I saw the Jonas Brothers episode while at the beach a few weeks ago. And Bubba said that he saw the Meghan Trainor episode, and I guess that ran this week or last week. Last week,
Saturday, I guess.
Yeah, was that when it runs?
Mm-hmm. Or I don't know, over the weekend sometime. I saw it sometime this weekend.
I don't remember what day of the week I saw it either. It seems like I saw it like on.
We may have been
Thursday.
watching it on
a replay or something. I think
like
it runs on Thursday. Tuesday. I think it runs Tuesday. Oh, Rick, just be quiet, buddy. You don't know when you saw it. You were at the beach.
I don't know when I saw it.
Let me tell you something. I was focused and I was laid back, but I had no idea what day it was or what time it was. All right.
But Bubba's requested the song "Hurt Me," I guess, and that's her selection, right?
Yeah,
Rick, it's Tuesdays at 9 o'clock.
I didn't think it was the best song, but it is the one she recorded, so I thought it'd be interesting to see it how it was sung to her.
So here's the last maybe 40 seconds, and then you wanted to hear them talk.
Courtesy of NBC's, right? The Songland. So this is the songwriter singing it. But that part gets a little uncomfortable.
Right.
Big time.
Yeah, I'm having a tough time right now.
Doesn't get as much PR, so it was interesting.
And it's also where the money is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. If you're a songwriter, everybody's on tour, everybody's trying to get their sleep, everybody's unhealthy, you're just walking out to the mailbox getting a check.
Yeah. They mentioned
working on the next one.
When they were talking to Meghan Trainor about, during all this, they pointed out that she began as a songwriter. She had hit songs that other people were singing before she ever started. So.
Yeah. So it was, I was kind of surprised to see, I guess this is part of the show, but even somebody like the Jonas Brothers that they do write their own things, and Nick Jonas, who is a songwriter and an artist, it was interesting that they would come on the show. I think
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. We come to you from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Various platforms, live and archived. So you can catch it as it rolls, or you can catch it on your own time, whatever you prefer. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, makeup team Rick and Bubba. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank you very much for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience. Rick, I know we were about to go to another cut, but I wanted to ask you something. I was looking at 3D. Mm-hmm. Why do you think that Jordan...
in 3D?
Did it seem 3D, or could you see it right in front of you?
Yeah, it's right here, but it's going coming. Mm-hmm. King Abdullah of Jordan will not let any Palestinians in. Correct. Egypt will not let them. Why do you think that is?
The Egypt, I don't really know, but I know that there is some discussion that well, I better stay out of that.
Well, didn't Egypt? He came out and said why, didn't he? He said that their culture and ours don't fit. It would clash, and he says he shouldn't be the one that takes everybody in.
Well,
I thought that's what he said.
Well, let's hear the king in his own words, right quick.
This is Jordan.
Yeah.
Just a part of the question on the issues of refugees coming to Jordan, and I think I can quite strongly speak on behalf not only of Jordan as a nation, but of our friends in Egypt. That is a red line. Because I think that is the plan by certain of the usual suspects to try and create de facto issues on the ground. No refugees in Jordan, no refugees in Egypt.
He's saying he can't be trusted. It's kind of the current concern we have about our southern border. There's going to be a lot of people waving at us, help me, help me, help me. Who's who? And there is one of the inconvenient truths about all of this, and I've heard people talk about it before, is that the Palestinians have had a very difficult time even getting their own Arab nations to take them.
Well, that was kind of my point.
Before this,
if this is supposed to be
in general
the Arab world against Israel, why will not the Arab world help the Palestinians who are in dire straits right now? They're basically boxing them in. But I mean, you have to ask that question. Why do they feel that way about the Palestinians?
Right.
I mean, I think that's a fair question.
It is, and I know that the King of Jordan has a little different view than some of the other Arab nations when it comes to Israel and even Christians. And that was kind of the road I was going down.
Well, none of them that have a border with Israel and Gaza or the West Bank feel that way. Mm-hmm. They're kind of a few states away. With their it's kind of like it's kind of like when these blue state politicians were declaring themselves sanctuary cities.
There you go.
They were all for it until they started showing up.
Correct.
And now they've done a complete 180.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, I just know when you're there,
keep that in mind.
And there's been a lot of groups that are there. When all this started out, and people that I even know personally, the only way they got out safely and got home was through Jordan.
Right.
And so they were able to get there. So if you just kind of read into all that, you can kind of see that they kind of feel they have a certain worldview that does not include trusting the Palestinians.
Right. They don't want to get in that mix, or they may feel that the Palestinians are troublemakers and don't want them in their country.
Right.
You have to look at it that way. I mean, you have to ask that question.
Well, if everybody's fleeing into your country, anybody seen our southern border, if you don't vet them out or you don't make some sort of stand, how do you know who is a refugee and how do you know who's Hamas? I mean, how do you know?
And not taking anybody from Gaza allows the rest of the Arab world to continue to vilify Israel because they have nowhere to go. Yeah, they have nowhere to go because Egypt and Jordan won't take them. Mm-hmm. So really, it allows the rest of the Arab world to continue to make Israel look bad. It's crazy.
Well, I mean, but
deeds and words not matching up.
Yeah, these two countries are like. I think even though he talked about Egypt. Plus, Egypt's a little bit different, too. There's some of these Arab countries that have made the decision for their own ability to experience incredible wealth modern everything, the best of the best, is to not, to your point, get caught up in all of this. We all hate Israel. We all hate America. Exactly. Look what that gets us, living in tents and caves.
Okay, so you look at
versus Qatar, where people are coming from all over to be entertained and spend lots of money.
I'll say this about Jordan. Jordan is one of the more stable places.
Oh, yeah.
Now, they have some terrorists operating on the border, sneaking in, but, we could have that too.
Of course, and do have that.
But Jordan is stable, it's prosperous, and so is Egypt right now,
And I think some of these countries are saying we like being stable and prosperous, and we don't want to get in all that. And if they come running in here, we're going to be in it.
Yep. I'm sorry, tangent.
No, I agree. I totally agree with that. And this other thing is just us being goofy. So that was an update.
Who doesn't love that?
So the funny names of stores, and Bubba, you are the biggest fan of signage that maybe somebody didn't think through.
Right.
And so we now have, are these various stores or just one store?
It's various stores for plus size people in Asian countries. They do things a little bit differently than we do.
This is good.
In America, we call them big and tall.
Yes,
and,
we do.
Here's just a montage of store signs. In Asia, one is called BB Fat. Fat girls.
Wow.
Fatty fat girl.
Doubling down.
Love calories. And moo moo.
No way. These are not real signs.
This is an outlet mall.
They're not very sensitive.
This is an outlet mall in China, I think.
Let me ask you this: Do they have that many big and tall people that they have to accommodate?
That's a great question.
The stuff almost looks like normal size in America.
Right.
There you go.
Reflects poorly on everybody, I think.
Well, look, I can tell you about America. I can take you down the hall all the way to the end and turn right, and I can show you what we have plenty of when it comes to Rick and Bubba shirts, and that's small ones.
I can only wear so many.
So small,
bunch.
Small and medium. Every time we purchase small and medium, we might as well eat that inventory.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rick, you're the world traveler, but you would know this, I guess.
Yes.
People just don't eat portions the way we do.
No.
We fill our plate up.
No.
And other countries, they don't.
You mean the land of plenty?
The amazing thing that blows me away, the one that really blew me away on that note, was France. Because when you see the French people, here's what it appears. They don't exercise, and they eat delicious, rich food, but yet they're not fat. And so what you realize is their portion control. They don't eat as many times, and and what the actual food is made of, because you go to some places, you go, well, they move around a lot, they exercise, they're go getters, and then you go to France and it looks like everybody just is kind of hanging out, eating and drinking wine, but they're not fat.
Now, France is not in the blue zone, right?
No. That's a good question.
Yeah, that Netflix series.
Yeah, that Netflix series. But it is amazing. But most of it is you don't see around the world. And I know some people don't like this phrase, or some guy that freaks out every time I say it. I mean it to talk about what I know, that all food can be processed to some degree. Some reason some guy hates when I use the label processed foods, but in America, when we went through the Depression, and then people started coming up with cheap food that people could buy lots of, that's when we took the turn away from what I would say is from farm to table.
Right.
And we started coming up with food made in factories that you could put in cans and it would last forever, or whatever, and real cheap and inexpensive. When you go around the world, people don't eat that stuff. They
mean like spam?
Yeah, and in the places where they started eating that stuff and those stores got there, they start looking just like us.
Wow.
You even see that in that documentary.
Yeah. So when y'all were in France, did y'all eat 3 times a day, or did you see most just eat twice?
Most eat twice, and I tell you where they don't really double down, which defeats everything you've ever been told. They don't go heavy on breakfast. It's a real light breakfast, if they food with it at all. So, and you would think that's the completely opposite of what you
most important meal of the day, Rick.
Yeah. But the French don't think it is. But they eat, even though they eat a lot of bread and everything, but they eat so much fish.
They love fish. A lot of fish.
A lot of fish.
It's
Eller, what was those blue zones again? Put that back there.
Yeah.
It is blue zones are regions where a higher than usual number of people live much longer than average. These are the 5 major blue zones in the world.
They have the most 100-year-plus people.
Yeah.
Their lifespan much longer.
They all appear next to water. It looks like.
Yeah. Mediterranean diet
and good habits.
Yeah.
And work hard. They don't stop working.
Rick and Bubba.
And some of them hit, some of them don't. But if we can find a song, we'll take it.
Did you know?
They do a little bit all of it.
I was looking at the history of it. Did you know the Jonas Brothers was show number 4?
Really?
Yeah, and Meghan Trainor was 5. So we missed the first 3. The first one was John Legend. Second one was Will I Am, and the third one was Kelsey Ballerini.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, as far as
Bubba, you missed that. Well, I am.
I might have to go back and pick that one up.
And in order to hopefully, them not flag this and see this as a great promotion, the time it runs is actually Tuesday nights at 9 Eastern.
Yes.
Okay, so there you go. On NBC.
I love the smile that comes with it. So songwriters turned artists that made it big. I don't know enough musical history. What are some of the bigger names? I mean, I know here recently. Now Chris Stapleton, he's a songwriter, correct? That turned.
Well, he writes his own songs. I don't know.
I thought he's written a couple of really big.
He may
ones.
have. I don't know.
Of course, Keith Anderson is our closest.
Right.
Yes, he wrote some big.
But you're
ones.
right. There are some.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know enough about it. I didn't know if the Burgess brothers did. Y'all normally do.
Well, the thing that the things that shock me the most in this kind of thing, if you're the question you're asking, Speedy, about people that we know really well that were songwriters and then became big stars and now they write for themselves, but at one time all they did was write for other people.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that always blows my mind is the fact that "Blinded by the Light" is written by Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah, growing up.
Okay.
Those kind of things.
Yeah.
When you hear this song and you identify it so much with Manfred Mann.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't think anything else about it, and then all of a sudden somebody says, "Well, Bruce Springsteen wrote that," and you're like, "What?"
Well, I just
and I'm not big on his version.
And then you go back and hear him doing it, and you're like, "What?"
I just pulled up a quick list off of Rolling Stones, and it's the 100 greatest songwriters of all time. And some of these, you just like the 2 guys from ABBA said they wrote songs for other people for 6 years before they teamed up with their girlfriends and became pop stars in Sweden.
Yeah,
how about that?
Well, just like you heard this panel, they all said that
Tom T. Hall,
except for the one in the middle, the female, and she's cranked out a bunch of pop hits. But you heard them say they wanted to be artists, but it's one thing to be a songwriter and an artist. That's why those people are so, in my opinion, impressive, because some people can write songs, some people can perform songs, but boy, those people that can do both and do both well, you really got something going now. I always have a bigger respect for those. I mean, there's nothing wrong with any of it, but I'm just saying, for me, I'm more impressed with people who can write their own music and perform it.
Yeah.
To me, those are the ones that are kind of in the elite format. But really, we think like that. But you look at Elvis Presley; he didn't write any songs. Has that ever hit you?
Mm-mm.
That's right.
Elvis Presley was not a songwriter. He just performed other people's songs.
According to this list, at number 95, the Bee Gees. They were songwriters for decades before they started
There's
performing.
your big one, Speedy, right there.
Okay.
There's your big one.
So I love hearing stuff like that.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
That's why it was interesting, because that's what Sherry said over the weekend. She was like, we had dinner on Saturday. She said, "Hey, dinner's ready. Come on up here." And I was coming. She goes, "What were you doing?" I said, "Well, when you were in there doing laundry and everything, I finished what I was doing. I was watching Dan Rather interview the Wilson sisters from Heart." And she goes, if anything like that's out there, you're gonna find it. And I said, "Yeah, I got to know what happened. I got to know that history."
He's a little awkward during his interviews.
He's terribly awkward, but I like it.
If you notice that.
Well, here's the part that if you don't want me to tell you this, I will not tell you, because if I tell you like you do to me, you're going to notice and it's going to bother you. Do you want to hear it or not?
Yeah, go ahead.
They always overact like he's greater than he is.
They do. You're right.
Yeah, it's like they're
he
taking,
tries to be hip sometimes and make hip statements that don't fit.
They'll say things like, "Well, Dan, that's why you're the very best that's ever done it."
Yeah, best.
Come on, back down just a little bit.
And didn't y'all say that Prince wrote Sinead O'Connor's song?
Oh, he wrote
Nothing
for the
compares to-
Bangles. He wrote a lot of other.
Yeah.
Manic Monday.
He wrote a lot of music.
Wow.
And there were a lot of people were calling. Most of the years, well, not most, but a lot of the years, we are usually on vacation this week And so it's fun to kind of be back. I tell you what I like the most is that I'm not trying to go to the beach with the thousands of the rest of you.
Oh, yeah.
So y'all enjoy it and have it. I mean, every single person really that I know is like going to the beach this week, and I'm like,
crowded.
Yeah, that's why I could never find anywhere to eat. So
Yeah.
so y'all enjoy it. We will be away on Independence Day and the day after, so you'll have a Rick and Bubba replay on the 4th of July, and you'll have a best of show on Friday. Then we'll all be back on Monday. So
we asked a question. Speaking of traveling, I've been doing a lot of that, and the state that we live in has got this road rage bill that's.
21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. All right, so as we work our way back, you know that we all have certain things that annoy us, and Greg has lots of things that annoy him. But there's
5 of them right here.
You have these things that you can let go and you can get around. Then there's those that are non-negotiable. And for me, one of those, I don't enjoy the Halloween time of year at all.
You're going to have a little shindig?
I don't like it. One thing is because we never know how to just stay in the mode of fun. Everybody has to get weird with it. And again, this year, I'd like to thank some of my neighbors for alerting me that I should be concerned about you. The way people go now with some things they put out in their yard on their house, I just go, I can't even believe that y'all sleep at night with that out there.
I know. On my way home, there's one. It's unreal.
But that
the budget they mess out.
I have a real disdain for the play on with retail places where they're having a spooktacular sale.
Spooktacular.
I think I may have just seen another one. There was a bunch of women in a neighborhood doing the Thriller dance, calling themselves mombies instead of zombies.
Yes,
you ever seen Speedy do that dance?
You see why I hate this time of year?
I saw that. They do 3 shows a night, Rick.
Yeah, okay.
The mombies do.
Okay.
The mombies.
All right. Well, that's spooktacular.
I'm so sorry you had to go through that.
Yeah, well. All right, so, but we were discussing, and there's things that can happen on the show, and it can get real heavy, and the world can be real heavy, and every now and then we just have to say, we need a break from all that, and we need something stupid, or we need something that's just nothing but fun. And I know that we've shown this video. I bet you we've probably shown it even more than once in the past.
We'll repeat one.
Well, yeah, but this one we acknowledge we're repeating, and we're going to keep it. I'd like to see you keep it, Adler.
I think we get a pass.
At all. I want you to keep it at all times.
Like hot kit.
Yeah, hot kit. Because anytime we're feeling a little down, I want to see an athletic fat guy doing flips on a diving board.
All right.
And so this guy owns me.
Oh, you can't beat that.
Yeah, and so he's not just a little bit large. He's toting a lot, but he's
got the form.
And Greg, I know you are a huge fan of athletic big
there's
people.
Nothing funnier.
Look how smooth he is.
Rick.
Wow.
I mean,
that
look
is
at this. He is smooth.
Man. That's impossible.
I mean, look at that, right? A gainer.
That board's got all he can handle.
If we knew his name, he had to be small,
Oh
younger.
my goodness! Did you see that one?
He had to be small, younger in life, and just put the weight on.
Do
know
you
what I mean?
think?
Or
He had to be.
You got to stay active if you're going to be that large.
I'd like to see him. I'd like
That was a half twist.
I wish this so badly that this was Chris Wood.
I do too.
Everybody know where he's at.
Or Bubba.
Yeah, I do.
Let me tell you
Do
something.
y'all see it's called Beast Valley Dive Club?
That's hilarious. Let me tell you what I would love. I'd put him at a 2 technique, and I bet that son of a gun could move up and down the line.
yes.
You know it. He's got to be bumping 400 easy. You know, man.
Yeah.
The amount of inertia.
He is extremely athletic.
He can really touch them toes.
I bet some people thought that the SeaWorld show was back.
Hey.
Well, he jumped up and rung a bell. But,
A huge toothbrush.
how about this? Since we can't have Shamu anymore, they need to hire him and just let him get on the diving board.
That's a great idea.
Just let him do tricks off the diving board.
Yes.
He's athletic. That's amazing.
Are you saying yes to that?
Splash zone.
Watch the board. Watch the board. How far it gets down. Those are stiff boards. Those boards are really stiff.
The board's going.
Do you think?
I like when he gets all that girth moving, man. He's got it rotating, doesn't he?
Do you?
Yes.
What I'd like to see him do, though, is just like a can opener. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Can you imagine the splash he would get?
He's doing really athletic things, and that's crazy impressive. But just for his girth's sake, just give us a cannonball or can opener. Let's see one of those.
I'll take a preacher seat.
Do you think he's one of those two that the doctor dreads him every year at the checkup because all of his numbers come back great? And
he wants to get on him and he can't.
Yeah, the doctor wants so bad to tell him he needs to lose weight, and then he just shows him this video and he goes, "For what reason?"
I already jog 4 miles a day.
All right, let's sit down. You know what I'm going to talk about. And look, the picture of the doctor, he's ready to get on him. The nurse comes in and hands him the paperwork, says, "Look, let's take a look at it." Oh, my goodness. Okay, well, it's good to see you again.
Everything looks good.
Yeah, right.
It's like the story we did yesterday on Tommy Lee of Motley Crue. Said he drank 2 gallons of vodka a day.
I don't think that's humanly possible.
And he goes and gets a scan, and the doctors are going, "You're healthy. Your liver, everything looks great."
No
and
way.
He said himself.
Wow.
He said, "I asked him, are you really looking at the right thing?"
Yeah, you sure?
No. So I saw that story yesterday.
Yeah.
Y'all did it in the kickoff hour. We didn't do it in the big show.
I kind of doubt it, don't you?
And he says he drank that much, but he claims the doctor says that his liver has not been
Now,
damaged.
now this is years
I don't see
ago.
how
He's been
liver
sober.
can process 2. How do we say 2 gallons?
2 gallons.
A day?
He said the gallon just. And it's been years since that's happened. He's been sober, but you would think there would be permanent
You
damage.
need 6
But they
livers
said
to
they
do
told
that.
him that he was healthy. Everything looks great.
Yeah, I don't know about cirrhosis, so I could be way off here. But Bubba, we did know because of Bubba's situation that the liver can regenerate. Can it regenerate from that?
I don't see how you could filter 2 gallons a day.
I don't either.
Through anything. You know, I mean, you need a steel to do that.
Is he exaggerating? Let's say he's exaggerating. But he drank a gallon a day.
Well, I
That's
think
still a lot of liquor.
his fourth wife backed him up on the claim that his liver scan came back clear.
He just said he'd get bored, and all day he'd just make him a little drink throughout the day, and he'd go through a couple of gallons. But like he even said himself, he said, "I told the doctor, you may have me mixed up with somebody else." And I said, "No, this is actually everything
gallons.
looks good."
I'm like you, Bubba. I don't know how that's even possible.
Yeah, I don't either.
I mean, that's and I know that your body develops a tolerance. Unfortunately, I've known some of them. There's the binge person that pitches all these things and tears everything up and gets sent in jail. Drunks and alcoholics. But the high functioning alcoholic, have you ever known one?
Yeah, they're normal.
It's amazing. I mean, they're still in trouble and they need help.
Oh yeah,
because they're addicted
but
to alcohol.
you don't notice it.
But they're high functioning. They go to their jobs. They do everything. I mean, but they do have to have it so they don't have a meltdown. It keeps them level and it keeps them smooth, and that's the hardest part for them to beat it, is because they have to go through a period of time where they don't have the control they actually had when they would just keep getting those drinks every day. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's just terrible. You don't want that. But a high functioning alcoholic is very. I mean, they're out there, and so it sounds like he was able to function.
Yeah, and evidently must have.
And it didn't mess his liver up. We need to do.
That's amazing.
We need to get Tommy Lee's liver and do something with it.
It needs to be
take a little pinch off of it.
It needs to be studied.
Grow something in the lab.
Can we grow one? Off? Would it make a whole liver if we just took some of it?
Stick it to the back of a mouse. You've seen that before? They've like grown stuff on mice's back.
Oh yeah, well, isn't that weird?
Bottom of the hour, phone calls are next. Speedy heads to the phones. All 10 lines are available.
Speedy.
Rick, I'm going in.
Thanks, buddy. 866 We Be Big is the number. All 10 lines, and we chat with you right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I think on driving in the left lane only if you're passing.
Correct.
Well, that's not working because nobody cares. And now I see it on the reader signs, and it's the law, state of the right, all this kind. But people just don't care. Nothing has changed. I don't know how you police that or enforce it. Yeah. But I was around so many slow left lane drivers that I was about to lose my mind. And I don't know why they just stamp the left lane and they won't get out of it.
It makes sense.
But I do see why they pass that, because people do panic and they try to get around them, and then that's when trouble happens.
It does. But I guess, remember, we're trying to break old habits. Habits are hard to break. So people have habitually done what you just described, and we're trying to make them not do it, and it's going to take some time and some enforcement. And until you spank a child, a lot of times, or discipline a child, the child will keep doing what they've always done until there's some repercussions.
Speedy, maybe you need to make a citizen's arrest.
Well,
Citizen's arrest!
I fight to just get beside them so I can look over and see who's doing it.
I know. Do you make eye contact?
Oh, yeah.
You know, I almost saw a wreck this weekend. This is how sometimes those, well-meaning laws can have, potential side effects you don't really think about. And I know police officers, God bless them for the job they're doing out there, okay?
Especially now.
And, when they have to pull somebody over, there was a problem with officers getting hit.
Oh, yeah.
So they passed the law that you have to move over if you can. I think that's the important part, if you can.
Let's be sure we add that and emphasize it.
And I had been going down the road quite a ways, no problem. Everybody's moving along. Everything's going good. And I saw where a police officer had a guy pulled over. Well, some car tries to move over and doesn't look. And I mean, it just sent people flying everywhere into the median and everything. And I'm thinking everything was fine, but you tried to move over to get out of the way of a police officer on the side of the road, and now we almost had a major collision here.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
It looked like Talladega, people going through the grass.
Aren't you supposed to, if you can't move over, just decrease your speed
to 15 miles an hour?
But I mean, this one was coming.
That's what I heard.
This one was.
I know, but I'm just saying I'm just saying that we did this segment a couple of weeks ago, and an officer called in, and that's what he said. So
you can't go 15 miles. There's a minimum of 45 on the interstate. You can't go 15 miles an hour.
I give you that, but
you may go 15 less than the speed limit.
Maybe, yeah, but that's just what the guy said.
But not 15 miles.
Yeah, if you go 15, you're gonna have a pile.
I totally agree with that.
You're also breaking another law of minimum speed.
Yeah, so you should pull over, but it's not automatic. When you see the blue lights, it doesn't mean I'm going to the left lane.
People just jerk the wheel.
Oh yeah,
you still need to signal.
And I've
still
seen
need
big
to look.
trucks do it.
Oh yeah.
Well, I tell you, there's another version of that. Y'all are all 100% right.
I mean, the whole trip had been fine.
Yeah.
And I mean, it looked like Talladega, people going through the median and everything else.
Well,
the big one.
The other one is
cars
like
everywhere.
I'll be in the car with family and friends as the driver, and I will be in the right lane, okay? And then I'll have in the left lane someone who's going our speed or either up. Put it this way: if I move over, I'm going to hit them.
Right.
And there'll be somebody trying to do the merge. Hey, you need to get over and let them in.
Can't.
Well, I will get over when there's not a car that I'll ram into.
Yeah.
But if there's a car I'm going to ram into, this person is going to have to decrease their
They're going to
speed.
stay in that lane.
And they're going to have to stay there and merge behind me because I can't get over. I'm not being rude. I just don't want to cause a pileup.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to endanger an officer, but I don't want to cause a pileup. So I'll just slow down, but I can't get over. I mean, and what we're trying to do is do the right thing. But even with an ambulance, like I told you, I had one.
We have a mess here with those.
I had one of my kids run into a ditch one time, and the thing was, I was trying to get out of the way of the ambulance. Well, yeah, but not to the demise of the vehicle. I mean,
or injuring yourself.
Slow down and kind of ease.
If there's no shoulder, then you're gonna have to just do the best you can. But we should get over when there's somebody on the side of the road safely. We should allow people to merge safely. We should get out of the way of an ambulance or an emergency vehicle safely. No one's asking you not to be dangerous and even trying to do the right thing. Pay attention to what you're doing and do it safely.
Yeah.
I mean, that's it. Little public service announcement from the Rick and Bubba Show.
Hearing from one of our finest, he says there's a 6-month grace period for this driving in the left lane thing. But
Josh,
before they enforce it.
In Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Josh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to let you know if there's a police officer on the side of the road, you don't slow down to 15 miles an hour. You slow down by 15 miles an hour.
That's what
is what the law states. So
yeah.
Josh, too, and again, I know all this has been rehashed. We're just sitting here kind of Monday morning quarterbacking a lot of it, but a lot of times it seems like it would be better when they pull somebody over to just get to the next road or something so you can get all the way off the road.
Come on with it. 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy on the phones. All lines are available. We go phone trolling. Here we go.
Area code 212.
You can join us while you are dialing. Did you know that we are saying happy birthday to the folks at Raycon? 6 years old now. They have really made a name for themselves in the premium audio space. Their everyday earbuds are known for delivering high-quality audio throughout, and also don't forget, their features are fantastic. I love the features. 32-hour battery life, perfect in-ear fit, that one I really love. All-day wear, lasting comfort. About half the price of the other premium audio brands. Speedy loved that. He said, you had me at half the price. And also, they expanded their entire business this past year. They're introducing Raycon Home and Raycon Power Tech. So there's a lot to celebrate. So to say thank you, the Rick and Bubba Army has an opportunity. 20% off everything on the site by going to buyraycon.com/Bubba. And some of the items, when you put in the code birthday, are up to 40% off. And these are select items, but you can find them. So 20% for sure, could be up to 40% with the code birthday at buyraycon.com/Bubba as we say happy birthday to all the folks at buyraycon.com/Bubba. And thanks for all your great feedback out there. Many of you right now listening to this show on Raycon earbuds. To the phones we go. Let's go to Shane, who is trolling.
Keep them phones a-trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Shane, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. I just want to bring up a point. You have these representatives like the Squad and everybody who are pro-Palestine and Hamas and everything. What's really scary and disgusting is that the fact that they possibly even have security clearances where they have information, and you don't know who is working with them as far as interns or this or that they can leak out this information so easily, and it's very sickening to me.
Well, it goes back to
we just discovered that one of the employees in DHS was the former PLO spokesperson.
Right. Well, Bubba, it all goes back to that phrase that we've heard, but it's like we don't listen to it. Elections have consequences.
Yeah,
you got to be careful. We don't have to give people power, but we do, and many times they dupe us into feel-goodism when we're putting our very selves at danger, so everybody will think we're not mean. Chris in Alabama. Chris, 30 seconds. Go ahead. Chris? Nothing there. Let's go to Daniel in Mississippi. Daniel, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, man, how y'all doing, man?
We're good, man.
I just want to tell you all, man, I love y'all's show.
Thank you.
I was calling about the whole Tommy Lee thing. And look, I've been a functional alcoholic for, high functional alcoholic, probably about 5 years. So they are possible. So far, I've had no physical damage from it. 2 gallons a day seems a little extreme not to have any liver damage.
It really does.
I don't see how you could process that much, you know.
I don't know. But, I mean, the big...
Yeah, I hope you get a handle on your situation, Daniel, because over time it will cause damage. If nothing else, you're gonna have a bad day that shows up and it's kind of like Scripture says, and this includes everything, not just alcohol, includes food, includes everything. I acknowledge that we pick and choose certain addictions that we think are okay versus others. However, the Apostle Paul, and I don't know your faith situation, made it clear. He said, "I will not be mastered by anything." Because that's just not a good place to be, because it becomes more important to you than God. So an overindulgence in anything is very dangerous. And with alcohol, there's special dangers that come with it. So I hope you can overcome that. I know it's difficult, but I hope you can. We continue. Let's go to Jennifer in Alabama. Do you think Tommy Lee's exaggerating?
Maybe.
I think he is.
Rick,
I think he has
like
to
I
be.
said, he's exaggerating. What if it's 1 gallon?
Well,
That's
you're
still
right.
a lot.
Jennifer, go ahead.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys.
Sure.
Love it. Little Southern lady from Alabama. Just to reply to a guy that previously had called in and said that he's, what does the Speaker of the House do anyway? Respectfully, he's starting in line, so we should care about that. And I find it disgusting. I guess more so my comment is for those in leadership and those specific roles. Left, right, stop fighting. We're sick of it. Y'all need to be coming together because you're not.
Kind of what Bubba was talking about. Becky in Alabama, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Good morning, guys. I wanted to also speak about the earlier call about Jim Jordan becoming Speaker of the House. I find it amazing that because of one vote, he's decided just to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And that's like cutting off your nose to spite your face. And that's all I had to say about that.
Well, and two, I agree with some of the things he was saying to a point. And there's times to draw a red line in the sand, and there's a time to hold people accountable. But I think McCarthy was also making some progress on getting some budget cuts.
not as fast, not as much as we wanted, but progress was being made. But okay, you can't go along with a continuing resolution to keep the government open. I got that.
Right.
But I think you have to look at time and place, and that is my concern and my criticism with the Freedom Caucus. And again, I agree with everything they stand for. I don't have a problem with that. But I think you've got to be wise in how you pick your times to put your goal line stand. And I just don't know that right now with the world events, this is the best time. Will there be a better time next year? I don't know. The year after that, I hope so. And some of this stuff has gone on way too long. But think about it, too. It's gone on so long, it's impossible to fix it at one moment in time without causing dramatic heartache to a lot of people. And in a democracy, it's going to be hard to get people to swallow a bitter pill in mass. So you're going to have to be wise about how you do it, and I don't know that this was wise this time in this place.
Jeff in Tennessee. Jeff, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick.
Hey, buddy.
How you doing, brother?
Good.
Hey, I stole a line from you. I hope you can forgive me. I was talking to a credit card company, and the lady was in India. And after I made the transaction, I told her, I said, hey, I just want to congratulate y'all for landing on the moon. And she started laughing. She said, you made my day. I just thought you appreciate that.
Yeah, I kind of got a similar reaction when I did it. It was funny.
And it is cool they were able to do that.
That's good. Let's go to Lacey in Alabama. Lacey, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hi. About the Tommy Lee situation, a doctor told me once that dark liquor is harder for your liver and everything to process. So if he said that he was drinking 2 gallons of brown liquor a day, I would say, well, he would probably be dead.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I didn't know that. I'm Baptist, so I don't know much about alcohol, but so that makes sense.
It's all a learning curve for us, that's for sure.
We continue. 866 We Be Big. We go to South Carolina. Robert, go ahead. 30 seconds. How about it?
Morning, Bubba. I wanted to ask a question about the speaker.
Yeah.
The gentleman that called in earlier this morning was talking about how we could just leave them and not have a speaker elected right now, but in December they've got to work out the budget again, don't they?
Well, we're going to run out of money in November. This continuing resolution they passed was only like a 60-day something. So we're going to run out of money again, the government. And they can't bring things to the floor. They can't do this, can't do that. I don't know. I don't know how they're going to do it.
I was even told that, I think you tried to make the point, with what's going on in the Middle East, we can't even get together and decide what we're going to do as a country.
No, I mean, Biden can promise all this kind of stuff,
Sure.
but then he's got to go home and make it happen.
Right, yeah.
And all spending bills have to begin in the House of Representatives. The Senate can't just take it up. So the House has a very important role, and it just looks like a bunch of clowns right now.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have to compromise and get it together and move forward. Look, I'm king of red line, and we're not going to take this anymore. But it just doesn't work that way in a democracy, or in our case, technically a constitutional republic. I mean, you just can't do it.
Sarah, 30 seconds. Go ahead. Out of Alabama.
Last night, good morning, guys. Last night I was listening to a Rick and Bubba best of, and it was the one where y'all are trying to pronounce, wiener.
Oh, yeah.
And it's on a best of, and Speedy got to going, and y'all were laughing so hard, and eventually Greg said, just wire my jaw shut. And I just, I was dying. He said, wire my jaw shut.
Just wire my jaw.
There's just too much you can do with that name. There's so many possibilities with that name. You can't.
Craig in Gardendale, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Not good news, but when I say Joe Biden, I mean the Obama administration is really running our country right now. Everybody keeps wondering about the southern border. Well, you got to leave it open where Obama and them can get their people in. So when they fully take over, just like they've got them in the White House right now through his administration, you got to have a pipeline to get them in here. I mean, when we wake up and realize they don't obey the law, when they need to make something happen, it's going to happen. Look at the student loans.
Well, yeah, I'm still a little confused on the student loan thing. I thought the Supreme Court said they couldn't do it, and they went right ahead and did it anyway.
I know.
They just dressed it up and went away. Here we go.
We'll be back. 866 We Be Big is our number. The Rick and Bubba website. Have you ever been there lately? Ever been there? Yeah, a lot going on there. You can also shop the Rick and Bubba store, get your Rick and Bubba swag, whatever size you may need. All right there. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And that shoulder is a dangerous place for everybody.
It is.
Yeah, if there's ever a street there, common sense should tell everybody just go ahead and pull to it. Whether it's a 2-lane or a 4-lane, you don't want to be hanging out right there for somebody to be standing by your car. It's just as dangerous as it can be.
Find a parking lot, something like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Parking lot next road.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so reduce the speed by 15 miles an hour. That makes more sense. Tommy in Talladega. Tommy, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, it's Tommy, but let me ask you a question real quick. All right, let's say you got 3 cars in the right lane, cruising 75, man, they're doing the speed limit, they're drafting. You got car number 4 in the back. Is there any reason why he should pass those 3 cars ahead of him?
No, unless the person
is the right lane open.
Is
the right lane? Well, they're cruising at 75.
I understand that, but is the right lane open?
What do you mean? Is it open?
Could y'all be doing that in the right lane?
They're in the right lane.
Yeah, everybody's
They are?
in the right lane.
Yeah,
everybody's in the right lane.
Well, I didn't
understand the question then.
He's saying like if they're going 75, why would you pass them?
Well, if I
wanted
to go 80,
well, I mean, you get caught.
Then
speeding,
I'd have to pass them.
It just says slower traffic, keep right. It doesn't say what speed limit they're going. They just said slower traffic, keep right.
Well, I will tell you, you and I both know, though, Tommy, you and I both know that some people may be doing 75, but there are people, there's no reason to unless I'm in a hurry and running late and I'm going to break the law, that I want to go faster. So there's nothing, I mean, certainly.
Is left lane here lately has become people who say, I'm not going to drive the speed limit. I'm the fastest guy out here, so I'm going to get in the left lane. And then you get 7 or 8 of those jokers in the left lane trying to be the fastest.
Yep.
Right lane's usually wide open and clear.
No. On the interstate, you normally have somebody in the right lane, and then the person in the left lane is going the exact same speed limit as a person in the right lane, and it holds everything up.
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about.
Let me clarify again. I'm not talking about when you're in the middle of a town like in Atlanta where they've got 6 lanes. I'm not talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
When you're on an interstate and there are 4 lanes, 2 on each side, this is as clear as I could ever make it. The left lane is for passing a vehicle. That's what it's for.
Correct.
End of subject.
Yeah.
So if you're not passing anyone, you stay in the right lane. If you need to pass, you pass in the left lane.
Then get back in the right.
It's really that simple.
That's what it's for.
Speed or
It's
not.
called the passing lane.
Yeah.
That's what it's for. So you don't know why I might need to pass you.
Right.
Maybe I got an emergency. Maybe there's something going on. Maybe I'm late.
Maybe I just want to drive 76 and you're driving 75.
Right. So
I mean,
the left lane should be left available for passing.
If I'm passing and I look in the rearview mirror and somebody's coming up on me hard, the minute I clear, I get over.
Yeah.
Even if
absolutely.
I'm going 80, they may be going 100.
Yeah.
But
Let me tell
maybe they'll get caught. But
let me tell you when I don't get over is when I get out in the left lane and I see that I've passed a group, but there's about 3 or 4 more groups already up in the right. I'll stay there till I get by all.
Yeah.
I don't do this.
Depends on how far it is.
Yeah, I don't do that unless I got somebody on me that wants to go
if they're
faster.
on me, I get out of the way.
Yeah.
That's the
Because
thing.
they're just getting on my nerves.
It really ought to be solved if you have somebody coming up behind you, get over.
By the way,
Don't be oblivious to where you are.
By the way, Chris on line 1, I've noticed that too.
I don't either. That drives me crazy.
Yeah, he's mentioning blinkers. Y'all, blinkers are still in play, y'all.
Yeah, and it's against the law if you don't use
Yeah, we still need blinkers, and they still need to be used. Rick and Bubba, we're back. 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back, 866 We Be Big. All right, so a couple of updates. We're going to go rapid fire here. Here's an emailer. Says, hey, look, I have cirrhosis of the liver. Was told by the surgeon that once the liver reaches cirrhosis stage, there is no turning back. It never heals or gets better. Mine was caused by fatty liver. And it says liver disease can go back and forth from fatty liver to something I can't pronounce. But once it develops into cirrhosis, there's no turning back. So that answers that question. Here's another one. Alcoholics are notorious liars. Tommy Lee is just lying. Okay, so there you go. Bubba, would you like to hear the loudest cat in the world?
Yes, I would. I saw this story. I thought it was interesting. I didn't bother you with it because I felt like it fell into pets, which you don't care for.
Yeah, well,
so I didn't bother.
I love other people's pets. I just don't want to have the response. Look, I'm just not the stage of life or the way I live my life that I want the responsibility of a pet, because if I'm going to be a pet owner, I want to be a good one. So that one just doesn't meet my desire, or I don't have a need for it. But we have a 14-year-old mixed breed cat. That appears to have zero problem being heard. Bubba, this is what Guinness World Records now say is the loudest purr. All right.
Let's hear it. Pot it up.
And so we'll see.
It is definitely Bella's house rather than our house.
I'm Dave Wilson, and I'm an official Guinness World Records adjudicator.
Oh, he means
I'm here
business.
in Cambridgeshire to witness the attempt for the loudest purr by a domestic cat.
Got a meter or something?
I'm Nicole, and this is Bella.
Hello, Bella.
Hey, Bella.
Bella is 14 years old. She's a very lazy girl. She's an old lady, so we'll let her off. We've always thought that Bella had the loudest purr in the world. She is such a loud girl. You sit there watching TV in the evening, and you have to turn the TV up so you can actually hear.
My goodness. That's a loud purr.
She loves a cuddle, and she also loves food. Bella purrs so loud when she has a bowl of Whiskers in front of her.
Brought to you by Whiskers.
Yeah, really. That was an endorsement there.
The attempt must take place in the dead room to remove any reflections.
Can you imagine being
or
this guy?
outside noise.
It's a class 1 meter. It's been calibrated. We did a field check before we did the measurements to make sure it was working properly.
The decibel meter must be 1 meter away from the cat and 1 meter from the ground. The minimum requirement for this record is 50 decibels A-weighted.
I was pretty confident this morning that she would break the world record for the loudest purr. I fed Bella her bowl of Whiskers,
Again,
and
Whiskers,
then we
we
went to
get
start
it.
our attempt, so I brought her into the room.
Here we go.
Hey, Bella.
This is an official attempt for the
It's
loudest
official, y'all.
purr by a
Everybody be quiet. It's
domestic cat.
official.
Nicole, Bella, are you ready?
Yes, we are.
Bella answer.
It's purring. Well, they got a purrometer. Ooh.
The minimum that you had to achieve today was 50 decibels A-weighted. I can now confirm that you achieved 54.6 decibels A-weighted. Congratulations. You are officially amazing.
Loudest pair.
I'm so proud of Bella for breaking the record. She's absolutely perfect.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, we get it.
I'm
It's
not
a pun.
familiar with what
Bella's old. She may not hold the record long.
When he's saying,
party in here.
A-weighted. I didn't understand that part of the...
What'd you say? That's some of that
when he
British
said
stuff.
54.6 decibels A-weighted. I don't understand that part. I understand the decibels.
I think it's A-weighted.
No, it's A-weighted.
It's
A-weighted.
Yeah.
A-weighted gives
That's what
more...
I said, A-weighted.
What is that?
It gives more value to frequencies in the middle of the human hearing and less values to frequencies at the edge.
He looked it up. Clearly looked it up.
Yeah, I'm reading, Greg. It's called reading.
You act like it was coming off the top of your head.
No, I did not.
That is a pretty loud purr. We had a cat one time, I believe, could hang with that. We've had some that could really, really purr. Mama cat was really loud. I mean, she was saying, well, you have to turn TV up and go, what is that noise? You think a truck's in the driveway.
I think there's others louder. They just couldn't find them.
Nobody cares enough to know.
Right.
Do you worry about
And then when they waited.
Now I'm going to go home and try to measure mine, see how it's doing. Do you worry?
You or your cat?
The cat.
Okay.
Oh, but I can purr.
Let's bank 9 that one. Mark that. Mark that tape.
The one time, at one point when they described the cat, I thought they were describing you.
Yeah.
She loves to eat and sleep. But I worry about the Guinness World Record guy.
I love him.
I worry about his life. I worry about his psyche.
Yeah.
Honey, how was your day? Well, I had to travel over to somebody's house and see how loud a cat purred and give them a world
there was a
record.
lot of setup to get all those blankets and get that room dead.
Yeah.
I love to hear
No,
a
honey,
cat purr, though.
no. This is good. This stuff matters.
Gotta go measure fingernails later.
Right. Yeah. Don't think your life has no purpose. This is important stuff.
Can you imagine all the things if he does that all the time, what he has to go around and do?
Oh my goodness!
It's a late life. It was describing Bubba. If it would have said I like peanut M&Ms, I would have said,
Right.
"Oh my goodness."
Well,
it is Bubba.
Whiskas.
Whiskas.
Look, lady, we know you get a check. You're an influencer. Got it.
I've asked this, but have y'all ever eaten cat or dog food?
I have not.
I have.
Not on purpose.
You have?
Yeah.
On purpose?
Well, my brother tricked me. Some dog food looks
So not on
exactly
purpose.
like Reese's Puffs. So just one little half bite, and I was like, "Oh, I almost broke my tooth. Thanks, buddy." So,
No, we tricked a friend into eating something, but I've never.
Yeah, we've all done that.
Rick, what are you signaling to Greg?
Just give him
Yeah.
Oompa Loompa?
You know that friend that no matter what you had, they say, "Hey man, let me have some of that."
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
okay,
Yeah,
I'll let you.
we took care of that, didn't we? So
Did you mix it in with
sadness.
by the way, he
guy's
stopped
eyes,
asking. He stopped asking after that. Sure, you can take a big bite. I don't think I can eat all that.
I'm full.
so
wrong.
we broke him of that annoying habit. United Airlines, I think we'd all like to see the boarding of a plane time. If they could pick that up, we sure would love it. United Airlines says we are going to start loading the window passengers first. You know, because they seem to clog up the.
They just now realized.
They just now got. Bubba
We
said the
discovered
break.
we went that early.
Did it take them that long to realize? I bet that'd work smoother.
Wow, I think the Wright brothers could have came up with that. You know, this plane thing, if we'll load it from the window first.
If we'll get them in there, then we won't have to slide through them.
Yeah.
And
Just saying.
That? You know, I know they have to do some things to get the cabin ready. They don't need people in there, but it seems to me that would be better to load the people as they showed up, not wait and then put everybody in a line and then make them stand there in a line.
But
to
if you're in the aisle seat and the guy that's got the window seat comes in and he has to put his carry-on luggage above you,
bogs it down.
You know where you are.
Really bogs it down.
You're weight high.
Have you seen these
high.
reels of people who will put a hoodie on their arm and a hat and sunglasses and act like somebody's sitting next to them so nobody will come sit next to them?
You've seen that?
I have seen that. And then they'll turn around and show it to somebody that it's not real and they all laugh.
Right. I've tried to find a way if I could.
I know you think.
Yeah.
What level are we going to go to for this?
You think somebody like me that hates illogical things, you think watching an airplane being boarded doesn't infuriate me?
Yeah.
It drives me insane. That has got to be the slowest, most inefficient.
The whole way the whole way the air company works.
Oh my gosh,
is so inefficient. This thing of overbooking and then have to give people large amounts of money or miles to get them to come off the plane.
Oh my gosh, Sherry one time had to say to me, Rick, it is impossible that airlines, every one of them, have got on the same page to annoy you. I said, I feel like this is all against me.
Well, if you had to buy furniture on the airline.
Oh, can you imagine? Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I do want to tell you this Rick and Bubba store. Got some new items that are coming in. You can see out there, picture of the day, and probably saw it on social media. The new Making Radio Great Again theme, Rick and Bubba shirt, are brand new, and love the colors and everything with it. Cool. This is something actually that we didn't know about. We went over for our annual meeting, and they were showing us these type of hats. And I actually took a sample home, and my sons that are, you know, in their late teens, are in Big Love's 20 now. And they were all telling me, if you're hat people, that they all this is kind of the hat. Now we call it a dad hat. I don't know why we're calling it that on the store. What the reference is of that? Or interesting. And what it is, it's like a hat. You can see it there if you go to the store. But I'm holding it up. You're watching on YouTube. It has a smaller logo instead of having the big bold logos on it. It just has a tiny sewn-on logo. There it is in the store on the front, and it just has R&B show. And when I took it home, the boys went crazy over them and said, "Oh, Dad, this is the in type of hat right now. I mean, this is everybody's going to these."
So the dad hat's in no matter what age.
Yeah, and they call it a dad hat, I guess. Like they say things.
A lot of dads you'll see in that hat.
Right, and so they call it that. But there's a lot of young people that wear them now that they consider it to be stylish to have on what was kind of a throwback hat. Does that make sense?
Let's see. Let's see Speedy wear it.
Yeah. I tell you, Helmsy put his one on the other day, and he looked really good in it.
Y'all look good in it.
Yeah,
I don't think
it's my kind of hat.
Yeah,
for
it's
my
not a
head.
big head hat.
It's not, but I'm telling you, Helmsy looks sharp in it.
Well, thank you, Rick.
Yeah, yeah.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm gonna see you, and it took us.
I want Greg to make fun of you.
Yeah, there. That's yeah. And
stretch
see,
it out a little.
and it's not.
That looks good.
That looks good. It looks really.
I could wear it like the kids do.
Yeah, right there.
No.
Yeah, I'm hanging
There
on to
it
that
is.
sample till Bubba and I cut the new store video, but y'all look, y'all
I want
try.
Bubba wearing it in the video.
Let me see it, Speed.
Yeah, that ain't going on Bubba's head.
Please put it
I
on
didn't
there.
even change the Velcro on the bag. It's got a Velcro
Bubba,
adjustment on the
it's
back.
just got an R&B on the front. Don't pop the R&B off.
That actually looks pretty good.
That actually looks pretty good, buddy.
Yeah.
It really does. That's not bad, Bubba.
Sits a little high, but I think that looks
That's
good.
not bad at all.
Well, I don't want it down too.
I
want it
know,
like
but
sitting over here.
yeah.
No, I used to wear them like that.
Yeah,
I remember those.
I'm going to ask you not to do that again.
Let's not do that.
Oh, that was the thing.
What y'all doing here?
Well, you know what
Can I
that
go
is,
out and
Greg?
play, Paul?
Greg, let's go see Emmett at the fix-it shop.
He can fix anything, Rick. Hey,
Emmett!
you got a tiller it won't crank, he'll fix it.
That's right.
That's good.
Look, so anyway, that's a new hat
Good look, Bub.
in the Rick and Bubba store. You'll see some new stuff there.
Speedy, it's a good look.
A lot of you wanted we also have a new Scene Earn hat from the hunting line. It's the same style we had in the past, but we changed the colors up a little bit. If you got the khaki one, you need the brown one now. So that's in the store too. Scene Earn, the new Making America Great Again is there.
I'm gonna wear this
so.
with the size Bubba hat.
Good night.
Look at that.
Look at the back of it. How much space is in the back? You see it? Yeah, so that I like that. You know, that's a little more subtle. Just has an R&B show on it instead of the whole Rick and Bubba logo and all that. So it's available. There's new stuff coming to the stores. We got another one, ladies. You're gonna love this. You know these hats. No, I'm not gonna do it. I almost pulled a Derryberry. I'll just be quiet.
I was going to say.
Shut up.
How about just forget it?
Don't say it.
That's it. To the phones we go.
There's Speedy's hat right there.
866 We Be Big. Cade is standing by in the great state of Alabama. Hello, Cade.
Hello.
How you doing, buddy?
Good. Just to hear out here about the countryside up here.
I'm sorry.
I'm up here in the countryside.
Up there in the countryside. We got a lot of folks listening in the countryside.
Oh, wow.
Thank goodness.
Mm-hmm.
White Plains, White Plains.
Oh, sure.
Beautiful
Sure.
Chocolate Valley.
I got
Do
you.
you remember Morris Minton?
Morris Mitten? Minton?
Yes, sir.
I know Rodney Mitten.
Yeah, that's the only one I know.
No, he came up there for. He brought Speedy.
He brought Speedy, so is his Speedy's daddy?
No.
Did he bring some Mississippi State
Hold
stuff?
up.
Yeah, because if he just brought Speedy, I think that there's a couple in Huntsville that's going to have odds with that.
Speedy to Mississippi State. Is Speedy there?
Yeah, Speedy is here.
I'm right here. Yes, sir.
Speedy.
Yeah.
You remember my grandfather taking you to Mississippi State? He brought him the flag. You brought him the flag.
The big Mississippi State flag?
Yes.
Oh, yes. I got you now,
Yes.
Kate. I'm sorry. It was hard to understand where we were going on that. But, yes, the Mississippi State flag, I do remember that. Yes, sir.
Thank you, buddy.
I sure do appreciate
So
it.
Pawpaw said, "Hey, Cade, grab a phone, call up Rick and Bubba, see
Hey.
if Speedy remembers."
Hey, Cade, come here, boy. Get
you had a
the
flag?
phone, call Rick and Bubba, and ask Speedy if he remembers Morris Mitten.
They brought a
Hell State,
like a straight up Mississippi State
Right.
like flag.
You
We
took
took a
it-
picture of it in the golden ticket season. They brought it for me.
And you took it to Starkville?
No, I think what he was saying, it sounded like, "Hey, Granddaddy took Speedy to Mississippi State." No,
Yeah,
he
I
brought
thought he
brought
took
a
you down
Mississippi
there
State.
to school.
I did too.
He
What
brought
I
a
would-
Mississippi State flag.
What I would
here.
probably do so it was easier to work through is I'd probably get it all written down on a legal pad. I'd give it to Cade.
Remember y'all went down and y'all were going 15 miles an hour?
Because listen, Greg, here,
That's good.
Greg, because here's what we had. Look, do you remember when he brought Speedy to Mississippi State with a flag one time? I mean, it's look, give the boy the whole thing. Let him bring it. Cade was ready from the countryside, but he's got to have the whole deal.
I'm trying to.
Yeah, he was trying to relay. That's kind of tough.
I'm trying to find it. I think I might have put it out on social media years ago. Look what I found when I was trying to look for it. Look at you.
That's a bad.
Cameron
Golly,
in
that's bad
Huntsville,
memory.
100.3 The River. Cameron, go ahead.
Yeah, what's up, boys?
You
about it.
Going back to the highway stuff, I travel the interstate a bunch. Don't you love it when you're over, say, in the left lane and you
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
6 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thanks for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang all here. And we thank you for being part of the show today as well. And welcome back with his crown secure, back on where it's supposed to be in his mouth. Not on his head. Bill Bubba Bussey. There he is.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you. We do appreciate you hanging with us now for 3 decades.
Yeah, boy, I tell you, that's we've been at it a while, haven't we, buddy? Update on a story that we brought you.
Rick and Bubba news. It's the Rick and Bubba news. It's the Rick and Bubba news.
News update. Mary Lou Retton, it looks like, according to her daughter, is improving. She had a pretty scary setback and a fight against pneumonia, according to her daughter. But she says now, when she asked for the nation to begin to pray for Mama, that she has made a ton of progress in the ICU over this past weekend and appears to be improving for the first time, which is really good news. Fans have raised, and this is the part we can't seem to get to the bottom of, over $450,000 now to help her cover her medical bills from the hospital. Now, to me, when you're writing this story and you put that line in the story, the very next line should be because she doesn't have medical insurance or to cover what the medical insurance doesn't cover. It never explains why she needs the $450,000. And then so we sit here and speculate. Why don't they just tell us?
Well, Rick, they knew she was doing better when she hopped out of bed, took a few steps, and went over the pommel horse this morning.
Right, yes,
and,
stuck the landing.
Had a pretty good landing. Several of the judges gave her a 9.
Well, she was the all-around champion.
They said, I'll tell you one thing. Have you seen what happened in the ICU today?
I believe we've got some progress.
To add to the poor journalism, you go all the way back to the time it gets mentioned again after you look at a bunch of pictures and talk about how tough her battle's been. Then they go back to it again and still don't explain it. Retton's family had set up a spot fund page to help cover medical bills, which on Wednesday night passed over $450,000. Their target was $50,000. It doesn't say because her insurance covers some of it, but these are the expenses that they thought she would accumulate outside of it, or because Mary Lou Retton doesn't have medical insurance. Of course, we thought Obamacare would cover that. It never tells you why they need money for her medical bills. You're never told.
I did Google it and found another story. It says that she has found herself without health insurance. It doesn't really go into why.
Okay.
It just says she didn't have a health care plan.
Don't you think every single story, when it starts mentioning raising money for her medical bills, should explain why?
Yeah,
every one
that
of them.
helps.
Almost
That helps.
I mean, that is.
Why does she not have health insurance?
They're not. They don't know if it's due to financial difficulties, a previous policy lapsing, or personal reasons. But there's
how can
lots
Mary
of
Lou
speculation
Retton, who is a national treasure, not have health insurance? I mean, why didn't the government give her?
I thought
Lifeline?
Obamacare would cover these people.
I thought everybody had.
I thought
Obamacare
had that covered.
Didn't we pass that?
Yeah. So
I thought everybody was covered. No more. There was to be no more of these stories ever.
I don't know what happened, but again, the thing that always makes me question this, even though there's the explanation, maybe the daughter just didn't know. Maybe she was naive. But if you've got a loved one that is so sick they need ICU care 24/7, $50,000 isn't going to scrape that. That ain't going to scratch the surface.
You're going to have that a day.
Now, thankfully, they've got $450,000 now. But when they set the goal at $50,000, either somebody is just completely naive or the story has got something in it not right.
Well, this sounds like somebody didn't know the real cost of staying in hospitals now.
You realize how quick you get to $50,000 if you don't have any of it
run
covered?
Through that in a few days.
Yes,
right? No problem.
I mean,
it's really bizarre. I can't believe this study here. It says almost half of Americans are having trouble affording health care, and it says the number rises. And a lot are like her and are uninsured.
But I thought Obamacare was passed for that reason.
I know.
Right?
Yeah, I mean it was universal health care. I don't know how.
Yeah, but you could pay couldn't you pay a fine or whatever just to make sure you could? Like if you didn't want to take that insurance, you weren't required to. You had to pay so much to get out of that.
Because if you
remember, think that was a stipulation.
Well, you remember because you went through it. People were complaining that you've made my life more complicated. I'm getting less coverage and paying more.
Oh yeah.
Well,
the first year they made it cheap and everybody was excited about it. And then the second year they raised everything.
Yeah.
But I think there was a
it wouldn't
penalty
work. It wouldn't
penalty fee you could pay in order to not actually have to get their plan.
Okay, because here's what he said, and that she may have done this if she was in financial trouble. Here's a guy right here had the same thing happened to you. He said, I had to buy Obamacare after I retired. The deductible itself was $3,500.
Yeah, after the first year, I think for us it nearly tripled.
Right. So
monthly the monthly payments tripled, and the
what was your monthly payment?
The first year it was less than $600, but then the next year it was like $1,900.
See, most of the retirees tell me that they buy private health insurance for about $1,000 a month, which is still a lot.
Which is a lot.
It is. For them and their spouse.
Yeah.
But
but I think I would have had the option to pay like $800 or $1,000 fee and then not have to go with these plans, and that would get me out of doing that.
Well,
but now if I got sick or something, I'd have to obviously
do what they did.
Pay, yeah.
Well, you're gonna need more than $50,000,
right?
But
so how much you got now?
450,000.
Yeah.
But that's still, I'm telling you, it's probably going to be around that.
Yeah. It said in 2022, 38% of Americans said they or their family members skipped or have delayed medical care due to the high cost.
Bubba and I have tried to fix the healthcare situation because we do have some of the best healthcare available around the world, and it is extremely expensive. And the idea cannot be, let's have crap medical care that's cheap.
Mm-hmm.
The answer is, let's have the medical care we have now and make it more affordable. And there's ways to do this. Number one, and I think people are starting to do this, and Bubba and I brought it up, do like you do with life insurance, have a version of term health care. I pay for my doctor visits. I pay for my, inexpensive meds and whatever the ones that are. And then I only use it for catastrophic things like what's happening to Mary Lou Retton, and it has a lower premium. The other is release the market. Stop having these insurance companies having monopolies. I ought to be able to buy any insurance I want anywhere, in any time. And then competition will also drive the price down.
Yeah, that'll help. And we've also had a monopoly in the actual medical care. And I don't know what it is now, but at one time you had to have a certificate of need from the state, in our state, to even have a hospital. So you could be a billionaire and want to set up a hospital and give away care to people, and they wouldn't let you do it. I mean, it was really crazy. So the only way you're ever going to get those prices down is with competition. As long as the government is writing big checks, it's never going to play out like it should.
Here's another person. Obamacare, as most government programs, promised one thing, but in reality is completely different. They say Obamacare starts at $360 a month for one person. But the problem is it doesn't cover hardly anything. And if you have a family, like you said, Bubba, it's $1,000 a month. So that's hard on people who, who's got $1,000 a month to put in insurance? But that's what Obamacare is costing people. And then it has the high deductible, as someone says, high copays. So what you have, the people who are learning this firsthand, Obamacare is expensive and hardly covers anything.
Yeah. Right.
So no, so that didn't really fix anything.
It didn't have. It's not set up to have the market forces in it that will push it down. They said they were going to put it in it, but it didn't work that way because companies couldn't make any money, and so they bailed out of it, and they ended up with no competition.
Which again is that childlike view that the left has. They look at the world like children that don't even have any idea how the real world works. Yeah. It sounds good. And it's all glitter and ponies, but in application in the real world, it doesn't work.
Well, it's like in some of these areas of our country where you're seeing these smash and grabs. The companies are just shutting down the stores, and then people don't have jobs, they can't get services, and then they wonder why.
Yep.
And it just goes downhill. It's just very self-destructive.
15 minutes past the hour. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Cruise set 78, and you're coming up on somebody, and as you approach them, they start racing you.
Yes.
You're still in cruise,
Right.
and they can't let it go.
Yeah, I always want to say, if you wanted to go the speed you're going now, you would have just been going that the whole time. We're not racing. I mean, why won't you give up this spot? It doesn't make any sense.
It really doesn't.
Let's go to Mike and Dothan.
You don't get a cup if you win either. By the way,
you start 1039. Mike, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Well, I travel a lot for work as well, and y'all were talking about cops a while ago and having to pull over to the right lane to give the cops right-of-ways and everything else. Well, last night after I left the ballpark heading back to Dothan, Alabama, I had a couple cops in front of me, had some guys pulled over on the left side, and I had about 5 cars on my right, so I had to speed up to get in front of them because they would not let me over.
Yeah.
Well, the second cop decided to come out.
Oh, no.
Sounds like
God, I feel like he got pulled over.
Yeah.
What do y'all think?
I think they pulled him over. It sounded like for the move over law, but I got to tell you,
slow down.
I guess he was supposed to slow down like Speedy said, all the way to 15 miles an hour.
Yeah, basically slam the brakes on.
I think it's move over if you can.
Yeah, move over if you can, but I guess they got him for not slowing down. Maybe, I don't know.
Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, let's talk about a journey that you've been on involving Jimmy Carter. For years, we've talked about it on the show. Jimmy Carter has done some things that have bothered you and frankly, have bothered me as well. But you kind of reached a point where you said...
It bothered America, Rick.
Yes, it did. It just asked... I love when my father-in-law says that Jimmy Carter's trying to help people have homes now. He said he wished he would have helped him as president with that and when he couldn't afford one.
Yeah.
Because of the 21% interest rate. But anyway, and he shut down his entire business as a stonemason. He really appreciated that.
Yeah.
When nobody's building anything, if you're a stonemason, you'll struggle. But anyway,
Rick, people, I think we have to explain this to our kids all the time.
Mm-hmm.
They can't imagine a time when we had to get in line to get gas for hours, and you could only go on the day that your tag number was either odd or even. And then after sitting in line for hours, and some of y'all went through this, you get there and they're out of gas. So what do you do? I mean, if your car runs out of gas while you're in line, they would just push you over to the side. And you couldn't go places. You couldn't go to Little League practice. You couldn't go to school if you didn't have gas.
Well, let's do a government lesson here on the Rick and Bubba Show. This is when Jimmy Carter, had a naive view of the world market when it came to oil. And Jimmy thought that America were the only people getting oil. So he was going to tell all of these oil-producing countries. Now, certainly we weren't going to drill here because, you just can't. And so we're going to depend on foreign countries. But what Jimmy didn't realize, if you tell a country that you won't pay this for a barrel, they will say, well, there's other places in the world that will, so we'll just sell it to them, and y'all won't get any. Jimmy didn't understand that. We're not in position to demand what we'll pay per barrel if other people will pay it, or you don't produce your own. And so Jimmy didn't know that, and we led to what Bubba talked about, the fuel shortages and us having to ration fuel and all that. I mean, the United States of America rationing fuel is embarrassing. But anyway, so Jimmy and Bubba have gone back and forth over the years, and you had made a decision recently that Jimmy's age, that you were going to back off and kind of, just see if you could just no longer have any issues with Jimmy. It's all behind us now. But now Jimmy has come out again, Bubba.
Rick, I'm not saying. What is he, like 100? How old is he?
I'm just going to tell you that Jimmy is not. You remember when I said Sheryl Crow?
I'm trying to be nice to the elderly, Rick.
Do you remember when Sheryl Crow and sadly Barack Obama believed that you wouldn't have wars if you didn't have enemies?
Right.
And,
great concept. Love it.
Great concept.
I'm all for it, Rick. I'm all in on that one.
I am too. It's just hard to get the rest of the world to go along with that. Yeah. But anyway, so in this case, you're trying to disengage from Jimmy Carter, but he's not doing his part.
No.
Okay. So here we have the actual audio and video of this comment.
Yes, we do.
All right, here we go.
There's no doubt that the Russians did interfere in the election, and I think the interference, although not yet quantified, if fully investigated, would show that Trump didn't actually win the election in 2016. He lost the election, and he was put into office because the Russians interfered.
You okay over there, buddy?
Then he went on to say on his behalf.
This is sad. I mean, they need somebody needs to.
Do you want me? Do you need me right now?
No.
Okay.
Listen, that speaks for itself. Okay.
No. How's your blood pressure?
Well, it's fine. It's fine. It's.
21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. We love it. We're back. Hanging out, having a blast. Thank you for being with us. We'll get to more of your phone calls before the hour is done. Find out what's going on in Rick and Bubba land by going to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. All the information there for you. Bubba, we got something going on from Canada. Canada. What? Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Let's go. Everybody. Come on. Hey. So the Canadians, you know, they've tried all the leftist experiments, and of course it's led to turning their country into a disaster and their cities into a disaster. And as soon as the Canadians are allowed to go through the border on a vacation day, they usually go over to the evil United States of America to actually have a blast. But anyway, there's even people in Canada saying we implemented all these things because we wanted to be perceived as being all loving and all caring, and some of us are admitting this all sounds good. It's just been a disaster. Well, now people are saying they would like to run against Trudeau, and remove him. And
you talking about Castro's boy?
Here is a candidate who wants. I can't. Is it Pierre Poilievre? Maybe something like that.
Go with it, Rick.
He is wanting to run against Trudeau, and he is talking with one of the far left journalists. And what I love is not only does he demolish all these ridiculous views by the left, he's eating an apple while he does it.
Yeah. He brought it to the interview.
He's asking the reporter, walk that out for me. What do you mean?
Who are you talking about?
If you want to watch,
give me an example.
If you want to watch a leftist panic, make them actually substantiate their narrative.
Yeah.
All right, so here we go.
On the topic, I mean, in terms of your sort of strategy currently, you're obviously taking the populist pathway.
What does that mean?
Well, appealing to people's more emotional levels, I would guess. I mean, certainly you tap very strong ideological language quite frequently.
Like what?
Left wing, you know, this and that, right wing. You know, I mean, it's that type of ideological spectrum.
I never really talk about left or right.
Anyways, I don't
really believe in that.
Okay, a lot of people would say that you're simply taking a page out of the Donald Trump book.
Like which people would say that?
Well, I'm sure a great many Canadians, but
like who?
I don't know who, but
well, you're the one who asked the question, so yeah. You must know somebody.
Okay, I'm sure there's some out there, but anyways, the point of this question is, I mean, why should Canadians trust you with their vote, given, you know, not just the sort of ideological inclination in terms of taking the page out of Donald Trump's book, but
what are you
also
talking about? What page? What page? Can you give me a page? Give me the page. You keep saying
in terms of turning things quite dramatically in terms of Trudeau and the left wing and all of this. I mean, you make quite a, you know, it's quite a play that you make on it. So I'm
not
just
sure.
wondering.
I don't know what your question is.
Then forget that. Why should Canadians trust you with their vote?
Common sense. Okay. Common sense for a change. We're going to make common sense common in this country. We don't have any common sense in the current government. You know, the guy prints $600 billion, grows our money supply by 32% in 3 years. That's growing the money 8 times faster than the economy. No wonder we have the worst inflation in 4 decades. I'm going to cap spending, cut waste, so that we can balance the budget and bring down inflation and interest rates. You'll want to be able to pay your mortgage again? You want to be able to afford rent? Then you have to vote for Pierre Poilievre, because I'm the only one with a common sense plan that will bring back the buying power of your paycheck.
Yeah, I like him already.
I wish I was having lunch with him today.
I wish he was in America.
Yeah, I'd vote for him.
He's tearing up that apple.
First of all, great voice, by the way.
Can he be Speaker of the House?
There you go.
Listen, him eating that apple and keep Powell didn't know what to do with it. Well, okay, forget that.
But did you notice the difference when the reporter kept speaking in these real huge general phrases, and he asked him to be specific, he couldn't. However, When the reporter told him to be specific, he walked it out in about minute and a half.
It wasn't that long.
Maybe wasn't even that long, was it? So
that was impressive.
Yeah,
while eating an apple.
That was good.
That's the best part.
What do you mean by what page? Give me that page.
Who is saying that?
Well, see,
people,
what the
people?
reporter is trying to do,
People.
he's trying to accuse him of something with his question.
Right, of
He's
course.
trying to already paint him in a corner. Well, you're a Donald Trump wannabe copycat.
Right.
And why should we vote for you?
Right.
Well, no, what do you
wouldn't let him
mean?
do it.
What pay? Yeah. Explain what you're asking. If you can't do that,
Yeah, you can't
if you
just say
can't
it.
give a specific, then it shows really what the reporter was all about. He's trying to push an agenda, not interview the guy.
That was great.
Now we come back to the USA. MSNBC number 6, Mr. Adler. He was talking about Canadians. Would the Canadians like to be able to afford their mortgage again and come off or their rent? Well, MSNBC, not exactly a bastion of conservatives. A 30-year fixed rate has now eclipsed 8% for the first time since 2000. Here it is.
Yes, I thought you were going to say it. I'll say it, 8%. The 30-year fix has jumped 20 basis points just this week as investors digest stronger than expected economic news. So now we have an 8 handle. Compare that to just 3% 2 years ago. What that means for a person buying a $400,000 home with 20% down is they are now paying about $1,000 more a month today than they would have just 2 years ago.
Wow.
That's big.
Everybody still loving this Bidenomics? Everybody still all in?
Rick, seriously.
So
Bidenomics.
I want to compare. I want to compare what the guy in Canada said to the U.S.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Over the past 2 years, Biden administration, the money supply, the amount of money that's printed and out there, is up 40%. 40%.
Mhm.
Do you wonder why we have inflation?
Right.
Too much money chasing too little supplies and services causes the price to go up. That's 8th grade civics. I don't know why this is so complicated.
Right.
The answer is what he said. You cap spending, you try to get the interest rates down, and you grow the economy without spending more money at the government level or printing money. And that's how you catch this up. That's how we did it under Reagan. We got to do it again, and you got to do it carefully, or you can throw the economy off the other way.
Don't miss that if you bought a $400,000 house, okay, for you to get down to $1,000 a month more, you're still going to have to pay 20% down.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody got that laying around? That was the thing that used to, when I was first starting out, that I was the most terrified of. I would get into some finance thing, but when they would say, well, you're going to have to put some money down, I'm like, money down?
Yeah. That's amazing. That clip shows all of that, doesn't it?
Yeah. So there you go. Are you still feeling good about Bidenomics? I mean, do you want to pay more? I mean, just 2 years ago, we were at 3%. 2 years ago. So there you go. Bottom of the hour, your phone calls are next.
$1,000 a month change in that payment. That's wild.
Yep. Let's chat with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. You don't have to comment on this. You can comment on anything you want to, and we'll chat with you next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bunch of winners up there, him and Fritz Mondale.
Right.
You talking about going to the woodshed in an election.
You talking about there's no term and one term sitting there telling
Seriously,
us what happened?
I don't know if I'd ever gone outside again if I'd have been Mondale. I don't know how he dealt with it. Really,
Monumental
couldn't do it.
loss.
Let's be honest. If you looked in the mirror and you were Mondale, you looked in the mirror and you said, it would remind me of that
he was
Saturday.
two-time league. Well, he was Carter's VP, wasn't he?
Do you remember the Saturday Night Live bit that now Congressman what's his name did, where he that smiley thing where he'd stare into the mirror and say, "I'm a good person, I'm okay."
Oh yeah,
You know,
Franken.
Franken, Al Franken, which was a funny character.
Yeah,
but
it was.
but let me tell you what's bad. If I was Mondale and I had to look in the mirror and say, this country only has 50 states, okay. Now I know Barack said we had 57, but we have 50 states, and you're looking in the mirror saying 49 of those rejected me. 49 out of 50 rejected me.
I don't go
I
outside.
am a loser.
And so anyway, and you'd have to really try to build yourself back up. Even your mama would have to, if she was still living, have to call and say, "Honey, it's all right.
It's okay.
I love you.
got one
I
step."
love you, and Minnesota loves you. Don't you ever forget
You
that.
don't need
Let's go
anybody.
watch the Vikings play.
But Ricky, you don't need anybody else unless you're trying to be elected president.
Hey, Jimmy Carter, I would say with all due respect, but what respect are you due? Other than the fact that you're just an older person, I should pay just some decency to.
I'm trying to. I'm trying to put it in that column really hard
to be kind, because I don't know what he's done that garners respect.
Look, here are the facts. And see, Jimmy is being just a little bit intellectually dishonest with all this. The Russians interfere in all of our elections and always have. Now, how do they do that? They don't fix ballot boxes. They've never been able to hack those. They've never change votes. But they do try to, with public opinion. They used to do that, but now with social media, it is just, I mean, it's like social media to people trying to influence elections is big hop forward as it has been for peeping Toms. I mean, they love it. You know, they got all the information. They used to have to go hang out in the bushes to learn.
Yeah. I know that you're protecting yourself, but he actually said in this comment, I know. But let me listen to what he said, Bubba.
You want to hear it again? Right?
No, I'm just telling you what
please
I think
listen.
really happens, and they do. And look,
got you, but you're missing one part. I have to say this.
I know. He said they didn't win.
No,
he won.
No, more. He said that more than that. Listen, Bubba, you missed this phrase. If it had been fully investigated. Fully investigated? Well, gosh, I mean, this thing has been investigated by Mueller went out and picked. There were no conservatives part of the investigation at all. It was all people tied to the Clintons and to the Democratic Party. That it was an entire team of opposition that went out to investigate this. Jimmy, I know you're aging. God love you, and I wish you nothing but I wish you well. But for the love of all that's good and kind, where's the wisdom you're supposed to have at this age? Fully investigated. Now, if you want to say, I can't believe they didn't find anything, but you can't say it wasn't fully investigated.
Rick,
My gosh.
That's just a statement that ain't true. I mean,
that's what I mean.
Yeah, it was investigated ad nauseum.
Yeah. If it had been fully investigated.
And look, Mueller and his crew, they had hammer and nails. They could have nailed Trump up on the cross if they wanted to,
Absolutely.
but they didn't have the evidence to do it. So,
Jimmy, come on now.
Yeah, I'm just sorry.
I know you're trying to do
that's
better.
Why I'm not.
He's not doing his part,
Rick. I'm not mad about it because that's embarrassing to him.
Okay,
you realize that's so off the farm. I feel sorry for him. Nobody thinks.
So you went from you. It's like one of those things. If you're in a game and you're really mad at your rival, and you came in and says, "Man, I really despise him." Before you know it's 42-0, you start feeling kind of bad.
Yeah.
Is it one of those?
Well, Rick, look at that. That's sad. That's real sad.
It is. It's
nobody's buying that. That just makes him look all that more gone off the edge. I mean, you can say you didn't like him, and
here we go,
whatever. But I mean, it's true. That was sad. Y'all all felt sad when you saw that, didn't you?
Yeah, he was.
I can't get mad at that. That's crazy.
He was struggling.
This is your therapy.
Somebody needs to roll him out.
Did you see how the therapist has worked with him?
Yeah.
See how I quickly turned that into sadness.
Well, Ricky got to go drop cookies today.
But see, like he doesn't need to be out there making statements like that. The people around him.
Somebody's being irresponsible.
Yeah, it's like him and Ruthie. They need to roll them out.
Well, I will say this.
It's embarrassing. I mean, we're playing Weekend at Bernie's now. I mean, it's crazy.
Exactly right.
Well,
that's a movie. It shouldn't be a lifestyle.
Right.
There's
also a little bit of element. Don't forget this that I have some sort of standing that people want to hear my view on it. I mean, it's not like we're sitting here one of our most influential.
Bless him, Lord.
It's not like we're sitting here one of our most influential presidents that's going to be an icon of American history, and he's weighing in on the Russians meddling with an election. I mean,
35 minutes now past the hour. Coach Hams is on the phones. Hey, Coach. And lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Come on in. We'll chat with you, America. We have 10 lines available. About half of those are full now, so you can get in if you move. While you're doing that, are you struggling to sleep? Sometimes people, sleep is big. I mean, you got to have sleep.
Hey, that's the number one thing we deal with here.
Mm-hmm. I slept great last night, and I can tell. I feel better today. 90% of CBD users say they enjoy improved sleep. That's 90%.
Go to cbdistillery.com to find out more, because you could be sleeping better naturally. What about I struggle focusing. I find myself, feeling like I got a little bit of fog and all this. 81% of those that are using the products at cbdistillery.com. So you know what? Stress and anxiety much better. Focus, clear thinking. Would you like to find out more about what's available? You can and get 20% off by using the code Bubba at cbdistillery.com. cbdistillery.com, or you can go to rickandbubba.com. You can also find the link right there under the sponsors button. To the phones we go, 866-WE-BE-BIG. And let's see where to start. Let's go to John, Chapel Hill, North Carolina. John, how you doing? Welcome to the program.
Hey, guys. The guy that you just featured is Pierre Poilievre. He is the leader of the official opposition of the Canadian House of Commons. He's already an elected position. He's not running for anything. But under the Westminster style of politics, what he's trying to do is force a vote of no confidence against the prime minister. And if that happens, the prime minister must resign, somebody else gets put in his place, and they become the prime minister. Or he's going to try to force a vote, not a vote, but force the governor general, which is the vice-regal representative to the king, King Charles III, to dissolve Parliament. And if he does that, then they'll hold a snap election. So when he says he's quote-unquote running for office, he's trying to get the governor general or the king himself to dissolve Parliament so that they can do a snap election. And if they can get the majority, his party can get the majority of seats in the House of Commons, he would become prime minister.
And that's when he would cap this, and because he was talking about what he would do, but that's the only way he would get the authority to do it. What you just said, all that.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes,
what are you saying the representatives to the king? Are they still what's that deal?
Yeah, they're still
okay. So the Commonwealth realms, especially those that are under the constitutional monarchy of Great Britain, are represented by an individual known as the Governor General of that nation. So they are literally the vicar or the vice-regal representative to the king. So the king can't be everywhere at all positions of the world. So they have somebody in their place to kind of handle the affairs in the name of the king. Now, here's one thing about what Poilievre talks about. In a lot of the main cities in Canada, it used to be where you could pay off a house in 25 years. Now it's taking Canadians 25 years just to pay off the down payment.
Wow. Well, that's an ugly situation. Now, how do you know so much about Canada and the way their government works?
Well, oddly enough, since I think our system of politics is rather depressing, I watch YouTube on CPAC or the Canadian Political Action Channel, and they have this thing called Question Period at about 1:15 every day, and I just sit back and watch it, and you just kind of learn some things.
How about that? Well done, John. I don't know why, if you want to learn important things, why you're listening to this show, but I hope you're taking something from this.
I guess my question is, though, why does Canada still have that? Are they still technically under Britain or somebody?
Yes, Canada. And if you look at the other government realms or the Commonwealth realms that are still tied to the sovereignty of Great Britain, they have this same system of politics. So it's either they, dismiss, like a lot of nations in the Commonwealth are starting to break away and declare independence, but they still maintain that same system of government. I don't know why, but it is what it is. I guess if they don't think it's broken into their part, they're not going to turn around and fix it.
Thank you, John. Appreciate that. That was very, very insightful.
That was something.
We continue. Suzanne in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Suzanne, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I have a guaranteed way to get a Speaker of the House.
How's that?
You bring everybody in there about 6 in the morning. All you have is coffee, donuts, granola bars, water, and chili, and then you lock the doors. Nobody gets to go to the bathroom until they've elected a Speaker.
That should do it. Memphis, Tennessee.
I wish they'd hold their paychecks.
Coming to see UAB this weekend. They'll also see Speedy in Ohio. Brian, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, surefire way for you to get the floor model next time.
I'm really kind of upset that you didn't think about this, but in the midst of the chaos, I can see why. This is straight out of your old playbook. As we get older and use the wallet, they had 2 items in stock, correct? One in the inventory and one on the floor.
Correct.
You buy them both and then return the one that was in inventory.
There you go.
But then the low house
You
part,
use
you
their
got to
own
return
policy.
Yeah.
You use their own policy against them because guess what? You can't return the floor model. Oh, well, I'm sorry, sir. I guess you just have to take the one in the box back.
Yeah. You know, that is a brilliant plan, and that is one side, you're right, of me. But you know what always defeats the other, Rick, is no hassle,
But you
Rick.
do it before you do it before you leave the store. Rick. I get it. The hassle.
Okay, good. All right, that's good because
You
so
go from the checkout stand to the customer service before you even get to the door and say, you know, my wife said we only need one of these.
That's
Sorry, need to return this.
That's good. That is good. Yeah, I should have thought of that, but you're right. We were in chaos at the time. But let me tell you, of all the Ricks, the one who rules that kingdom is no hassle Rick.
Yeah. He gets the final vote.
I'll tell you, he has the final word. We continue. Let's go to Rachel in Starkville, Mississippi. Man Church Conference coming March 8th and 9th. Tickets are moving now. Rachel, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are y'all doing?
Good.
We're great. We're great.
So y'all are talking about Mary Retton and her making that they raised 150, whatever the amount was for her medical bills, 450.
Yeah.
That's probably not going to even cover a Band-Aid.
Did we just lose Rachel? Wow, that went away. See, the medical
Big Pharma got her.
Big Pharma got her.
Come on.
Let's go to Mike in Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. Go, Mike. Mike.
Boy, I tell you what.
Mikey.
Yikes.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, Mikey. Hey, Mikey.
Quick, play the Canadian again. Coleman. Nick, go ahead. He wasn't Canadian.
Hey, guys. My question is, in the long run, do you think that Biden and the Biden administration is going to eventually get us involved in this war to where they can't do a new presidency election? Because I've always been told that as long as we're in a war, we can't have a new election.
No, I don't think that's right.
That's not true.
Yeah, we had an election during World War II.
Yeah, that's not true.
And, yeah,
what you are remembering correctly is that card has been played before, and who was it that said in our current situation, I think I just need to stay in as president, and he got his way? Was it Eisenhower? No, was it? I can't remember. Was
we
it
had
Roosevelt?
anybody modern do it. Well, Roosevelt kept getting elected.
Right,
they even changed the rules after that. So.
Yeah, but no, if we're at war, we'll still have an election.
Yeah, unless it's physically unable to happen, you know.
Let's go to Russell in Sweet Home, Alabama. Russell, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I just want to thank you for fixing a problem I've had. It's been frustrating when the show is done each day, trying to figure out what to listen to. And I recently started listening to your series on Revelation.
Oh, thanks.
And it has filled the rest of my day and just made every day so much better. And I really appreciate you.
Well, that's kind of you to say that. Yeah, you know, our YouTube channel is, you know, chock full of all kinds of content, and a lot of people have found that Bible study the very same way that you have, and we've got some incredible testimonies that go with that. So, Russell, thanks. That's kind of you to say. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Foley, Alabama, where Chris is standing by. Chris, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Thank you. I'm doing good, guys. Hey, listen, real quick, I just wanted to touch base on the alcoholic addiction.
Yeah.
I'm a recovering alcoholic. I drank all my life. It was a severe situation. I prayed to God, and God gave me the courage to get sober. I checked myself into a retreat, learned more about God, and found out that God's all I need.
Yeah.
I have been sober for 4 years, 1 month, 8 days, and I get up every single morning for the past 4 years, and I read the Bible to my wife, and I hold her hands and pray with her, and never did that before I found God. Never did it when I was drinking. I knew God, but I didn't do it when I was drinking.
Yeah.
And when I got sober, I had to get rid of some things and get new things. And one new thing was Rick and Bubba. Huh. And you guys have brought me along for 4 years, man. You know, I got tears in my eyes now, guys. I'm telling you, my life is so much better because I've got God.
Amen.
I just wanted to say to you guys, thank you so much for your daily your daily reprieve. Whatever it is that I'm getting out of this is good.
Wow, Chris, that
that's
is
awesome.
Let me
That's
tell
so
you,
good.
yeah, whatever God may have done through this show for you, He used you today to encourage us.
Yep.
So we're even. Thanks, Chris. That's really cool. We'll come back. We'll look at anything we may have missed. Our final discussion for some of you for the day as the Rick and Bubba show continues. Don't forget, 866-WE-BE-BIG or rickandbubba.com, all the different ways to either email us or contact us. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The one-termer that didn't do a good job.
The Russians tried to help Trump, and then they turned on Trump as soon as he was elected and led protests against him. They're always doing it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thanks for being with us. All right, so we've got other updates on today's edition of Rick and Bubba, including a Casio Kid Cortez update.
The world is going to end in 12 years.
Coming to take me away, haha.
That Pierce Morgan has turned into a conservative. What's happened?
I think they have gone so far to the left, he now looks like a conservative. And I thought he was on the left.
He's even frustrated. He even thinks they're crazy.
Now, Rick, I'm going to paraphrase some of this, but over the weekend, Twitter wars have broke out.
Uh-oh.
Notorious AOC has been on Ivanka Trump for some time about why is she working in the White House. What is her qualifications? She tweeted over the weekend, being someone's daughter actually isn't a career qualification. Now, she was mad that AOC was mad that Ivanka went with President Trump on this trip to North Korea and actually went into North Korea with him.
Yeah, we got that story coming up. You do know
so-
the president from the first one ever to step into North Korea, sort of.
So this has been an ongoing theme, but she had ramped it up over the weekend a little bit. Well, Piers Morgan took to Twitter to fire back and say, could be worse. Ivanka could have been a bartender 18 months ago.
Pierce keeps shooting some shots. He get mean.
Now, she fired back saying having more bartenders in government would make it better.
Well,
she also listed her qualifications and then accused the GOP and Republicans of classism. Morgan challenged her to a sit-down interview, but she did not reply to that.
No, well, probably not.
That's funny, though.
And
What a good one.
And let's face it, the good news is to have Pierce Morgan over on our side now when it comes to some of these crazy on the really far left. It always sounds more authoritative and more if someone does it with an English accent.
Yeah, it does. Isn't that funny?
If we can get somebody taking them on with an English accent, there's just something about that just seems to add more credibility to it. I don't know why.
Yeah, I changed my voice in IMAPs to an English dude, and for some reason I felt like the directions are better.
Here is AOC.
He can't be.
Here is AOC's exact tweet she put out. She said, it may be shocking to some, but being someone's daughter actually isn't a career qualification, as I mentioned. It hurts our diplomatic standing when the president phones it in and the world moves on. The U.S. needs our president working the G20. Bringing a qualified diplomat couldn't hurt either.
Who's she referring to there?
Who the qualified diplomat is?
Right.
I guess somebody who, does the diplomat thing. I
She
guess.
doesn't mean her, I hope.
No,
Right.
certainly not. Certainly not.
Right. I just
Certainly
wondering.
not.
Just wondering. Because
Now, this is what's funny with the left. When Trump was calling Kim Jong-un Rocket Man, they were like, oh, he's going to get us in a war. Now he's trying his best to work a deal out to get the guy to open the country up and join the rest
world.
of the world. And they're, well, you just over for a photo op.
Well, again,
you can't have it both ways. Again, they don't understand negotiating, I don't think.
Well,
I think anytime you're at odds with somebody, you have to give them a way out. Now, you try to move them the way you want them to go, but you have to give them a way out. And see, they never do that. They keep circling back around, and there's no way to please them, so you quit trying to.
I wish we would all work on it. I've certainly tried to work on in my own life of a little something called consistency.
Forget that. What's that got to do with politics?
I know it's impossible to remove all bias from your individual point of view. I understand that. But let's see if we can minimize it some. For instance, what you just said. In this situation, President Trump has set a foot inside North Korea for the first time in American history, shook hands with Kim Jong-un, and continues to try to find a diplomatic way to make them less dangerous to the rest of the world. And here's the bottom line. It didn't need to be any more complicated than this. If you're listening to me right now or you're watching and you are a Democrat, would you have celebrated this if Barack Obama had done the exact same thing? If you would have celebrated it and said, this is what I like this approach better than trying to drop bombs on people, trying to go to war with people, I like this better. So if Barack Obama would have gone to the DM, what's it called? That little zone there.
DMZ.
Is it DMZ?
I don't know.
Yeah, demilitarized.
That's right, DMZ.
Yeah.
For some reason, I was going to say that, and I felt like it wasn't it.
Because it sounds like DMV.
Yeah, that's it. That's what it was.
There is a lot of similarities.
All right, Speedy is showing it right. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. Yesterday's archive from the Wednesday Bible study is on our YouTube channel now. If you desire to go back and pick it up on your own time, the audio version also on our podcast channel. Things going on coming up this weekend. The real Greg Burgess on Friday. If you're in Birmingham, Alabama, you'll be coming to join us on the golden ticket seats that day, and you're going to be in town. Go by and spend some alone time with Gregory. Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall. He'll be there 11 to 1, hanging out, gripping and grinning. He's got lunch for you, too. Speedy, if you're coming in for the UAB game on Saturday in Birmingham, Speedy will be there, Protective Life Stadium. And then looking ahead, some things that are coming up. I got the honor to be going to a man church at First Methodist Church in Clanton, Alabama. That's where Tommy Lenore is leading worship, and they'll be kicking off the men's discipleship strategy there. So also that morning, I have the honor of speaking at Valley View Church in Leeds, Alabama, during the Sunday morning services. So all that can be found either at themanchurch.com, burgessministries.com, also rickandbubba.com. Has dates for you on stuff I've mentioned as well. And some of you have been asking about Sherry, stuff that we either have going on marriage conferences or Sherry going and doing women's events next year. All those that are on the books for 2024, the marriage conferences and the women's stuff can be found at burgessministries.com now under events. So, Bubba, a couple of things that we were talking about. I meant to tell you, do you know anything? Now, I'm not asking us to discuss it. I'm asking us to go and check on it or maybe have it on tomorrow's program. Are you familiar with compressed air engines?
No.
Do you know anything about compressed
not that I'm
air
aware
engines?
of.
All right. So the CEO for Jeep, and I'm not asking us to find it now, but something to maybe think about because I'm being that guy right now, asking us to find things that we're not prepared to talk about. But he says that the compressed air engine will destroy all electric vehicles. It'll be far superior to the EVs. So anyway, that's out there. Maybe we can put that and get it together and be ready for a presentation tomorrow on the next show. But
we did that one story where the guy made it out of it was beer. The motorcycle.
I remember that.
The motorcycle beer
one.
shooter, yeah.
This guy is calling it the compressed air engine. And this is the CEO of Jeep and says this is going to be superior to even the EVs. So
look out.
So we'll see. Bubba, you mentioned this. A new poll showed that Trump and Biden are neck and neck if they were running against each other in 2024.
What's that tell you?
But unfortunately, they think this Robert F. Kennedy Jr. independent move is going to hurt Trump.
Yeah,
more than Biden.
You might think that he would, trim off some Democrats, and he will some.
Mm-hmm.
But it appears that the Democrats once again stay together and support Joe Biden.
Oh, of course,
even if they don't like him or think he's unable to do it, and that while he will trim off a few of the demos, he will actually trim off more people in the middle, moderates, who might be Trump voters.
Mm-hmm.
So the basis of the story is that RFK as a third-party candidate will hurt Trump more than he will hurt Biden.
You agree with that?
I don't know.
It's hard not to, just because the modern, and we're talking about the modern progressive left person, they are locked in on ideology. They couldn't care less who the candidate is. And I will say that those on the far right probably are the same way. But it's that 8% you keep talking about. And will they drift more to a Robert F. Kennedy Jr. versus a Trump is what they're basically saying, right?
Yeah.
But because look, there are people that you could have Lucifer run for the Republican nomination and Lucifer run for the Democrat, and there's, would you say, 45% to
45 to 48,
40,
right off the top.
Right off the top, and they're going to vote for the party, and they're going to vote for that ideology, even if it's Lucifer himself that says that he will implement it.
Right.
That really is true.
So you got about 5% in the middle that will decide it all.
Right.
But you got to have that solid 45 or 48. You
Right.
know, the politicians will usually try to shear up what their base, they call it, with the red meat issues, and then they will try to grab that in the middle. But sometimes you make people in the base mad if you go too far in the middle, and vice versa.
That's right. Well, we see that happening with the speaker right now.
Yep.
Netflix, whoever the guy is at Netflix or the lady that said, I think that if we will go out and crack down on password sharing, that we can really help our company. If you were the person that took that on and you've pulled it off, you are celebrated at the office today.
Oh, yeah.
And Netflix has added 9 million new subscribers solely by cracking down on password sharing.
Yeah, and there were people saying, "Look, we're going to lose people if we're too brutal with this. They're going to go somewhere else." And she said, "No, let's see what we can do." So it has gained him a lot of. There was a lot of password sharing going on. Is what it basically said.
And the point, Speedy asked me for mine all the time.
Right.
I'm tired of it.
And you made the point just then, Bubba. If the product is good enough and people love the content or they love the food or whatever the product is, what if they love it? This thing, and there always is where you outprice yourself. But what Netflix is learning, their low end tier was priced too low.
Yeah,
because they said even when they increased it, they still picked up 9 million people.
Right.
That reminds me, I need to cancel my account.
There you go.
Yeah, he's got to do that.
Bubba, you mentioned NFL legend Terrell Owens hit by a car.
What? Yeah, how about that?
Hit by a car. Yeah, after a basketball game in California. It says he was struck by a vehicle
in the middle of the street.
Well, he was leaving, I guess, and said it's been investigated as an international act instead of an accident, that somebody hit him on purpose.
Somebody didn't agree with the way they got in talked down to during the game.
Yeah, he got in
I'll take him out.
He got in an argument with an unidentified individual during a pickup basketball game, and when the game ended, the unknown male drove a car toward Owens and clipped him. He said he didn't suffer any severe injuries, declined medical attention, but it is acknowledged that somebody that he trash talked in the pickup game clipped him with their car.
Hey, he didn't get nice. He couldn't let it go.
Said it was not accidental. Look, I've been in these pickup games. It can get intense in there.
Yep,
and,
it can.
To me, that I enjoy that. That's part of it. I love to give each other a hard time. Not when the guy hit me with his car. I probably would stop doing that.
He's still in really good shape, so it probably helped him when he got hit. I mean, he still looks like he could play.
No, yeah. I mean, he's kept himself in shape, so he's okay. But it is interesting to note that somebody got so mad in a pickup basketball game they tried to run over Terrell Owens.
Yeah. They got mad at him.
I mean, he must have been trash talking.
Yeah, I've heard of no blood, no foul, but this is ridiculous.
All right.
Okay.
There we go. Thanks for being with us. For some of you, we may be wrapping up our time together. And if that's the case, we sure have enjoyed it. And Lord willing, we'll give you another show tomorrow. And we'd love for you to be with us. If you are just kind of gathering Rick and Bubba content on your own time, enjoy it. You can find all that audio on our podcast channel and video on our YouTube channel.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and